and here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did you just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my god.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before.
Version 3 is what I like to call the foundational design of Starship booster in the pad.
We've never built a ship V3 before and gotten it to this state of production.
Booster 19 is actually the second of the version 3 boosters that we've built.
This is the final go-no-go poll for today's operations. So it's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hello everybody, back again. It's the second attempt. It's a rare scrub turnaround for SpaceX Starship. It's something I envisioned would happen a lot, and it never really did. We had like one, I think it was in the previous, but it's attempt 2 for Starship Flight 12, Booster 19, Ship 39. It looks like they're going for it today. We are waiting for official confirmation of that, of course. I would not tell you as a fact this is definitely happening, but it certainly seems that way, because overnight we saw workers on the SQD arm working on the pin that was the cause of the scrub yesterday, and they've not been on it since, and all the tankers are arriving at the tank farm to fill up the tank farm. So everything is pointing towards an attempt today, and we'll obviously be covering it live, as you can imagine, from what is now currently T-minus 9 minutes and 30 minutes. 9 hours and 30 minutes even. Crazy. Luckily, you don't have to just listen to me babbling on. We've got Alex. Hello, Alex.
Hello, Chris, and hello, everyone. Yeah, let's try this again. Part 2.
Indeed. We're also joined by EJ. Hello, EJ.
Good morning. How's everybody?
And we have Ryan Caton in the background doing the production, and you'll actually see him on the launch stream later. So there we go. You lucky people. You get double Ryan Caton if you think about it. It's kind of fun, actually, because we do a countdown for when I start talking, so that'll be in sync with YouTube, and it's at the same time that our trailer is doing a countdown, which is off sync with what the countdown over at Ryan's telling me. So I was getting very confused for a second there, but never mind, we got there in the end. I tell you what, Alex, should we discuss what happened yesterday? Because it wasn't just the pin, was it? I don't think the pin was the only thing that was a problem. They had things with a flame diverter.
Yeah, they had a few issues there. Specifically with the earlier holds, right? We had first one trying to check for the pushbacks. So after propellant load is wrapped up, they do these things that are called pushbacks, essentially trying to reclaim the little bit that is reclaim / purge some of the little bits of propellant that are left in the lines to the booster and the ship. And so that was the first hold. Then there was a series of different little holds there regarding the water deluge on the flame bucket. Then there was another one about looking at the pressures on the quick disconnect arm. And then finally there was also another one at the end. Like there were 2 back-to-back regarding the quick disconnect arm. I'm mostly sure the 4th and the 5th hold were the same. And it's the thing that we're showing here on screen, that the hydraulic pin that locks the arm to the tower did not release, did not retract, and therefore it was impossible to retract the arm. And without that retraction, Starship cannot launch, because I mean, you might be able to. The problem is that you roast the tower arm. That's not a great idea. And so yeah, that thing needs to swing out at T0, and it was physically locked in place.
There we go. Yeah, we had a few questions asking around those two subjects, the actual pad itself and the pin on the tower. So I put them into chat, literally onto the ticker, in fact, when they were being answered by Alex there, which is the important thing. I do want to thank some people to make sure this queue does not get crazy, because it's already started crazy. David Walden has gifted 20 Red Team members, which means 20 people in chat now have access to all our membership content, including the behind the scenes and production level streams where you get all the cameras in one go. It's really clever. You know what I mean when you see it. It's hard for me to describe because I don't know how this technical stuff works, but it really is cool. It's also a very good stream to chat on because you'll see yesterday we had over 100,000 people in, and it was like 150, I think, 150,000 people in at the same time, and chat was going crazy. So that chat room on that stream, on the member stream, is a lot more calmer, and people usually actually prefer that. So that's a cool thing that 20 people there have got. Well, 21 actually, because Doug52's done a gift of Red Team membership as well. Crazy. Mathix9546, after yesterday morning, is this is my petition to bring back Shuttle Sunday. We are going to bring back Shuttle Sunday. I just knew there'd be a gap in my personal schedule where if we brought it back, it'd be then delayed again for a number of weeks. So what I'm trying to do is find a period where we know we can do a bunch of Shuttle Sundays in a row, and I'll use this opportunity to actually get the assets ready for them, because one of the biggest challenges of Shuttle Sunday is literally downloading hundreds of photographs from L2, finding the videos, putting them all in a folder, and then getting ready to OBS them, because that's the challenge. If it was all ready for me, I could turn a microphone on, ask Sawyer to join me, do present and show it, because we can talk Shuttle, no problem at all. It's the asset collection that takes forever, so that's what we're trying to do, line it up and make sure we bring Shuttle Sunday back properly. So it will return, it's just not yet. Troy's back with 10 gifted Red Team memberships. Troy, Troy's name I've seen many times in chat. I can't talk. So very much appreciate your support as well. Peter Most. Okay, first time I've seen an NSF stream intro. The intro goes hard. Yeah, we've got great work behind the scenes on the intros. I think the latest one was done by Ryan Caton, the one with the Starship one, so that was really cool. Mr. Gamer IO, I have some cheesecake left over for today. That's a very important message for your super chats to be mentioned there. I was like, what? Crazy. And there's more, but we'll come back to them because I like to split it between, obviously support and people just asking questions, because we like to make it interactive. This question I can bring straight to... This is a real one to bring to EJ right from the start. Here we go. The quadruped wants to know, what question would you ask Elon? So you've got one question. You're in a room with Elon. He goes, all right, AJ, anything on your mind you want to ask me? What would be your question?
Ooh. Okay. This is a big question for this early in the morning.
No, it was a bit of a rough one, yeah.
No. Let me think about this for a second. Okay. No. Cake or pie?
Cake or pie? You've got your one chance to ask Elon the question. It's cake or pie. Okay. Chat, join in, by the way. What would be your one
think
question?
about it, man.
You'd ask Elon. I'm going to go. I wonder if Alex has got a really technical one for Elon, which could be quite funny. Alex, what would be your question to Elon?
Which way to the bathroom?
Oh, God.
Oh, mine was better. Come on now.
You know what I'd ask him? You've still got point to point on your website. You've not removed it from your SpaceX mission statement as far as Starship goes. We've not heard about it, Elon, for a long time. I want to get a Starship from Scarborough on the east coast of Yorkshire to Florida in 30 minutes. Is it ever going to happen? And he'll go, well, the economics... I'll go, Elon, no, stop. Stop right there. I want to know, is it still a plan or is it something you've cancelled? And if he goes, well, it's still a plan, I'll go, thank you, Elon, thank you. And I'll run into chat and I'll go, chat, point to point, it's still happening. There we go. Everyone's happy. There we go. Thank you. Moving quickly on. Jerome has become a launch director member. which is one of the highest levels of membership. That's bonkers. You're going to have to be a pad rap to get your name in green, but launch director gets you everything, including your name at the end of flame trenches and all this business where you get your name in lights. Jerome, your name will be appearing in the end screen of those shows. David, thank you for your swap, by the way. I tend to just rabble on what you get, but I do just want to say thank you. That helps, doesn't it? David Glover has become a pad rap member, speaking of which. Kiwi Nibbles has gifted a Red Team membership. Pete Cuba thinks today is the day. Well, that's a very positive way of thinking things, so I like it. Ian, if NSF could change one thing about SpaceX operations, what would you change and why? Oh, that's a tough one. Because I always default into SpaceX knows what they're doing. And some numpty like me is not going to make any revelation of something that would help them as far as the change would go.
Chris, I got one there.
Yeah. Go for it, AJ.
But like the thing is that they're already basically doing it. The one thing that I would like more from SpaceX is just having them have it a peek, more of a peek behind the curtain. If you remember back in the day, they were just like, yeah, this is what happened. It blew up. We got to fix that. And like kind of go. And I'm not saying they're not transparent now. And you know, we have the Test As You Fly, that docuseries that they're working on with Starship, which I feel like is a return to form. That's how it used to be back in the day. But where's the how not to land a rocket booster video, you know? Like, or they used to do like montages of past missions of like high speed footage from Falcon 9 and stuff synced to like Incubus and stuff. Like it was cool, man. I want, like, could we get more of that? Like, if I was gonna ask, like I wouldn't ask because this is just SpaceX is frankly a well of content. I mean, every aerospace company is, but I'd be like, yo, can we get more like Starship launches to like metal music and stuff, please? Can we do that? Is that doable?
I would ask for like some sort of blog or something like that, day of launch sort of blog for each of the launches and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that cannot, like, it doesn't need to be a human anymore because they have Grok now, right?
Gork.
Yeah, Gork.
Is this true?
Exactly. And so look, it's rather informative when I see, like, it's a pity that the company that does this is ULA, because I kind of want this to be a SpaceX thing. ULA does it really good when it comes to that part of things, where it's like they start like a blog on the day of launch, but they launch once every month at best. And so man, like today, for example, we are a little bit over 9 hours to go. It will be really, really good if we were to know things like, okay, tanker trucks are on track for deliveries, blah, blah. We fixed the quick disconnect arm overnight. We are attempting a launch and things like that. Like, it would be nice to have like a little snippet of info every now and then as they get ready for a launch. Doesn't need to be every single day before launch. It just needs to be like day of launch sort of thing. It will be nice as we get ready for a launch. I always thought it will be rather interesting. And again, now they have all the AI stuff. Might as well rely on all of that if they really believe on it, right? So, just saying.
Well, that's what Ryan K wants. Before you even said anything, Ryan K was saying daily press release, plan for the day. I beg. All
I'm not even asking about that.
But that's similar, though, isn't it? We want basically the bottom line is we want more information, don't we?
Yeah, but I'm talking about, you know, day of launch sort of thing, and launch specific information, like a full daily press release and plan for the day. That's bigger. Like, oh yeah, today we're doing this thing on booster 20, or we're rolling out this whole thing and doing this test and this other thing. I don't really need to know every single little thing that they're going to be doing, to be fair. It will be nice, but I'm not going to really be picky that they don't tell us about that sort of stuff. We can sometimes piece some things together if we have enough, you know, evidence, if you will. But for day of launch, launches are a big deal, are much bigger deals.
There's a question in chat saying, will you be recycling the stream like SpaceX recycles account? Well, it's going to be the same kind of format, Stakeout stream and launch stream, but we're still going to do the sections. I'm trying to think if we can still find a way of doing a historical, and I found a way of doing that via that very question and answer, because during the shuttle days, we used to get multiple reports, more reports than you could ever dream of, compared to what you get today. And I'll give you a quick, from memory, rundown, because we put these in L2 back in the days, and they're still in L2, by the way, if you want to go back and refer to them. We got the daily ops report, which was basically KSC, OPF 1, 2, and 3, giving reports on their orbiters and what needed work doing, what work was being put on, and it was almost written in the style of the orbiter complaining. Sometimes it'd be like, my RCS pod, blah, 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 needs da. It was like amazing. There were like full daily reports on each orbiter every single day. Then on a Friday, there was called a shuttle stand-up report. That was from JSC, and that was a summary of everything needed doing from the post-mission to the next mission for all 3 orbiters. Another work, there was a thing called a PRCB on a Thursday, Program Controls Requirement Board, and they were the most beautiful PDFs with schematics and everything you could ever dream for. And that's before the flight readiness review documentation. You got everything. I would think Alex would faint if that was SpaceX level information. If SpaceX did something they did like they did in the shuttle days, Alex would faint. I guarantee you, because it was a flood of information. It was beautiful,
Yeah,
but that
I
was
don't-
back in the NASA days. Yeah,
I don't
Well-
expect that sort of thing.
no,
Well,
but that was amazing.
I mean, to answer the question, are we going to recycle the stream? Well, yes, but no. Wait, yes, no, yeah, yes, no, yes, no, we're not. We're not. Yes,
No, not
no.
hold.
yes, no.
Are we doing a
Question.
pun about the T-minus 40-minute second hold?
Dude,
We
that
are, aren't we?
was that a roller coaster or what? I'm sitting there going, no, yes, no,
Yeah.
yes, no.
Could you have
Man.
not waited for Sawyer?
Yeah, that
Hey,
was-
someone's got to fill the quota, and I hate that it's me, but somebody has to. Okay.
That was a mess because, like, I was trying to listen in to their updates, and then I saw the clock running, then stopped, then running. I heard twice the launch director saying the go for launch.
Yep. Yeah, we go for launch.
And it's
Go.
like, yeah.
It's all funny until you start looking at your Apple Watch for your heart rate. It looks like the Swiss Alps because it's up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah, my word. Still, you know what? It also taught a lot of new people, because we do get a lot of new people in for the highlight of the big launch. That's fully expected. And they got to see what holds are about. So that was kind of fun. That, it's not like everyone, a lot of my friends assume they literally start the count at T-minus 10 seconds because they've seen movies and they've seen highlight clips and they've only seen a T-minus 9, 8, 7, 6. They don't understand it's like a multi-hour countdown. So that was kind of interesting to educate people into what it really is like at the business end of a countdown, where there's an issue and they have to kind of recycle. So that was kind of fun for me, that people were learning that at the same time.
Hey, Chris, I got a question for you, dude, real quick. So
Question for me?
yeah. We had a Starship launch yesterday scrub out because swing arm hold down pins got locked into position, and that scrubbed the launch. Does that mean that Delta 4 is back?
Oh no!
Yeah, yes.
You know what? I do kind of like. I don't lose love for cancelled rockets, but Delta 2 and Delta 4, those are 2 rockets. They were just so cool. I mean, Delta 2. You think you've seen some like Vega launches and whatever you probably these days? I'm talking to chat right now, where they just jump off the pad. Nothing jumped off the pad like a Delta 2. It was hilarious. Go back on YouTube and just type in Delta 2 launch. They literally jumped, and I'm not even joking, off the pad with their ring of solid rocket boosters around his aft. It's amazing. So yeah, I do like Deltas. I'm making sure this queue doesn't get crazy before Sawyer takes over and then shouts at me for leaving this queue so long. Mr. Gamer IO just puts pie and in brackets for obvious reason. So that's going back to the pie cake thing.
Yep.
I'm not reading this user. I'm going to put the username in chat. You'll realise why I've not read it out literally orderly on stream as gifted a red team membership. I'll wait to see chat's reaction. Daniel Russell has become a pad member. You know what? One day someone's going to catch me out. I'll be like in the middle of a really busy period, and I'll just read out the worst username possible. Daniel Russell has become a pad member. Welcome, Daniel. Siltyware. Chat's just worked it out. There we go. I bet you love a scrub. You get double bubble. Oh, he sounds like a Londoner. Negative ascent specialist. Well, hello again. Good morning, NSF and my fellow space nerds. Same question as yesterday. Where are you on a success out of 10? I'm still 7.5. Ooh, good. Because I thought the rocket performed pretty well during loading, and that gave me a lot of confidence. Alex, are you feeling a bit more confident about Block 3? Because the way it just fully loaded without a problem, it wasn't really the rocket that caused any scrubs, was it?
Well, at least not on this on this one, I guess. We'll see what happens. It's one of those things that we'll figure out once it actually launches, and see what's going to happen with that.
Yeah, EJ.
Do I think it's gonna go? Yeah, I think it'll go. I think you know what me, Max, and Ryan, and I want to say that Max and Ryan jinxed it with their negative juju there, right, yesterday. But we were talking about this yesterday, and everyone's like, "Oh, the weather." I'm like, "No, the weather's gonna be good," and the weather was good. Okay, Max did say though, to be fair, and I don't want to give him credit, but he did say that it would be something wrong with ground side, and yeah, he called it. He called it, but also I don't want to.
Well, I mean, let's give them some context here because a lot of people may be thinking, "Oh, it's a Starship launched on Flight 12 and they're still having pad problems." It's a brand new pad. It's pad 2. So it is the pad where it's the template going forward for not just pad 2, but pad 1 eventually. But before then, 39A, which is the next pad that we'll be launching from after pad 2. And also 2 towers are going to be building at LC30. Is it still Slick 37 or is it LC 37? Yeah.
They called it Slick yesterday on the webcast.
Oh, there we go then. Still Slick 37 then. Cool. So that's where we got pads of the future coming. It's all this template. This is pad 2. This is the pad that we're going to see a lot of around both South Texas and in Florida. So it's going to be fun to see. And Louisiana, apparently. I mean, EJ, explain to me, Louisiana, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, they SpaceX purchased 130,000 acres and change. That's like 212 square miles in Vermilion Parish, Louisiana. It's on the very most southern coast of Louisiana. It's actually not the most southern. Like Port Fourchon is more southern, but yeah, it is. I mean, Chris, that area is. That area is like as big as Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge. It is gigantic. Like, it's if you guys kind of look at that picture right there and look at, it's kind of rectangular, but in the bottom right corner, there's a little bit sticking out. Like that little bit sticking out is like the size of Starbase. It is ridiculous. And also it has access to a heavy dock and the intercoastal waterway too. So this is, I don't know what they're doing there. My gut's telling me launch site, but we don't know for sure. But that is a gigantic parcel of land, enough to like launch a lot and not have to worry about like, I mean, like Chris going back in the day here, like, overpressure notices to people. Like, no one lives in that. No one lives down there. There are some houses here and there, but like. The distance from like the shore to the back of that parcel of land is, it's as big as KSC. It's gigantic. I'm hyped, dude. Like, build like 20 pads down there, please. Chris, I want to see like, you ever look at the original plans for like Complex 39 with like 5 launch pads? Like, I'm kind of about that life. I want like 5 gigabays down there with like 5 launch pads. Please do this. That'd be great.
It beckons a question. Why didn't they pick Louisiana first? I know that Starbase was originally going to be a Falcon launch site. That was the original plan. But does this make more sense than Starbase, or is it just nice to have this as a second option?
I think they chose Starbase because they already had the land down there. Chris, I honestly don't think that Starbase was supposed to be as big as it ended up being. Like, that's just personal opinion. It was supposed to be just an overflow launch site for Falcon 9, because SpaceX was worried about launching a lot of Falcon 9s out of the Cape. They were worried that they would be constrained because it's a multi-user, right? So I'm not sure that Starbase was supposed to end up being as big as it was as it is. So I mean, but here we are, right? So I think that they this is just to deal with the bandwidth of Starship. I mean, we know that SpaceX is going to scale up here. They're scaling up big time. That's kind of the reason for their initial public offering and stuff, so they can get capital funding to, And keep in mind, I'm not an economy guy, like I'm not a finance bro too much, but I do believe that the IPO is there to get the capital that they need to scale Starship to the size that they need for the AI data center Starlink sats, and that's going to require a lot of launches. And Chris, I don't know if you saw it, they teased the a lunar optical relay network yesterday on their cast, and oh man, you're gonna need some serious infrastructure to make something like that, more than what Starship pads are available right now. So, you know, to answer the question, dude, I think that Starbase kind of just grew into its own thing organically, and this is kind of gonna be a more like purpose-built Starship facility rather than something that's retrofitted from like an old Falcon 9 pad. Like, the way I like to think about this Louisiana facility, like I said, it's Complex 39. Like, Complex 39 was there after what, you know, NASA learned about the Gemini program and the Mercury program before that, right? It was a purpose-built facility. I think this is going to be a purpose-built Starship facility here, and it's going to be glorious, man.
There's also the matter...
Sorry, Alex.
No, go ahead, Chris.
No, I have nothing important to say, Alex. You carry on.
I was going to mention that there's also the matter that if you launch the AI data centers thing from Starbase, you have to perform a very massive dogleg. Same deal if you did that from Florida. From Louisiana, you can very much just launch south and get to that polar orbits that they want to do. The extent of land that they want to buy is huge. It's big enough to fit something like 4 or 5 star bases, right? So you can imagine having, I don't know, up to 10 launch pads, a handful of star factories and gigabays just right there.
Please.
Can you imagine?
I need it.
For the 1 million AI data centers that they want to launch, you kind of need that kind of number of launch pads and production sites and everything. As you mentioned, it's close to the intercoastal as well. Like, it has access to that. They could, in theory, also use that to barge ships and boosters and things like that as they start building up that facility. Because let's be honest, I don't think they're going to build everything at once. It's probably going to be a phased sort of thing, right? Especially based on what we've seen, for example, at Florida, where they're first building the Gigabay. Eventually, they'll build their own star factory. That's part of the plans as they've released. And they started building 39.8, then 37. 37, they do seem to be at least building the 2 towers at the same time. We don't know if the second tower will be a catch tower or a proper launch pad. We may see soon whether that's the case or not, because we're basically at the point that if it is a launch pad, we will see the flame trench work happening in the next few months. So we'll figure out if that second tower that they're sort of putting together as well will work for that. But yeah, that is basically, yeah, there we go. That's the one of the most recent pictures from NASA. They did a flyover of the area with one of their sort of employee flights and whatnot. And so to the right, you can see the existing base of the tower and everything. All of the different equipment there to prepare for that stacking. All of the tower sections for that tower are on the left. But if you look where those tower sections are located on the left, behind it, there are at least what I can see 2 continuous flight auguring drills. My God, I cannot talk today. And so those 2 are right now placing foundations for a tower. But again, it could be that tower might be a catch tower, or it could also be that it's going to have a launch mount as well next to it. We will figure that out once we are closer, because they'll start excavating. As you can see also on the right hand side, you can already see that they have excavated the flame trench for the other tower. But yeah, I would expect Louisiana to be very similar, a phased approach.
It's bonkers, but it's also fun. It's the future. It's what we're expecting. People are getting excited about a flight every 3 months, which with the change from V2 to V3. But eventually it's going to be like Starlinks, and then Starlinks will look like very slow in comparison to what Starship's launching. That's the envisioned future. Right. We have a lot of questions, a lot of support I need to speed run this because I don't want people thinking we're ignoring them. We are about 28 minutes behind in the panel. So bear with us because we started like 35 minutes ago. I will try and catch up as best I can. I'm going to speed run some support and then some questions best I can here. But we are not ignoring anybody. We're just spending 10 minutes on each question. Speed Light 5 has become a Padret member. Kiwi Nibbles has gifted Red Team membership. Quintin says, go Flight 12. I finally got some stickers from the store. And then 2 points there. You got many stickers, in fact. Patrick Bob has arrived. And when I say Patrick Bob has arrived, you know what that usually means.
Not this guy again.
Yeah, this guy again.
What's up, Patrick?
$5 tip.
Jeez,
again,
man.
Now, that on its own, for the only time he ever does it, would be amazing. Patrick does this every week, and sometimes several times a week. It is crazy. Patrick Bob literally is buying us cameras for, because that's what we do. We put our spot. We're not owned by some big company. We own ourselves. We're independent. We are not owned by some publishing house. A lot of spaceflight orgs, they're all run by like advertising companies. They're basically basically bought by them. We own ourselves, so it really does get put back into what we do. And I'm not even joking. I can attest to that as someone who started NSF. Literally, my overdraft will attest to that as well. So it really is very much massive support that I never get across properly because I'm a Yorkshireman for our appreciation for it. But Patrick knows. I've talked to Patrick about it. It really is crazy.
Let me ask you another question while you're here.
Okay.
While you're here gracing us with your company. Did you ever, maybe you can answer it like this. Did you ever think NSF would get this big?
No. No, absolutely
no.
No.
No. All right.
I was on the old. Oh god, we're gonna get delayed on this, but I've got to give this story now.
Do it.
I was on the oldspace.com forum back in the early days of the internet. This is really internet. This is dial-up time, and we were talking about shuttle and stuff, and that's where you'd ask questions because there's a couple of shuttle guys on there, and that was where you would ask things. And then Columbia happened, and that forum was unmoderated and turned into an absolute hellhole. And a lot of the guys knew, because I was a journalist by trade, said, why don't you set up a news site and have a little forum attached to it? Oh, well, I could do that, but, I don't know what the first thing about it. We worked it out. We got the forum set up. We got the news site set up, and we're just doing after work, I would do like a shuttle story because I knew shuttle stuff. And the NASA guys and the shuttle guys on the STD forum would move over. The STD forum is now dead. It's gone. It went years and years ago. And we basically became the home of it. And it was moderated. We had a news site. And it was something like a hobby, pretty much a hobby, a very specialist hobby. Then we were doing some stories that then got linked in USA Today, CNN, and more people turned up. And that's where the news site and the forum just expanded. And it just got bigger and bigger and bigger. But then the explosion happened when Starbase happened because Mary was on our forum and basically posting like attachments of videos and clips of the very, very early days of, and Nomad as well, at the very early days of Starbase. And they were getting hot linked into like Reddit and what have you, and the servers couldn't cope. And I was saying, Mary, can we put these clips on YouTube? Then everyone can share them. It doesn't matter because it won't be killing our forum servers. And Mary said yes, and that's where the YouTube channel came from. So very long story short, but it's crazy,
right?
And we basically, with the team we got, everyone from the early days before the YouTube channel, Mark doing the web stuff, people on the forum saying, well, I've got a skill in this. I could help out. And it just grew from there. And the team we've grown from this just organically is crazy. And no credit to me at all. It's just we've been very, very fortunate by the people who've been on our site offering to help and getting involved. And we've become this like organism that keeps growing. It really is bonkers. I need to do a better story about that one day because that was a very short version of it and probably not covering a lot of the bases. But, Daz. How the hell do we find Daz? It's just crazy. All right, anyway. Trevor wants to know, do you have an image of the actuator to better understand what Elon was saying? Ryan, do we have an image of the actuator from about 15 minutes ago?
So I can explain it real quick. So guys,
yes.
there are locking pins on the ship quick disconnect. So if you look, not zoom in on the tower, but if you kind of squint your eyes and take a look at that tower. Yeah, there you go. That piece of equipment right there is called the SQD, or Ship Quick Disconnect Arm, right? I don't know why they say the A. We don't know. We don't want to know, right? So That, yeah, there you go. Right. Yeah. See that thing. There are, when it's in the forward position, so i.e. when it's attached to the ship, there are locking pins. I don't know if you guys have like a garden shed. If you have a house, you have a backyard, you have a shed, and it has that little latch with the pin that you can close the door with, right? It's basically one of those, but vertical, and it's hydraulically actuated. The pins hold that arm in position, right? They keep it from moving when the umbilical and everything is trying to, when they're pumping fuel into the ship, right? So obviously you don't want that arm there when the thing launches. It is on a hinge. The hinge is on the backside of the tower relative to this camera shot. And in order to get it to swing, to get it to rotate out of the way, you have to retract the pins. One of the pins got stuck. It didn't retract, and that hosed the entire launch. You do not want that thing staying still when Starship goes. Worst case scenario, it hits the umbilical. That would be bad for both the ship and the pad. Not an ideal outcome here. Best case scenario, it misses it completely, but it fries the whole thing, in which case, your pad's hosed. You need a new SQD. That thing is heavy, so therefore, per Jurassic Park logic, it is expensive, right? So, sorry. Well, there it is. So yeah, there's the retraction mechanism on the back. The pins are actually, I think we can
on the other side. It's a single pin that sort of.
Yeah. It's on the other side of the tower. This is the backside, so you can see that it is that's an electronic actuator. It's actually not a hydraulic system for the retraction mechanism. I'm not sure about the pin though.
Hydraulic.
The pin is hydraulic, and the SQD is electric. There we go, boogie woogie. All right, so yeah, that the thing that Ryan just circled is not the piece that malfunctioned. It's actually a locking pin that's kind of 90 degrees around the tower from this angle. But yeah, that one pin hosed the entire launch. And now SpaceX was having some other things flag the abort sequence. They were having something go awry with the diverter, which is down underneath the rocket. That's the thing that shoots water. If you guys pay attention to the NSF socials, you'll see there's Gage getting absolutely hosed by the diverter system when they fired it off the other day, which is really funny, actually.
It is.
Right?
So to give a bit more context exactly where the pin is, you can see, so the QD arm is sort of split in two segments because it's too big to be installed in one go. And so you've got, from the previous image that we saw, the sort of the part that connects to the tower. We call it sort of like the shoulder of the arm, right? That shoulder goes sort of around the two back columns that you see there in this view. So there's two columns on the front and two columns on the back. The two columns on the back, it sort of goes around one of them. That one on the left, on the back, it is that is where the pin is located. It's sort of internal to the tower. This is why there's very hard access, like visual access to this pin, because it's internal to the tower. And so you might see there's like some kind of platform sticking from the right hand side there of the arm and sort of going into the tower. That is basically an access platform that connects the shoulder of the arm to the sort of forward end, which is another different piece, right? Like, as I said, it's too big of an arm to be built in just one single piece. So they build the shoulder section, and then sort of like the hand portion of that, where you've got the thing that connects to the ship itself. There we go. Thank you, Ryan, for that. And so it is in that section there that connects to the tower where you have that pin that locks in place the arm. There's like a little bit of the arm that sort of sticks inside the tower, and there's like the little, like a little hole for the pin to go in. It's as you said, it's like a lock on your door, right? Where you have the little hole there, the pin goes through, and it's locking in place physically that arm to the tower. The pin needs to release in order for the quick disconnect arm to then swing out at liftoff. and so that is basically where it is happening there. But it is a really like in essence it's very simple because you just like one pin there attached to the tower, boom, and locked in place, right? Whereas like there are other systems out there for other rockets where you have multiple different hydraulics and things going on there as well, and it's very weird basically. Whereas it's just much more simpler, but also at the same time, if the hydraulics say nope, we're not going today, they're not going today.
Jay Hassan said, do you guys think they actually did anything to the SQD overnight to address yesterday's issue? Yes, they did. We saw them on Starbase Live. We've got our cameras 24/7, so you can actually see them working on the SQD. And they came off it, and they've not been back to it since. So that's a good sign, usually. If they were still working on it right now, we'd be questioning if they still need to do a lot more repairs. But it looks like it's done. We are waiting for official confirmation, though. So it's not yet official. They're going for today. It just looks like they are. But we'll know soon enough. Peter, thanks for all the great coverage. Questions, do you all sleep? No. Was there a small leak near the SQD yesterday that might have caused a problem with the pin? Alex, there was no sign of a leak. I mean, that would have probably held the countdown anyway, wouldn't it, if they had a leak before the pin got stuck? Yes, Chris, that's probably true. Oh,
yeah, I was rereading the question because it appeared on screen very late, and so yeah, I don't know if there was a small leak or anything like that. We really don't know. We have no idea. It could also have been that because of the previous holds that they had as they were going through the T-40 mark, that is when they start the retraction of the pin. It might have actually retracted on the previous times, and so it might have done retraction, locked, and then by the third or fourth time that they held, the hydraulic pin was like, nope, I'm not going now. And like sometimes hydraulics jam, and we see this, right? There's a good chance, in fact, that the fourth, so there were 5 different holds. The first one was most likely manual because they were waiting for those pushbacks of the propellant systems. So the first and second might have been unrelated. There was I believe the second hole was for managing pressures on the ship quick disconnect. The third hole was for the water diverter issue, and then the fourth hold was again for sensors on the arm, and then a fifth. That was, again, the last one also for the arm. I would not be surprised if the fourth and fifth were actually the same, of the hydraulic system jamming and that lock not being released because of the first 2 automatic holds, where it probably got released and then locked in place again, then released, locked in place again, and then it decided to not go again. And that's very common for certain hydraulic systems, depending on the kind of mechanism that you really have there going on. It can happen for them to jam and just basically decide not to go anymore.
So Alex, yeah. I was actually thinking, like, I know I have a little bit of experience with hydraulics, like bleeding brakes on cars. I'm not gonna lie, like if you told me to fix that pin, I'd be like, yeah, sure. You guys think it could have been air in the lines? That's hydraulics get sticky when there's air in the lines because they end up compressing the air and not actuating the pin. You know, you think this is like a new pad. If like there's a hydraulic fitting on that pin that isn't tightened all the way down or cinched all the way down, you know, to the very fine German specification of Gutentight, you could get air in the lines and that could make the pin stop working.
There we go. Mr. Gamer IO, I got to see Florida Pad from the bridge at KSC last week. I also got to see the Giga Bay very close to the Shuttle Memorial with the VAB in the background. Best vacation. That's awesome because there is like it's a walkway. The KSC workers actually have their lunch breaks there. There's park benches and stuff on it. It really is very cool. So I'm glad you referenced that because not a lot of people know it's actually there. But it is a shuttle outline. It's really cool. Bideford's here. Of course, I'm busy today, but I will make sure everything on my phone is working so I can support my faves. Good morning, all, and hugs. Thank you, Stephen. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Bideford. EYZ42. Has anyone explained how they radiate heat from the orbital data centers? Alex, how do they radiate heat from the orbital data centers?
Radiators.
There we go.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, there we go. Shortest answer from Alex ever.
They showed it already. Like, if I could extend here, but they have already shown this. It's not a secret anymore. They showed renders of the AI sats. They have big solar panels and a big radiator as well that is sort of 90 degrees off from the solar panels.
So, fellas, just real quick, like heat rejection in space is I'm not going to say that it's a pretty linear problem to solve, but it pretty much is. You know, if you're looking at the data center, right, and you're going like, oh, how are they going to get rid of the heat? How are they going to do the heat reduction? I'm not sure that's the right question to ask. I mean, consider this, like, I mean, I'm not going to change people's minds on orbital data centers. I think people have their minds made up, Chris, like, to be honest with you. But, like, consider this. If you have a data center that's operating in space, electricity is free. And who makes a lot of solar panels? Well, SpaceX makes a lot of solar panels because of the Starlink satellites, right? So if your electricity is free, heat rejection becomes a very easy problem to solve because you can just make more power, make a bigger radiator because you have enough power, right? If you think about it like that, it makes a lot more sense. Now, whether it's doable or not, I mean, I don't know. Theoretically, making a fully reusable launch vehicle makes a lot of sense. But, you know, look at what you see on the screen. You know, a pin hosed the entire launch yesterday, right? A pin that's like maybe 2 inches in diameter. You know, like, no, the whole thing, nope, we're not using that because the pin doesn't work, right? So you never know. But that's at least conceptually the idea.
Stargate Atlantis, great username. Also one of the best series of Stargate. SG was probably the best. Stargate Universe was terrible until the end when they cancelled it. It got really good at the end, and some of the movies were awful. Stargate Catherine, no thank you. Do you have any idea of how many percentage of fuel is lost when they have to refuel? So a scrub turnaround, shall we say. The tankers ran shuttles to fill the tanks again. Shuttle reference there, but not shuttle in the sense of the orbiter, but in the sense of the amount of tankers we're seeing on screen right now, which is a lot.
Chris, there's two shuttle tankers. The two shuttle tankers are on the right side of the
Alex,
screen.
how much do they need to refill, basically?
We were guessing the other day, so the great majority of them are liquid nitrogen. There can be today like hundreds of trucks today that are nitrogen. Basically, there is probably a few dozen that are oxygen, and then maybe a dozen, no more than that is methane. Again, it all depends. It's not just the fuel. Nitrogen is not even a fuel, but it's used in the tank farm, right? It's heavily used in the tank farm, in fact. So the whole percentage, it's a little bit complicated to explain because if you were to do that for nitrogen, well, that's infinity because the rocket doesn't use any nitrogen. So it's whatever amount of nitrogen over 0. So that's infinity for you. And so that really doesn't work that way, does it? So it's like it's better if I explain that it's a few hundred tankers for the nitrogen and like many dozen tankers for the oxygen and way fewer tankers for methane. That's basically how I take it. Now, it does seem like a lot of tankers when I talk about, you know, a bunch of dozen tankers for oxygen. The thing is, this rocket holds a lot of oxygen. And then there's a bunch of other oxygen as well that doesn't even get loaded into the vehicles because it's used for like chill downs and things like that, which is why it is the second most thing that is sort of lost and they need to replenish. And so again, if I were to do a percentage of how many fuel or how many oxidizer or whatever is lost, nitrogen is infinity percentage, right? Oxygen, the one that is in the tanks, I will say probably 80%. It's drained back and it's reused and it's something that they can take back. But 20% of, I think it's 4,000 metric tons that they use here. I'm gonna take out my calculator right here, right now, and do the math because I'm really curious about this. It's 800 tons, which is a lot of tankers. It's dozens of tankers. So yeah, plus the oxygen that gets lost as well during chill downs and whatnot. It really adds up to a lot of propellant that they need to replenish.
Very good, right? I think they're booting me off, so I'm going to say we're going to have a video to play you while we do the handover where I jump out of my seat and Sawyer jumps into it. I don't know if that physically works, but they will do it this way where Sawyer Rosenstein will be taking over the hosting duties after this video.
While Flight 12 will debut a new rocket version and a new pad, a lot of the pre-launch procedures are still the same. After all, you don't want anyone close to the rocket when it's time to go. For that reason, there are a series of maritime, aerial, and ground closeout areas that are enforced on the day of the launch as the clock counts down to 0. In the air, a set of temporary flight restrictions and notices to airmen are issued for the day of launch. On the water, a similar set of restriction areas and navigational warnings are issued as well. These areas are not only noted to cover the initial rocket's ascent, but also to cover the ship's re-entry area halfway around the world in the Indian Ocean. SpaceX works alongside the U.S. Coast Guard and the Federal Aviation Administration to coordinate their clearing ahead of launch. On the ground, a set of 3 roadblocks are set up along Highway 4, the only road that leads to Starbase and its launch site. The first of these is called the Soft Checkpoint, and it's located about 15 miles from the pad at the intersection of Highway 4 and Oklahoma Avenue. Beyond this roadblock, only those with property there and law enforcement officials can pass. This also includes SpaceX employees. A second roadblock, also known as the Hard Checkpoint, will be set up much closer to the launch site at the intersection of Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue, rather close to our own river site. Beyond this roadblock, only SpaceX personnel and law enforcement can pass. A third and final roadblock is set up at the intersection of Highway 4 and Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard, which is located right at the end of the Starbase Village. This roadblock will be helpful to coordinate the clearing of Boca Chica Beach, as it's the last intersection before reaching the launch site. Once that clearing is complete and the launch site tank farm is ready to start propellant load operations, the roadblock will be vacated as it's too close to safely remain there during launch. Speaking of the tank farm, despite being new for this flight, it still needs to be chilled down and conditioned ahead of its use for propellant loading. This process is now much faster and much more efficient thanks to the use of vacuum-jacketed lines that prevent them from being warmed up as quickly as the previous tank farm. The tank farm is split into a liquid oxygen side and a liquid methane side. From what we've seen so far, the chill down of the oxygen side could start several hours before propellant load starts, while the methane side often starts later. During the conditioning process, we'll see vents, just like last time, but they'll be a bit different. In this new tank farm, all of the venting from conditioning the liquid oxygen pumps and subcoolers is routed to a single location where a fan blows this venting upwards. In the case of the gaseous methane created as a result of chill down of the methane side of the tank farm, it'll be condensed back into a liquid and returned to the storage tanks. This reclaiming system will also be visibly venting and will give us an indication of when this process is underway. With the tank farm conditioned, it'll next be time to condition the propellant lines that go to the launch mount and tower. For the previous pad, there was a vent on the launch mount that indicated when this happened. Now, instead of venting it off the mount, there are a series of pipes located closer to the tank farm that vent when this process is underway. There is still a tower vent, though, and while we're still learning its behavior during countdown, it appears to work similarly to the one that we saw on the first pad. It first starts weak and vents for a few minutes, then dies out and nearly disappears for another few minutes, to then return again much stronger. The vent will then completely disappear right before propellant load starts on the ship. But for that, everything needs to be go as we count down to launch.
Thank you, Alicia. And somehow I magically transported into a chair in Yorkshire, so I don't know how that happened. Oh, wait. No, I'm joking. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I am taking over here as host for this portion of the Stakeout stream from Florida, near the Space Coast, near where hopefully we will see Starship launching from in the not-too-distant future. As you can see, the rocket there on the pad still have the cars going by where that roadblock will be set up. Of course, that means we've been seeing tanker trucks as well, refilling up all of the commodities that were lost or not reclaimed or used up during yesterday's launch attempt, and hopefully we will see this thing fly today if all goes well. I don't know about you guys, but the excitement is still there after everything yesterday. So in fact, the excitement's there kind of even more today, because it's like, oh man, we got so close that it's like now we needed to go this time. I don't know if you feel the same way, guys.
Amaze. Statement. Rocket big, rocket launch. We want to see that. Let's go. Let's go. Statement.
Nice. Alex,
Yes.
same thing?
Yes, I'm ready, Sawyer. Anyway, Alex?
Rocket big. That sounded like a little more than Rocky. But anyways, yeah, I mean, sure. Let's launch this thing, I guess, and see if it happens today. I'm really excited for it. A bit tired today because after all of the hours that we were live yesterday, it takes a little bit of a toll, right? I tried to sleep as much as I could, and the excitement also took over me a little bit every now and then. Couldn't sleep right away, but hey, I'm here now, so that's where we are.
I'm in the same boat. I mean, I'm technically on a little bit of sleep here, but it's not much. So it's a good thing that we're not on for another 12 hours or anything plus today to get, oh wait. But or with you guys. So that's what makes it fun here. Now, I see people talking about the SpaceX website saying TBD instead of a time or a clock or something on it. I do want to note that it does say that they are still targeting Friday, May 22nd, the 90-minute window opening at 5:30 p.m. Central Time on the website. And Alex, you were saying we've seen them do this in the past. This isn't unusual.
Yeah, I know a lot of people only tend to tune in to Starship Flights. They are the most exciting ones. We tune in for lots of Starlinks, and we've seen this before where sometimes, especially when they switch from just showing the window to like showing the clock, sometimes weird things happen. With the Starship pages, it's normally even worse. Yesterday was a bit of a mess with how they were trying to change their clocks and things like that on the website. So it was a bit weird. The text still says Friday 22nd at 5:30 p.m. Like that's the important thing. That's the usual thing that if they were to delay or something like that, it will change, right? The clock, until we are not deeper and closer to the launch, it's not very reliable. We lived this yesterday. Like it's not even something that I'm just making up. Or whatever. Yesterday we had a thing where like 5 or 6 hours before the launch happened, they changed the clock and they entered the time wrong, and they put it as if it were like something like 6:30 p.m. Central. They were probably entering it in Eastern time or whatever. It was 1 hour off, and they changed it within 10 minutes. Our people from Next Space Flight thought that it was a legitimate delay, and we changed Next Space Flight to 6:30 p.m. Central. A lot of people in chat during our Stakeout stream, they were like, wow, you guys changed the website, whatever. SpaceX is also showing a delay, blah, blah, blah. And then SpaceX fixed that issue that they had with their own countdown clock, and they put the correct time at the time, which was 5:30 p.m. Central. And then everything got solved. So this is me saying that these things happen. And we have a lot of experience with this sort of thing, thinking, oh, they changed this thing. And then it's like, well, no, they were trying to fix something and they actually made it worse. And so, yeah, it's not a 100% good thing this far away from launch. It usually does sync to the real clock once we're closer. So I will wait a few more hours until any confirmation or definitive answer that there's anything weird going on there.
Exactly. Plus, at this point, SpaceX hasn't posted anything on X saying to the contrary. It's still listed in the text on the website. So we trudge on towards launch today. Let me thank some people here, and then we'll get to more of your questions. Tactical Viking becoming a launch director. That is one of the highest levels of support here at NSF. In addition to getting access to the NSF Discord, also get your name at the end of the Flame Trench and NSF live shows. Thank you so much for doing that. And Stephen Beverly also then joining Capcom. We'll see you as well in the Discord. Kobe coming in with a question here saying, how much fuel will the air separation unit provide per day? Do you think SpaceX will build another? EJ, can you kind of talk about how an air separation unit works for people who are unaware, and then maybe try and tackle the question?
Yeah, sure, man. Okay. So in terms of numbers, just first and foremost, Ryan had much better numbers. Ryan Weber had much better numbers for it yesterday. I'll have to ask him. But okay, so I can tell you what it does though. So an ASU, if you hear us tossing that around, it's an air separation unit. if you look between the two Starship towers there's kind of a smaller tower that's kind of a straight rectangle. It's not like a hollow building, right? In between, just to the right of Starship in this shot here, that is the air separation unit. Oh, tanker shots. Rubber ducky, we got you the liquid methane, liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen coming in. Come back. Over. That's a bush. All right. So the air separation unit, what it does is it pulls in atmosphere. So what's in Earth's atmosphere? What you think that's air you're breathing now? No. Okay. What you're breathing right now is mostly nitrogen. It's about 79% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, 1% stuff you probably shouldn't be breathing, give or take. So it's like argon, CO2, greenhouse gases, stuff like that. What the ASU is it's going to pull all that air in, and then it's going to separate it. It's going to separate it out. So it's going to separate the oxygen from the nitrogen. It's going to separate argon. It's going to separate CO2. And what they're going to do with the oxygen is they're going to pump that right into the pads. Now, in terms of what that one can do, Ryan's telling me 900 metric tons of LOX per day or so. So that's not the biggest ASU around, but it's pretty big. It's pretty sizable. I think in the future, SpaceX will probably build another one. That's just me speculating. Can't say that enough. They'll probably build more because the sheer scale of Starship launches that we're going to need here, like, yeah, we'll probably see more. But, I mean, that's cool too. But yeah, that's kind of the high level overview of what an ASU does. It pulls in the air and then rips it apart with electricity. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it saves on a whole bunch of those tankers that you see coming in because, of course, you need the liquid methane brought in and liquid oxygen. And liquid oxygen is used in a lot of other fields that need it. In particular, in the medical field, it is used quite often.
Yep.
So you don't want to try and take away from the supply if you don't have to for places if you're going to be launching as much as Starship is slated to. So at that point, just use the air, right?
Exactly. But it isn't because it's engineering and because thermodynamics and entropy and stuff, Sawyer, right? It isn't without its trade-off, right? So you make the ASU and you can make your own liquid oxygen, but the power bill is going to be a little substantial. Like I was saying, they're basically using electricity to rip nitrogen from oxygen, which is a thing around, but, for the scale here, it makes sense.
And you still don't have any methane there because about 1,100 tons of the propellant of this rocket is liquid methane, and you need that. Now, with the air separation unit at about 900 metric tons of liquid oxygen each day, you get about one full launch of liquid oxygen every 5 days or so. It's technically 4.5, but you also take into account the chill downs and blah, 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 all the little things here and there. It's probably about 5 days or so. So with that air separation unit, you have enough for a launch every 5 days. That means that you need a source of methane that can also get you methane for enough like every 5 days or so. Where do you get that? Well, right now they're trucking it in. That's how they're doing it. In the future, they plan to have a pipeline of liquefied natural gas down to the launch site. They'll have a sort of like a purification plant and also like a liquefaction plant as well. They're going to be separating the methane or purifying the methane out of the liquefied natural gas, LNG as it's often known, and then being able to put the methane in storage tanks at liquid, basically in liquid form, in order to be able to store that for launches. But yeah.
There you go. And of course, we're not only talking about ones at Starbase, because keep in mind, they have 2 other launch pads that will be launching Starship. And we've seen from the plans that have been filed for when they start building them over at Launch Complex 39A and Space Launch Complex 37 at the Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, respectively, those will also have air separation units within the pads. Because I think that's one of the things people don't realize, especially with the Florida pads. Like, 39A is massive. Of course, you see the fixed service structure, which is where shuttle launch from. That's where Falcon launches from. Well, now just Falcon Heavy. But there's that whole part to the side where they built an entire Starship tower, And that's only half the pad, are those two things. There's the whole other half of the pad where there's more tanks, there's more water areas, and eventually, from what the initial filings looked like, Alex, that's also where they want to put another ASU.
So we are already seeing at Slick 37 next to the ULA horizontal integration facility. Oh my God. We are already seeing them clearing the area and might actually have already started with foundations for the air separation unit. I'm a bit loose here on the details, but that's basically a thing that they are already underway, that they are already basically almost getting to the point of actual construction, which is rather interesting because they have not started the one for 39A, as far as I know. So this is one of those things that it's a bit weird why they're starting the one at 37 before, but hey, look, that's how they roll, as they call it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
And it's also worth noting that we talk about, Kennedy Space Center, the world's premier multi-user spaceport, or they now call it Earth's premier spaceport, but there are shared lines. It's not like, oh, SpaceX has their own pad infrastructure that only they use their own nitrogen, and then ULA only uses their own nitrogen. There are shared lines that run all the way throughout the complexes so that it's not, oh, we have to truck in all of our own liquid nitrogen or things like that. It can kind of be shared. So, I mean, the commodities issue, I feel like, is going to be something, EJ, that's going to come up because you have other launch providers scheduled to launch. You've got New Glenn, you've got Relativity Space working there, you've got Stoke, and yeah, they also kind of need nitrogen and oxygen.
That's right, man. Yeah, having your own spaceport to do your own thing is the reason why what you see on the screen exists. Chris and I were actually talking about that with the new Louisiana site too, that SpaceX recently purchased. 212 square miles. It's almost as big as like the entirety of like the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge. I think Merritt Island's a little bit bigger, but yeah, having your own spaceport, so you can basically hog all the commodities for yourself is yeah, that's, I think SpaceX is going to need that with all the launches that they need to do to get to fulfill their plans, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, you're also talking 3 launch pads currently scheduled in Florida, as we mentioned, 39A and 2 over at Slick 37. And it's crazy the progress that we've already seen, especially considering that they want to launch, I believe it was, they have permission for 140-ish launches per year of Starship from Florida, while also coordinating with other launch providers.
Yeah, they're gonna need a bigger boat, and by that I mean ASUs.
There goes more nitrogen.
Yeah, baby.
Also, it's gonna be wild because when those start coming back to be caught as well, I mean, Space Coast is gonna be rocked with sonic booms. I mean, I'm here for it. I'm sure there are a lot of people that aren't, because there are people that complain even when a Falcon 9 does an RTLS. But
people complain about stuff? Wait, when?
Especially in Florida. No one ever complains in this state.
All right, that's too real. Let's just reel it in.
Yeah, that's why it's too real, as we reel.
Oh, no, I'm doing it now, too.
Hey, I appreciated the one that you guys were doing earlier to fill in for me before I joined.
You saw that? Oh, jeez.
Of course I did.
Live that down.
But yeah, so I guess while we're talking about Florida Starship, might as well ask the question, when do you think we will see the first vehicles at Florida? And when do you think we will see the first launch of a Starship from Florida?
Pick me.
I'll start
with
EJ, then we'll go to Alex.
Yes. End of the year.
For which?
I'd say end of the year for a launch, and vehicles probably in late summer. I mean, you got okay. All right, let's dive into it a little bit, right? They have their new transport ship, right? And we've seen them. They're working on the breakover devices, which a breakover device is a nice way of saying take a rocket that's vertical, turn it on its side. We already see that whole pipeline in work here. It's not actually a pipeline. It's, the way to get vehicles to the Cape, right? I would say pretty much end of the year. If you can if you can break over a starship and you can bring it horizontal, that makes the places where you can store starships a lot easier to find around the Cape. There's a lot of hangars around there, right? So, I know some people might be thinking like, oh, the Gigabay isn't finished. The Gigabay isn't finished. Well, they can turn this stuff on its side. And if they can turn it on its side, that you could store it wherever. There's plenty of buildings on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Kennedy Space Center, where you could store these things. Right. So Sawyer, I'm going to think, per SpaceX's schedule. Right. Keep in mind, I think this is more like what SpaceX wants to do, like, less what EJ wants to do. I mean, if I had my way, they'd be there now. But, that's, I want a toilet made out of gold, too. But that's just not in the cards now, is it? Right. So I'm saying that I'm thinking the summertime for when those vehicles get there. And then maybe we see a launch by the end of the year.
Ooh, I mean, huh.
Sorry, looks like we got the clock back real quick.
Yes, the clock is indeed running again on the SpaceX website. The TBD has been replaced, and it is counting down to the same clock that we have in the top left of our screen here of about 8 hours, 22 minutes exact. So,
Bam!
I mean, I think it's going to take a little bit longer than that. I'm going to implement Berger's Law here to what you said. So I'm going to go with fall and then the first launch in early 2027, like January, February timeframe. At least they now have vehicles to transport it. We have You'll Thank Me Later that is actually on its way over to the port of Brownsville currently, albeit not for a Starship vehicle, likely for pad infrastructure and tanks and stuff like that. But that is now on its way. Just read the instructions. The former Falcon 9 landing drone ship is actively being worked on. We expect that to be converted as well to a transport vessel to be able to bring things from Starbase to Cape Canaveral. So, I mean, the fact that we haven't seen Starship Flight 3 fly at all yet, or version 3 fly at all yet, I think that might be why it pushes a little bit. I think it's a lot going to depend on how today's flight goes. Once they prove that and shows that it works, maybe one more flight, and then they start sending the hardware over to Florida. So hopefully we see that very soon. But I think we will absolutely see a full stack in Florida before the end of the year, and I think we'll see launch early next year. By the way, that is You'll Thank Me Later with its recently installed canopy covering. So unfortunately, we won't really be able to see Starship as it's being transported. Totally wasn't planning on going with a photographer friend and taking a boat and going alongside it as it was coming. Totally wasn't doing that, and now have to change plans. But that is You'll Thank Me Later.
Temu edition.
Yep.
Hey, Sawyer, I have a question.
Yeah.
If I give a date for when I say I want something to happen and you Berger's Law me, is that like betting $1 and Price is Right? Did you just Price is Right me with spaceflight by invoking Berger's Law? Is that what just happened?
If you bet 350, I bet 351.
Oh, it is. Oh, how dare you.
Alex, what do you think? When do you think we'll see the first Starship vehicles arrive in Florida, and when do you think we'll see the first launch?
I think it's going to be late summer, early fall, or at least in fall time frame for delivery, and then launch, I think either way at the end of the year or next year, like early next year.
I mean, that seems to kind of be most of the consensus. But
you just did it too. Man.
Well, no, Alex is just agreeing with me.
Yeah, he did it too.
Well, at least he didn't bid like 352 if I bid 351 and you bid 350.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Joke's on all of us. We're all overbidding and we're going to have to rebid again.
That's the story of life, isn't it, with predicting timelines here?
It really is.
Never
Another
know.
thing that's unpredictable is the generous amounts of support that we've been getting here. Jerwa with a $100 super chat saying, you've heard of the 24-hour Le Mans? But shout out to SpaceX for inventing the 48 hours of Le Pad. I like that one. That was good. Thank you, Jerwa. Good to see your name. Thank you for the pun. Marek, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That it's awesome. If you got one of those gifted memberships, definitely make sure to give them a thank you. And also, Be sure to check out, once they go live, the members multi-view and the members behind the scenes, so you can see all the production side of things. And yeah, for the multi-view, see all of the cameras we have, because we have a lot of them out there. If you want to know what that's kind of like and you got a membership, just kind of check out the ones from yesterday so that you can get a vibe of what we'll be doing again later. Wilbo Baggins asking, who is up for the duration? Type me if so. I mean, it depends on how much you count the duration. I got it's like 3 hours of sleep-ish.
Oh, I was supposed to type it.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, they also don't have a microphone that we can hear for in chat. So otherwise, 8,000 people talking at the same time would be quite a lot.
You can't hear chat? I mean, yeah. Wouldn't be any different than what's going on in my. It wouldn't be any different than what's going on in my brain any other day. There's just a million things going on up there to the point it gets tiresome. That's why I like chat so much.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. There are doctors that can help you with that. Ron Smith, Starbase is starting to remind me of a real-time strategy game with a tech development tree. Somebody make that, please.
Oh,
I kind of get that.
I mean, Kerbal's kind of like that.
I guess.
I mean, there was a Kerbal save that I did a long time ago, guys, where I built the launch pads for the rockets to reuse them. So, like, I'd have boosters that go up, turn around, come back and land Falcon 9 style, and then I had to build I built all the cranes out of rocket parts and hydraulics to break over the boosters, bring them back to the pad, set them back onto the pad, and go. If you really want a challenge, do that in KSP. It is really, really, really difficult. Yeah.
Was that Condor?
Yes. Yeah. It's Falcon 9. I just picked another bird.
Which, by the way, if you don't know, EJ streams over on Twitch. You should totally go check him out. Twitch.tv/EJ_SA.
Thanks, man.
Ooh, here's a really good question. You're going to love this one, EJ. Carson Phillips asking, what happens first? Giga Bay in Florida? Or Starship in Cape? Or EJ comes back down to Starbase?
Who's Carson Phillips? I recognize that name. It sounds like an abandoner. Happens first. Giga Bay. I'm afraid to go back down to Starbase. The last time I went down there was 2 catastrophic failures. So I don't want to go down there.
Yeah.
Also, what's up, Carson? How you doing, buddy?
I will pay for EJ to stay home.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, I just shouldn't go anywhere. I just shouldn't go anywhere near that place, at all.
I'm sure Carson is also appreciating that you're staying home.
Yeah, Carson is also don't come here.
But, I mean, I guess if I had to go with the original part of the question, though, I think we'll see vehicles here before we see the Giga Bay complete. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up literally just storing them out at 39A. Just have them hanging out going, we're waiting or anything, because they don't really have anything in the VAB. They don't have a high bay for that. They don't have the Giga Bay ready yet. And even so, especially if you're just doing initial testing and things like that, I wouldn't be surprised if they just build a tent. We've seen SpaceX use tents before. Change it up. Asking, what is your reckless speculation for the land in Louisiana that SpaceX might buy?
Yes. I was thinking, I want. So I was speculating here, and this. Okay, we're gonna go reckless speculation. I'm thinking an end-to-end Starship complex. So another Star Factory over there, right? But Star Factory optimized, no Highway 4, right? Optimized to move starships quickly from the Star Factory to a Giga Bay to a launch pad, to a multi-launch pad complex. What I was thinking, Sawyer, is that the Louisiana complex to SpaceX is going to be what Complex 39 was to the Apollo program. They were figuring out Saturn at Complex 34, and then they figured out Saturn 1B at Complex 37, right? And then they built out the big complex for the big dogs, like a fully integrated facility, turning basin, VAB, transfer aisles, et cetera, the mobile launchers, crawlerway, double pads, and go from there. But I'm thinking SpaceX is probably going to need like 5 or 6 towers there at the very least. And once again, fellas, we're doing rapid and random speculation. The place is big enough to do that. You're going to need to dredge a lot of terrain, right? And you're going to need to mess with the water table a little bit because you're in the swamp, right? But that's no different than Boca. I'm thinking a fully integrated complex where steel goes in one side and rockets launch out the other side of this factory complex.
Ooh. I mean, yeah, you kind of need the production side of things. Of course, they're going to have to start making them at the Cape if they want to be able to launch them from the Cape. But is that one of those kind of transport pipelines that you get? Keep the production rate up by building them at every site and just shipping it where you need until they do point to point?
Yeah, I mean, Sawyer, you gotta go think like, all right, SpaceX has referenced bombers in World War II for the type of scale that they're looking at for production, right? Now, personally, I don't think they're going to hit the Willow Run record that was set by Ford making B-24s. They made like 10,000 B-24s in like 3 years. I really don't think that they're going to go anywhere near that. But you got to remember, like the U.S. built bombers all over the place for the scale that we needed for the war effort, right? Like take Boeing for instance. Boeing they were building B-29s. They built them in Washington and they built them in Kansas. Multiple facilities really, really makes a lot more sense in my mind when you can hop from one facility to another facility, right? When you can do that, that makes a lot more sense to me. If you look at like 747s too, I mean, 747s were made in Everett, Washington, at the big factory that's up there, but they had parts coming in from all over the place, right? Like 747s were made in other areas too, but I mean, it's mostly sub-assemblies, but maybe sometime down the road, some facilities are doing propulsion and maybe some facilities are doing tankage, right? You got to remember, like the other thing is that this Louisiana, I want to say Louisiana Purchase, but that was a couple hundred years ago. What is it? 223 years ago. I want to say that, but that was a different purchase, right? This whole Louisiana site has access to a heavy dock and an intercoastal, and it has access to the intercoastal, meaning you're open via the seas to all kinds of horizontal integration here. Not actually horizontal integration, but in the future, dude, yeah, Starbase might only make tiles or something, or tankage, and maybe the Louisiana facility does tankage and engines, right? Having multiple facilities isn't out of the norm here if you're aiming to go for the scale that SpaceX is going at.
Yeah. It's kind of wild, the production rate that they're going to need for this vehicle at the rate that they're going. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try and get that up and running as soon as possible. I don't think it's going to be that long for them to do it, and hopefully then we'll start to get a hint of what they're actually going to be doing. Again, we mentioning the Florida Star Factory a little bit. Progress on a Florida Star Factory.
Not yet, but they are building a gigabay. So they're first building the gigabay because that is where you can process your boosters and ships. They can have a roof to live under, right? It is a very nice place, and that it's sort of the whole idea that you will ship boosters and ships out to the Cape from Starbase, and then they have a place to live. They have a place where the engineers can access them. They can inspect them. They can prepare them for flight. That is the basis of that. The Star Factory itself can come later once they have sort of enough demand and also enough bandwidth right now, because they're doing so much at once that sometimes you kind of need the people and the bandwidth, basically, right, to be able to do all of that kind of work. And so that is something that may happen in the future. We've seen the paperwork for this notional sort of phase 2 of the North expansion of Robert Stroke. So what we're seeing here is a picture from Julia across the Indian River in Titusville of that gigabay. It's so big that you can basically see it for miles. That's how it goes basically, and that is at the Roberts Road facility in the Kennedy Space Center. That area has been basically managed by SpaceX since I think 2020, 2021. They've built their own hangars for Falcon operations, Dragon operations, Starlink operations. They now have a bakery as well for the tiles of Starship as well. And they have, of course, expanded to the north, and that is where that gigabay is being built right now. And it's sort of two phases of that expansion. They have the gigabay on the first phase. They're building that up. And then there's a second expansion where there's like instead of a 1 million square foot factory like the one at Starbase, is actually like 1.5 times larger. It's 1.5 million square feet of extension, at least according to the paperwork that they filed for that. So it's huge. It's even bigger than the one at Starbase that it's already built. So whenever they actually go ahead with that, there's going to be a really nice factory to go along with this gigabay. Again, it's not the priority. They have a lot of things in their plate, and in order to speed up launches, they're going to be shipping first the vehicles and storing them here in this gigabay before launch. In the future, they will actually have there a factory that rolls out, barrel sections and whatnot, and then you stack them in the base, you weld them and integrate everything together.
Also, shout out, as you mentioned, Julia Bergeron here at the team, continually updating. We call it the Battle of the Bays. So Julia taking a photo from the Florida side of things, and then our team over in Starbase, usually Colleen, taking the other side of the photo, showing the gigabay construction progress in Starbase. And I have to say, it's amazing. It seems like the progress at the Florida gigabay has surpassed the Starship gigabay. Although I guess a way to look at it is they already have, the megabays that they can work with here, whereas Florida has nothing. So they kind of need to build the other one pretty quick. Here, at least they have other buildings they can house vehicles in the meantime. But I will say, you mentioned how much more prominent it is, I guess, in the skyline there. If you ever go on a cruise out of Port Canaveral and you take the road towards the cruise port, you used to be going over one of these tall bridges and you would look over and it would just be the VAB staring at you. Like, oh, wow, there's the VAB. Now you see the gigabay before you see the VAB, partly because it's also further south, but still, it's that prominent that you notice that before you notice the VAB behind it, at least to me. Let's see here. Let me just thank some people real quick, and then we'll get to more of your questions. Tag is at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and it appears in the background here. It makes it easier for us to see those questions, because obviously when there's 8,000 of you joining us here, we want to make sure we can see all the questions coming in. Parsec, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Capcom and above, getting access to the NSF Discord. We will see you in there. Sergeant Vosh saying, chat may be generous, but NSF is generously sharing cameras, knowledge, puns, facts, theories, and entertainment. What is our confidence level with the pin fix? More hold roulette today for stage 0. I know you guys were talking a little bit about this earlier, but what is your confidence in that? Alex, I'll start with you and then EJ.
Okie dokie.
Well, they were actuating yesterday, so it should be fixed already. It seems like they had worked on that overnight, and then they were able to retract it and sort of put it in place back again. Yeah, it already works. We will have to see whether it's actually still working by the time lunchtime comes around in about 8 hours from now. But, it worked when they did the fix overnight. So hopefully, again, it still works maybe later today.
EJ?
I'm with Alex. Guys, hydraulic systems are pretty dang straightforward. If there's air in the lines, get the air out and go. I'm going to go ahead and guess, because this is a new system, there probably was a slight leak somewhere. And with hydraulic systems, if you have air in the lines, they rely on hydraulics not being compressible. right? And if air is in the line, it's compressible. That'll make it not work. And judging by the crews being out there and actually working on it and swinging it, like what Alex was saying, that tells me that it was a hardware problem, not necessarily the systems that control it, right? So yeah, I agree with Alex. If the pin is the big line item that they're looking through, yeah, that's probably fixed. But I mean, don't forget that they did have some other things that were causing holds too. So, I mean, I think it would be prudent to go and look to see, they had some issues with the diverter. Did we see anybody go down into the diverter last night? I don't know. I fell asleep.
Yeah, I don't know, Alex, if you saw that, or if we were all just trying to collapse and get ready for today again.
What exactly? Sorry.
If they saw anyone working down in the trench or near the deluge lines.
No, I did not see any of that. I did not really pay much attention to that in particular. They probably did their usual sweeps of the pad and whatnot. They might still be doing them for all we know. It's hard to know because it's a little bit far out there. But yeah, they might have done their sweeps, their sort of wall downs of the pad and looking at the systems and whatnot, looking at all of the different sensors and whatnot. That's normal for them to do.
And when you say sweeps, we're not talking about like, oh, they're looking around for things, they're sniffing things. No, they literally used to take brooms out and sweep underneath the launch mount on pad 1. Do they still do that with pad 2?
We have not seen that. It's a different design this time around, so maybe not.
But yeah, it wasn't just looking at things. They literally sweep underneath the orbital launch mount for pad 1 there. That was wild times. Space Gnome, sorry, I'm the Florida guy. I'm going to talk about Florida Starship. We'll talk about other things in a little bit, I promise. But Space Gnome was wondering, with as many types of Starship styles needing to be made, would it make sense that Texas builds Starlink starships, Florida builds HLS starships, and Louisiana does the rest? EJ, what do you think of that crazy idea?
I think that's a great idea. I know I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, it's just like a plane, but SpaceX is trying to nail that airline-like operation. And the different variants of Starship are like different variants of a plane. Like there's a 747 -F. So there's a freighter version of a 747 where the nose opens up. There's the passenger version of it. There's the VIP version of it, VC-25. Like there's all different variants of this. And, like 747s aren't the best example because most of them were made at Everett. But if you think of something like 767s, and then the KC-46s, right? There are different variants. Another difference could be like KC-10s versus MD-11s. Versus MD-11Fs, which are on their way out, which, hey, whatever. But I think that's a very good idea. I think that's a great idea. I think that's what's going to go down, to be honest with you. One of these things is just going to specialize. And you'll see kind of horizontal integration, but mostly vertical integration. Once again, Willow Run keeps popping into my mind, and I'm sitting here looking at pictures of it. Willow Run was a vertically integrated aircraft manufacturing facility that in Ypsilanti, Michigan, that was built by Ford. And they, like I said, they cranked out 10,000 B-24s in 3 years. They were rolling one off every couple of minutes at peak production during the height of the war, which is, I'm thinking, now, don't get me wrong, starships aren't going to be, I really hope they're not going to be used for the same purposes as B-24s. I want to go explore the stars, right? I think that's what everybody hopes for. But I think SpaceX is aspiring to do something like that. But different variants in different places, Sawyer? Absolutely.
Yeah. At this point, we keep talking about Florida Starship so much as we now pass under 8 hours to go until the opening of today's launch window. Might as well have Max kind of explain everything that's happening at Starship with some cool visuals made by some editor named Sawyer or something. I don't know. Let's take a look visually at where they're at with progress on the Space Coast.
While most attention has been focused here in Starbase, SpaceX is rapidly advancing major Starship infrastructure on Florida's Space Coast, and progress is only speeding up from here. We're covering the upgrades for Launch Complex 39A, the Space Launch Complex 37 build-out, and how Starship will initially be transported from Texas to Florida before local production is ready. So let's go ahead and dive in. First up, Historic Launch Complex 39A. This historic complex, used for the Apollo program, the Space Shuttle, and also supporting Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, is being partially converted into a Starship launch site. SpaceX has taken a very methodical approach here, using Starbase as a development testbed before scaling designs to Florida. Now, that experience is being directly applied from Starbase. Progress at 39A is advancing, but not quite finished yet. The tank farm is nearly complete, with only minor hardware still missing. Nearby, work continues on the deluge farm and plumbing for the DSS and FireX systems beneath the launch mount. Some early system tests have already been seen on our live cameras, showing integration is well underway. The launch tower still needs its roof and protective cladding to shield systems and support future booster catches. The chopsticks also have some work left to be done. Cable reeving and stabilization hardware still need installation, all before we can even see them move up and down the tower freely. At the pad itself, the flame trench is coming along very well. Installation is continuing on the 20 hold-down clamps and their protective covers on the launch mount. The booster quick disconnect systems still require final plumbing and shielding, and major groundwork continues around the site. Overall, Launch Complex 39A is close, but still has several major integration steps left before Starship operations can begin here. Overall, it's about 5 to 6 months behind Pad 2 here in Starbase. Next is Space Launch Complex 37. This site previously supported Saturn 1 and 1B launches during the Apollo program, and later the Delta IV family of rockets for ULA. Now, SpaceX plans to transform the entire site into a Starship launch complex, featuring 2 distinct pads. This site is earlier in development compared to 39A, but progress is also moving quickly. The first launch tower base is already mostly assembled, while construction of the flame trench foundation is moving fast. Work has also begun on the vehicle lift station right beside it. Early tank farm and deluge farm foundations are also forming. These 2 sites could potentially support both pads. The very first tower segments are already staged on site, waiting to be stacked with the already assembled tower base using the massive LR-13000 crawler crane. At Roberts Road, SpaceX is building chopsticks, carriage systems, and the water-cooled steel plate top deck sections for the next launch mount. Still missing are the lower and mid launch mount sections and flame diverter hardware. But given the current pace, those are likely coming soon. Now for the bigger picture. Launch cadence. SpaceX's early Florida plan targets up to 120 Starship launches per year, 44 from LC-39A and 76 from Space Launch Complex 37. That's just the beginning. If Starship is to support Mars missions, Starlink expansion, lunar operations, and future large-scale AI infrastructure projects, launch rates could increase even farther than that. To enable this, SpaceX plans to build an air separation unit and liquefaction plant at each site to produce liquid oxygen, methane, nitrogen, and argon directly on site, essential commodities for rapid turnaround operations. Now let's talk logistics, and more keenly, vehicles, because launch pads are only useful if there are vehicles available to utilize them. At Roberts Road, SpaceX is building Florida's Gigabay for stacking and processing of Starship's boosters and ship upper stages for flight. However, a full Star Factory in Florida has yet to begin construction, so initial vehicle supply will come from Starbase. To bridge that gap, completed Starship vehicles will be transported horizontally from Texas to Florida using 2 barges. Marmac 31, aka You'll Thank Me Later, and the Just Read the Instructions drone ship formerly used for Falcon 9 operations. This has been confirmed by SpaceX themselves and their VP of launch, Kiko Donchev. Preparations are already underway. Just Read the Instructions is currently at Port Canaveral, where equipment is being removed ahead of modifications for Starship transport operations. You'll Thank Me Later is also at Port Canaveral and is now sporting a protective canopy following modifications at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Breakover systems to rotate Starships horizontally and their transport hardware is believed to be under assembly here at the Sanchez lot in Starbase. One remaining unknown, though, is where final breakover operations will occur before Florida's Gigabay is ready. But with the program's first targeted Florida launch aiming for later this year, we may find out soon enough. So while Starbase is still dominating the headlines here, Florida is quickly becoming just as critical to Starship's future. Once production ramps up at Roberts Road, Florida will become one of, if not the busiest Starship launch hub in the world. But there is still a lot left to build, and of course, timelines can shift. But progress so far is undeniably fast.
Max Evans with the update there. Thank you very much. And just because of how quick SpaceX moves in the 3 days since that video was finished, as we mentioned, You'll Thank Me Later is currently on its way to Starbase, or at least the port of Brownsville there. So that's the only thing I have to update because things happen in real time and they happen fast. But still amazing to see the progress there. So for those just joining us now, as we are under 8 hours to go till the opening of today's launch window, SpaceX is indeed counting down to the second attempt of the 12th flight of Starship and the first of V3, as well as the first launch from this new launch pad, Pad 2 in Starbase. We did have the issues yesterday, multiple different issues, but a lot of it relating to that SQD arm, the ship quick disconnect, and the one Elon posting about. The final one, I would say the nail in the coffin, but I guess it was the pin in the SQD that didn't retract when it was supposed to there. So right now, though, it appears that they worked on that overnight, and everything continues to proceed towards a launch. This is indeed, just like yesterday, a 90-minute launch window. So if something happens, they have plenty of time to work through it, as we saw yesterday, where they initially went 60 minutes into that 90-minute launch window, and then were able to hold for about 10 or 15 minutes while they tried to figure that out. So while we're talking about that hold, Alex, they had what, about 15 minutes of hold time, it seemed like yesterday? Because that was the first time we've seen them hold on a launch day.
Felt a little bit less than that, probably because they're a little bit more constraining how much the propellant can warm up. So to explain, since we're on the stakeout, I'm gonna do a long answer. How about that? So
go for it.
We still have a little bit under 8 hours to go, so we have plenty of time. So the whole reason why they can hold with Starship instead of with Falcon 9, Falcon 9 is a small rocket. They densify the propellants, right, for both Falcon 9 and Starship. And densifying the propellant means they make them colder. They make them colder because fluids, unlike water is sort of the really bad example of this, because water, depending on which side of the temperature scale you are, if you cool it down, it actually turns into less dense fluid, and then when you turn it into ice, it actually bulges out and becomes even less dense, and that's why sort of ice blocks sort of float in the ocean and things like that, icebergs and all that. But generally, every other kind of liquid, except for a couple more exceptions, when you cool them down, they get denser. And getting denser means in the same amount of volume, you can fit more of the thing. You can fit more mass, basically. So what happens here is, if you were to compare this to a plane, is sort of as if you got an extra tank of fuel on your plane that has zero volume, right? It doesn't fit anywhere or anything like that. Like, you're getting extra fuel on your plane with no extra cost. The only thing that you need to do is just densify that propellant, and they do that by subcooling, by cooling down those propellants. So the problem is, if they were to wait for too long on the pad with those propellants on board of the rocket, they will warm up, and as they warm up, they lose that density, and so that means you're carrying less propellant, and therefore the rocket carries less payload to orbit. It has less performance, right? In the case of the example that I gave, with, like, you have extra fuel on your plane with no extra tanks, that's a miracle. Every aviation company out there will pay you if you were to fit more fuel on your plane without having an extra tank. It will probably be Nobel Prize sort of thing even. Because they really like their performance and having more fuel margins and things like that, and having you cramped into a very small seat. That's the sort of thing. But now imagine you are a Starlink satellite inside of that pest dispenser. I think we can relate all with that kind of tight fit inside of a vessel like this. And so that is key for them to be able to carry as much payload as they do. That gain in performance can be up to 20%. And that can be the difference between having a fully reusable rocket or having to dump the booster every single flight. Basically, those 33 Raptor engines will have to be dumped otherwise if you were to fly the same payload performance. And so this is why it's important for them to check on those temperatures. But Starship is big. it takes a while for that propellant to warm up. So they have a few minutes of leeway there, of margins, where yes, it might warm up, but it might not warm up enough for them to lose a lot of performance. They have some window, if you will, of those temperatures to occur. And so that is exactly what they were looking at yesterday. Dan Hewitt from SpaceX was explaining that as they were holding the count, they were looking at the temperatures, looking at their simulations, and whether they could hold for a little bit longer with the different temperatures that they were looking at on their sensors. And so that is why they have that hold opportunity for Starship that we do not see on Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is way smaller. It's got less than 10% the propellant mass of Starship, so it's a lot smaller. It's much easier for that propellant to warm up rather quickly. And so there's no margin there. There's no hold opportunities. Starship is a whole different beast, and that's why it can hold. But as we were saying, with a much more perfected, so to speak, flight, where you've got new booster, new ship, much increased performance. Now they're probably looking for much more performance on this vehicle. The window of opportunity for that hold sort of tightens, and it seems more like it's like 7 or 8 minutes instead now than the 10 to 15 minutes from before. And this is why it was a little bit shorter this time around than we saw for previous versions. But that's a long answer. I hope you liked it.
Oh man, that was a good nap. Thank you, Alex. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, like you said, if anyone can figure that out, you got a Nobel Prize in your future.
Yeah, imagine if you got 20% off on your planes, right? Of performance gain. Boeing will be jumping all over the place. All of the airlines out there will be amazed by that. They will be amazed, rocket style. Right? Yeah, and so you get it for free on. I mean, not for free. You still have to subcool the propellants, and it takes a while. But just like that, you get 20% performance boost. How about that?
I mean, that would be amazing. Could you imagine if all the video editing that Ryan Caton and Thomas and I could do if we had a 20% boost in productivity? Jeez.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Mr. Bozo is asking while we're talking about the pin. EJ, can you explain the importance of the hydraulic pin that was stuck that scrubbed the launch? What does this pin do?
So it holds the arm in place. If you look about halfway up the tower, you see some kind of bulging off the right of the tower. That's the ship quick disconnect, or SQD. When that thing is in the closed position, they lock it. And the reason why they lock it is because you're going to move propellants and stuff through it. You don't want that thing swinging around, especially when it has the fuel and oxidizer lines going into the ship. If you look at this shot here, just to the right of Starship's aft flap, relative from our position, you could see all the pipes and all the what they're called commodity lines that go into Starship. You don't want this thing moving when you're going to fuel. And I know what people are going to think, like, man, it's going to sway around a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. But think about this, guys. They loaded this thing up in 35 minutes yesterday, fully fueled, from nothing to fully fueled in about a half hour. A little over a half hour. There is an insane amount of propellants flowing through those lines. You do not want any deflection there. You don't want that thing moving around at all. So they have locking pins that hold it. They basically latch it into the hold position. The locking pins go vertical. They're going up and down instead of like left, right. The locking pin exactly is kind of behind this camera shot. It's kind of behind the tower in this shot. And what that pin does is hold it in place. Now, they retract it because the ship quick disconnect arm has to swing out of the way. That arm, if it looks like it's kind of wrapping around the tower, well, it's because it is. You can't have it on the front side of the tower because the chopsticks will get in, it'll impede the chopsticks and the carriage from going up and down. Can't have that. So the hinge for the ship quick disconnect is actually on the back of the tower, right? And it swings out of the way with a hydraulic arm. I had said it was electrical before, but that system is actually still hydraulic. It's the chopsticks that have electric actuators. Those are the things that pick up Starship and Super Heavy and put them on the pad and also catch them eventually, right? but that pin is used to hold that arm in place so it doesn't move around during fueling. You need to retract that pin with the hydraulic system to get it to move out of the way. And you need a hydraulic ram to swing that arm out of the way, because you don't want the arm there when Starship goes to launch. You know, like worst case scenario here, if it doesn't go and Starship launches, it hits it and that's game over. You know, best case scenario, right? Starship misses it, and the 33 engines, when they fly by that ship quick disconnect, absolutely roast the thing. And I don't think SpaceX is looking to damage their brand new pad, right? So that one pin hosed the entire thing. I mean, we don't know if that was the only problem for sure. Like, we don't know if it was going to, you know, the hold was going to flag other things, but that was the one that ultimately got them yesterday. But yeah, it's you know, if you want a little bit of specs on the pin, it's about, I don't know, like 4 to 5 inches in diameter. And yeah, it's actuated on a hydraulic ram, so it goes up and down. It's pretty beefy because you need a lot of material to hold, you need a lot of pin to hold that arm in place. But yeah, there you go. I mean, Alex is gonna give a long answer. I'm gonna give a long answer. Let's go.
That's why we are here.
You say let's go, but soon it will be let's not go, as you can see the first sheriff's vehicle there arriving at one of the roadblock sites. So the tanker's still going through. Some employees obviously still going through. It's not fully closed yet, but you can see them setting up in preparation for it.
Guy's a legend. Sorry.
You know who else are legends? The people that help support us here at NSF. Right? Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Drunar, 13.5-hour shift today. Great day for another NSF marathon launch stream. Go SpaceX, go NSF, go coffee.
Let's go. Need plenty of that.
CJ, thank you very much for the support there. And then Sebo Kaji, I believe, saying Battlestar Galactica theme intensifies.
So say we all.
One thing that I found interesting yesterday, and I want to talk about this for a moment, because you mentioned coffee, and now for some reason I'm thinking hot dogs. Also, Alice yesterday was saying they should have been called the Monster Dogs instead of Dodger Dogs, but we got to talk about the Starlink satellites, which turns out are just modified V2 minis that sounds like are kind of just extended into a longer version of a hot dog kind of deal. EJ, can you kind of explain what they meant by the Dodger Dogs for people who might not be sports or baseball fans?
Okay, so the Starlink satellites are flat packed, right? And they have like two. What's the right way to say this? The Starship satellite essentially looks, the Starlink satellite essentially looks like a hot dog bun. Like it's just a hot dog bun if you like opened it up and flattened it, right? So I believe they're calling these things danger dogs because in order to adapt a V2 mini satellite to work with Starship, because Starship has a bigger diameter than Falcon 9's fairing. Falcon 9's fairing is a 5.4 meter diameter, if I'm remembering. Starship's payload bay Starship's a 9 meter diameter, and the payload bay is approaching probably, I'd say 8, somewhere in there. They put a huge crossbar to be able to have the V2 mini work with a dispenser, and that crossbar goes through the center of the satellite, so it looks like a hot dog in a bun, right? I don't know if that's like the best way to describe that. Like, you know, but yeah, they hot rodded a V2 mini satellite to work with Starlink's dispenser, which is actually, I thought that was super neat. That was really cool.
Also, I heard it as Dodger Dog, not Danger Dog.
Oh yeah, Dodger Dogs. Yeah, more coffee is needed. I'll be right back.
As in the extra long hot dogs that they have at the Dodgers Stadium for those games. You know, if you ever had a hot dog, there's normal hot dogs that you're used to having. These are extended. So I wouldn't be surprised if these V2 minis are extended a bit or slightly longer, just like the Dodger Dogs. Although, again, I don't know if EJ's listening while getting his coffee or not, but...
Still here. I have a coffee machine on my desk. I'm not even kidding.
Alice yesterday was saying it should be a monster dog because of Boston.
A monster dog? No. It's a monster dog, dude. All right. Actually,
I like
we
the
don't.
ones at Yankee Stadium. Okay.
Yeah, of course you do. Actually, it's not even called a monster dog. They're called Fenway Franks. Okay.
Well, that was what Alice said. Although her husband is the fan, not her. So.
Wait, she called them a monster dog?
Yes, she did.
No, they're Fenway Franks, dude. What do the Yankees call it? What is it? Like a Yankee wiener or something?
They call it a hot dog.
Why would you call it that?
I mean, I'm going to a Marlins game this weekend. I'll have to see what they call it there and see if there's any comparison to the satellites that will hopefully be deployed 7.5 hours from now.
That's the...
There's Ryan with the telestrator. Really, Alice? It was a monster? Alice is in the back channel. It was a monster last time you were at Fenway. Huh. I've never heard it called that.
When you and I were there, EJ, it was the Fenway Frank.
Yeah, that's weird.
But yeah,
weird.
Also the monster dog, I'm guessing because of the green monster, the wall.
Yeah. Interesting. Also, I don't think you guys, Sawyer, I don't think at Yankee Stadium you call them hot dogs. You call them hot dogs, right?
Oh yeah, it's a hot dog. Exactly.
Like I'm a freaking hot dog, dude.
We don't emphasize that much, but yeah, it's a hot dog. It's a dog. Yeah.
Yeah, the dogs. You gotta get the dogs. You put it in the bun. You put it in your mouth, right? Like that's how it works.
We need Chris Bergen back here now to do the his version of the accent with it. But yeah, so if you're wondering why it's called that, thank you for the illustration on there.
Did he call it a sausage?
Yeah, because it's in the bar that goes out to the pest dispenser.
But it's the sausage isn't a hot dog though.
Oh, come on.
No, here we go. But
sorry, I'm not doing it.
We've got 7.5 hours to kind of joke around still here, so that's why we're doing that.
The familiar phrase as well there, but anyways.
Alexander, those are the ones out on the street. Those are the dirty water dogs. I don't know if those are dirty water dogs technically in Yankee Stadium, but yes, if you were to get a hot dog on one of those carts on the side of the sidewalk in New York City, we do call it dirty water dogs. And I'm sure you can guess why. Anyway.
Love that dirty water.
Dirty water, Boston, you're my home.
Oh, look at you. Look at you.
I may not be a Red Sox fan, but I at least know the songs and everything related to it.
Yeah, know your enemy. I get it.
Exactly. Let's get to more questions here. Ron Smith was wondering, I wonder if Boca Chica, Louisiana, and Florida could serve as backup landing sites like we saw for the shuttle landings. I know we talk all the time about, could they potentially do, Could they potentially do a launch from Starbase and have it caught in Florida? Do you think this could be like a triple site kind of turning around thing, Alex?
I mean, sure, especially for the ship, right? Because for the definitely not for the booster, but the ship can probably use the different sites and everything to be able to be caught and land at different locations. We were talking about this yesterday, in fact, EJ. Remember that we were sort of talking if for whatever reason one of the towers is disabled or something like that, like the worst happens to a pad or something, you might be able to return to another place anyways, because they're gonna have multiple different locations. They have Starbase, they have Florida, in the future Louisiana, and so you'll have, and every single site will have multiple different towers, multiple different launch pads, and so that is really, really nice for whatever kind of future they might imagine. Definitely gives a lot of flexibility to be able to land anywhere in any of those places.
Now, Alex, I want to build off that a little bit more. We were kind of speculating, and the question was to give us some wild speculation that like Boca Chica might be Starlink starships in the future, Louisiana might be human rated starships, right? And then maybe the Cape makes HLS or something. Do you think it is possible that we would get ferry flights? So think point to point starship, right? But launching off of, I'm not going to say like a suborbital pad, but you know, some type of thing where you just put the ship up, you tee it off, and you just do a suborbital trajectory. And SpaceX is just tossing around starships around the Gulf between Florida. Obviously, it won't work with HLS, but between like Florida, Louisiana, and Texas.
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting idea. I mean,
yeah, I was thinking like you have something like Massey's, right? But just let it go, and then just oh, we need a Starlink one down the Cape, or oh, we need a passenger one at Boca Chica. Just just hop them around, just when hops.
I mean, that would be a nightmare for dealing with air traffic in the area. So yeah, if you're planning on flying from Florida to Starbase, good luck dodging starships. But yeah, I mean, we kind of mentioned it a little bit before while we were talking about the Cape stuff, but this whole Louisiana thing, I'm still confused as to exactly what they would need to do with it. So Alex, what do you think are the benefits of starting from scratch with a site in Louisiana? I don't know if Alex heard the question or not.
I'm trying to process because, I mean, there is a lot to build there. It's way bigger. We're talking about about it being like something like a handful of starbases, sort of area. They could do so many things there, but it'll take a while. It'll take a really long while. Where I was talking about bandwidth before, you can do so much, right? Even with SpaceX being such a huge company nowadays, it still takes a while for things to be built, because you have to focus your resources. And so right now, obviously, they're focusing on version 3 and this launch, and also getting Florida online and things like that. As they take down the different items in their list of the very, very long list of things that they want to do, Louisiana will come at some point, and then we'll see all of those things happen, right? But yeah, I don't know, man.
Here's an interesting question that I just saw in chat. Will Wilson was wondering, would Louisiana be able to allow for polar launches? Because, I mean, technically, you can launch polar from Florida as is with the Southern Polar Launch Corridor, but you do have to do a little bit of a dog leg so that you don't go over Miami and Cuba and all of that. But what do you think, EJ?
Alex was talking about this earlier. 100%. I mean, that Louisiana launch site is going to afford you an azimuth probably from 135 all the way to about, I don't know, Alex, what would you say? You could go southwest out of there. You could do sun synchronous. So I'm thinking like 135 to like 190 on the compass. So like, just for context here, flight azimuth, right, is the direction that the rocket heads relative to a compass at liftoff. And different azimuths are going to get you different inclinations. Inclinations are the difference in angle between your orbit's orbital plane and the celestial body that you're orbiting around's equatorial plane. So the ISS, for instance, its orbital plane is 51.6 degrees inclined to Earth's equatorial plane. I know it's early for talking orbital mechanics, but a launch site like that, you could easily get. You could probably, dare I say it, you could probably get to ISS orbit if you did a dog leg. You could definitely get to Starlink orbits. You could definitely do sun synchronous. Absolutely. All day. And night. If SpaceX has.
And you can, in theory, also thread the needle between Mexico and Cuba, sort of like today's flight. The difference is, of course, if you launch from Louisiana, then you achieve a much higher inclination. And I think in that case, you can get to something like in the order of 50 something degrees from there. Very similar to the ISS orbit. So it's rather nice that, if even if you just take all water, right, as your downrange area, you still have a really nice and interesting sort of orbit, because they also launch a lot of Starlinks to that sort of orbit. So Louisiana can also work as well for Starlink launches.
I mean, more launch sites, more better, I guess, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm out here on Google Earth now, and like, once again, you guys can't see this, and I'm just using Google Earth to try and look at flight azimuths, dude. You can. It's not even 135. They could launch with an azimuth of like 115 out of Louisiana, and you could make you could fly over Key West, and what you guys are saying. So like the azimuth probably would go from 115, I'd say, to about 197. So yeah, anywhere from the ISS orbit to sun synchronous you could get. And if you doglegged, you could probably do even lower inclinations. It's actually a pretty good launch site. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a pretty good spot.
And I saw someone asking earlier, well, why are they building it somewhere that is very prone to flooding and hurricanes and things like that? I mean, they have another site that's also very prone to hurricanes over in Florida, but a lot of it, as we're talking about here, just has to do with where you can launch from. And many times the best place you can launch, at least from in the United States, towards equatorial or towards polar, things like that, is the southern part of the U.S., especially along the water, which are the parts that tend to get hit by storms the most. So it's something, if you want the best shot at getting to orbit with the least amount of resistance and the least amount of inclination changes needed while in space, you kind of have to go along the water.
Yeah, I mean, Sawyer, the other thing is, yeah, water is not where people are necessarily. You know, that's probably for the better. You know,
and then you also get hazard areas specifically where they try and keep people out. So, for example, this is the one for Starbase here for today's flight, which is different from the previous trajectory that went near Florida. And then the splashdown, by the way, for those wondering, if we go all the way around past Madagascar, right near Australia, that is the re-entry hazard area. Again, like you pointed out, not a lot of people in water. So it makes it less likely that if something doesn't burn up or if something breaks apart and has issues, that it doesn't land on people or, say, the Turks and Caicos. I mean, what?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we're trying to avoid here. Yeah, that's probably for the better with rockets.
Oh, yeah.
They are absurdly loud. Like, we're not talking like, oh, you know, sorry, we'll go back to New York City. Like, oh, Newark, it's right there. Like, you know, oh, it's loud from time to... No. Rockets are way louder than airplanes. You do not want to be near them when they go off.
I'm sorry, did you say let's go to Newark?
Yeah, you know what? Second thought, let's not go to Newark. It's just a silly place.
The person saying water is not where people are. Florida beaches. Yeah, haha.
The beaches aren't sand isn't water. Last time I checked, man.
But here's an interesting thought then from OMG Rockets, and Alex, I'm going to throw this one to you. With all the benefits of Louisiana, why didn't they build Starbase there instead of Texas?
Well, for this, we need to go back to the 2010s. It's a long time ago, right? Yeah, SpaceX, when they started basically being a company back in 2002, 2003, they obviously went looking for launch pads. They first started at Vandenberg at Space Launch Complex 3 West. And hello, range helicopter. Speaking of SpaceX starting, definitely a long way to go. They probably didn't afford helicopters back then. So yeah, they started at Vandenberg. They were sort of kicked out by all defense contractors because they didn't want to have a very new company with new rockets and things like that. So they had to go to the Omelek Island in Kwajalein Atoll. I think I pronounced that correct.
You got it,
hopefully.
Dude.
Yep. All right. Out in the Pacific Ocean, and in the meantime, they sort of also tried to get Space Launch Complex 40 from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, at the time Air Force Station. They got that. They were able to also get, finally at Vandenberg, Space Launch Complex 4 East. And at around the same time that they got Space Launch Complex 4 East, they were looking for a third launch pad. And at the time, the launch market was heavily sided with GTO ComSats. Basically, communication satellites that you need to launch into a geostationary transfer orbit. They go and place themselves in this 24-hour period orbit, and they're always fixed up in the sky. You don't need any steerable antennas, no phased array or anything like that, right? Like we have now with Starlink. Way different times back in the day. So the majority of all the launches that they were expecting was going to be something like that. So they were looking for a commercial site, a site that was close to the equator, because GTO launches benefit a lot from being close to the equator. There's this whole thing that every single launch benefits from being close to the equator. That is not true. Certain launches are actually beneficial if you launch them more on polar areas like Alaska or things like that. Going back to my point here is that they were looking for that sort of place. They searched for different locations between Puerto Rico, Georgia, and Texas, and they went to Texas. And this is why they started here in this place for that. That was the original purpose, to have a fully commercial Falcon 9/Falcon Heavy launch site that they could launch from in order to be able to go to GTO. Now, there's also the point that, ironically, or rather fortunately for SpaceX, it's also very beneficial to go to Mars to be close to the equator, because you want to be in a sort of low inclination orbit, and you get a boost also from the Earth's rotation. So you can have more payload. You are in a low inclination orbit, which means you're more prone to be in the good orientation for your planetary windows and things like that for longer. And so it also served as a great location for their future to also launch their, at the time, Mars Colonial Transporter. And so Starbase at the time, Boca Chica, it was basically branded as a commercial Falcon 9/Falcon Heavy launch site for GTO missions, and a future site for their MCT, the Mars Colonial Transporter. Over time, they did not develop that commercial Falcon 9 launch site, because they were able to lease the Launch Complex 39A pad at the Kennedy Space Center from NASA. And so they dedicated that to Crew, to Falcon Heavy, and they were able to then basically have an extra launch pad without needing the commercial one. For a while, they were still filing paperwork for a Falcon 9 launch pad in Texas, basically. And so they were sort of putting that in the back burner as, maybe we do this in the future, we don't know yet. By the time they were actually with a good enough cadence of Falcon 9 that they might have needed it, the GTO ComSat market dropped. It was no longer a thing, and they actually were pivoting very rapidly into Starlink. That's LEO satellites, low Earth orbit. You can launch from everywhere. You can launch from Vandenberg, you can launch from Florida. You don't need to be necessarily close to the equator. Therefore, Boca Chica no longer is where you need really a Falcon 9 launch pad. It turned all into that MCT, that Mars Colonial Transporter vehicle that is now Starship. So that's why they started in Texas rather than Louisiana or anything like that. Louisiana will not have been a very good place for that sort of thing, because you will have to overfly people if you were to go equatorial, basically. There you go. That's a long answer. It took the time for this thing to take off.
It took the entire length of a helicopter landing, switching crew, and taking off again in that one answer. Which, I mean, that's an important point while we're talking about the helicopter and things like that. Like you said, they want a fully private spaceport, which they now have here. And EJ, that includes the range. So all the range helicopters and everything. This isn't like the Coast Guard. This isn't the 45th Space Wing. This is all private by SpaceX, right?
Yeah, these are all these helicopters. What these copters are doing, guys, is just they're patrolling the pad perimeter. Make sure there's nobody around. You do not want people near this thing when it goes. We didn't see some action yesterday, but when this thing goes today, and I have a good feeling, so we'll see. When it goes today, you're going to see that this booster is violent coming off the pad. Just by looking at that static fire, Sawyer, that we saw the other day, oh my word. You do not want to be near this thing when it goes off.
Oh my goodness, yeah. It is going to be wild. But it's all about safety too, and same with the, hazard zones and keep out areas. In case something catastrophic happens, which of course we don't want, but if it does, you have to be prepared for it and be prepared to keep people safe. And that's part of the reason they have these keep out areas, why they have the road closures. And I'm sure they'll change over time. Like, same thing with when we saw the ones for Slick 37 and 39A. The blast danger area that they have for those is absolutely massive to start, but I'm sure over time that will shrink. We've seen that with Falcon as well, or Falcon Heavy especially, where it was a larger blast danger area, but as it flew more and they learned how the vehicle is and were able to understand the risks associated with it, it shrunk to the point where you actually can occasionally have the beach open over at Playa Linda to see a Falcon Heavy launch, whereas originally part of that area, if I recall, was closed off. Right, Alex? That's something that they can do over time, is change the blast danger area.
Yeah, they could shrink it eventually if they are more confident in the rocket itself. But obviously, there's a limit to how much you can shrink it. And so that's like, there's a point where, yeah, it might, it's what, if for anybody that knows maths, it's sort of like asymptotic behavior, where it's like, yeah, you get smaller and smaller and smaller, but at some point there's a limit. You cannot get any smaller than that, and that's your limit, right? And so that's basically what will happen over time. Yes, it might shrink a little, but there's a point where it's like, no go. We're not shrinking anymore. Falcon 9 launches have probably already reached that, where after more than 600 launches, they are at a point where the blast danger area is more like a mile or so. It's not really that huge. It's very small in comparison. I've seen people from the ULA pads, for example, watching these things. It's like little over a mile away, and so it's really, really, but still, is a distance that you have to clear.
Yeah. I mean, we have been fortunate as media, thanks to the Space Force, been able to watch the launch from about 2-ish miles away, a tiny bit over or under, depending on which side of the road you're on there. So you can get pretty close. They let us get pretty close, and of course they let certain employees get even closer. Just like we were talking about there with the roadblocks, you saw when they're letting people get closer or not. Of course, still allowing all of these tanker trucks to line up and finish loading up the tank farm here. They still have a little while before all this has to clear out, right? I mean, we've seen them, with tanker trucks still 4 or 3 hours before, Alex?
Yeah, yesterday they were still letting trucks until somewhere around T-3 hours or so. I think even down to T-2.5 hours in the countdown. So yeah, it was very much down to the wire.
Whatever you got to do to load her up. It's so cool to see that. What's also cool is to see the support queue filling up. So let me make sure I thank some people from here. Iwalja with the 20 euros saying thank you for the facts, info, streams. I love it. Also, wow, the close-up of the quick disconnect arm really emphasizes the scale of Starship. Yeah. As Elon said in his technical update that one time, Starship is big. Let's see here. Alex, are we, is there a text message I'm hearing that came in about the beach?
Yeah, the beach is now closed. That is the official beach closure text. Right on time, because the closure for today was supposed to open at 10 a.m. We saw the roadblock actually being set up a little bit earlier than that, pre-positioning the vehicles and whatnot. Of course, as we count down and get closer to T0, it's not all at once, right? They're still clearing the beach, they're still clearing the pad, they're still doing their sweeps and everything, trying to make sure that nobody's in range. That is a very important thing for today's launch to happen on time and not endanger anybody. And so we'll see more and more cars leave over time. They'll eventually go away. We'll be left basically with just the tanker trucks and a couple more trucks from employees and whatnot. But we can see there one of those security cars already placed in the roadblock. This is one of the 3 or at least main 3 roadblocks that are located along Highway 4. We were talking about this earlier as well. That is the one at the Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard in the Boca Chica Village. That intersection with Highway 4, that is where it's sort of like the last time before you can turn around and sort of go into other roads and things like that before the launch site. Because after that, there's no more intersections, there's nothing else. It's just you go all the way down to the launch site. That is where the roadblock is located. You can see the stretch of road there all the way to the launch pad. Once we get closer to the launch, this roadblock will move up to that alternate closure point. It's like a right outside of the blast danger area. There's the one here at Richardson Avenue, the one that we're showing on the right-hand side. And then there's one that is sort of called the soft roadblock right at the intersection between Highway 4 and Oklahoma Avenue. That one is, as if you will, the last portion of Brownsville connected to the access to this beach, to the Starbase area. And so that is the soft roadblock where, regular population is not let through. Normally, you have to own property beyond that, or basically, if you have a pass from somebody or something like that, you're usually let in. But regular people, they are not let in. SpaceX employees, of course, they do go in. Law enforcement officials. The other roadblock, the one that we're seeing on the right, that is usually only law enforcement and SpaceX officials. And then, of course, the one for the launch pad, it's just SpaceX and law enforcement again. And there's a point, as I said, where it's not even that. They have to clear the area at all. It's yes or yes. You have to clear, no matter who you are.
Also, I appreciate in the other roadblock, despite the beach being closed and them sending all these tanker trucks in to load up all the propellants and everything into the tank farm, they're still doing the landscaping. You can still see the person that was out there with the weed whacker trimming the area around the road. So
what is he trimming? There's only dirt there. I don't understand.
There's
trimming the dirt.
Patch of grass, it looks like, by the sign.
Isn't that what a shower is? Trimming the dirt.
I've never.
I was trying to make a joke about moving dirt off you.
Yeah, I get it.
Matt.
I got it. I ain't laughing, but I got it.
Glad you get it. Alan getting some stuff from the shop saying, "Keep going, guys." I don't know if it was intentionally spelled this way or not, but coffee is a must. I don't know if it's meant to be like coffee, like the New York way, the coffee, but
coffee, dude.
Oh my god. Anyway, Ego deal, Starship Stakeout. I'll have medium rare, please. Nice.
And if they want their steaks well done, we ask them politely but firmly to leave.
I love King of the Hill. Can't wait for the new season again. Rick Thor saying Louisiana is perfect for polar/sun synchronous launches for the 1 million computer satellites Elon has proposed for SpaceX's space-based computer constellation.
So, Sawyer, I was futzing around here with Google Earth a little bit more, and I was saying earlier that, where there are in Vermilion Parish on Pecan Island is one of the southernmost points of Louisiana. The only thing that's more south is Port Fourchon, right? And that Port Fourchon is basically it looks like Venice, but it's like an industrial Venice because it's a port on the Gulf for oil rig tenders. So it's supporting the oil and gas industry, right? And I was looking at this, and if you could overfly Port Fourchon, right, coming out of their launch site, you can hit azimuths close to 90 to 95 degree flight azimuth if you can overfly Port Fourchon out of their SpaceX's Louisiana supposed Louisiana launch site. It's not, dude, that is almost as much like an azimuth range that's on par with like Kennedy Space Center. It's pretty crazy. That is, I never really noticed that you could absolutely fly out of there. But once again, it's overflying Port Fourchon, which is a huge facility to support the oil and gas industry. So I'm not sure if that's going to be cool, but if they could, you could potentially even get to probably like a 95 degree azimuth. So almost, what's the north latitude on this launch site? So 29 degrees north latitude. So you could get into it's low of inclination with a dog leg is like 29 degrees. Maybe even something on par with Kennedy Space Center if you launched southeast first and then dog-legged around Port Fourchon, right? You could absolutely match orbits going out of Kennedy Space Center, which is pretty crazy to me. I didn't even realize it. I'm sitting here looking at it now. I'm like, oh, okay. It's pretty smart.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Ethereal Swordsman, what are the towers for? Wait, why are there only two? And did they get fat? Maybe they need to put less locks on their boring donuts. I mean, bagels. I like it. Yes. The two towers, aka Pad 1 and Pad 2. Or A and B, or this and that.
This pad and that pad. Dan Hewitt called it that pad on the webcast yesterday. Just saying.
I noticed. I
I'm holding.
noticed. I had you in my
Yep.
mind.
Yes, yes, Dan, I'm
As soon
holding
as
you
he
to
said
that.
as soon as he said that, I was like, "Ooh, EJ is happy."
Yep, that's right. That's right. That pad, baby.
Maybe he was getting that name from you. Maybe he watches.
Yeah, I'm not cool enough for Dan Hewitt to watch my stream, I don't think.
Robiro Hookah, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, with the 25 euros, wondering, looking at the V1, V2, V3 Raptor side by side, V3 looks like half the plumbing is just gone. How much of that is genuinely deleted versus internalized into the engine body versus moved onto the ship side? Alex, you want to try tackling that?
Yeah, so for Raptor 1 to Raptor 2, they did a lot of deletion that was mostly proper. I wouldn't fully call it plumbing. I guess you could very technically. It's more about sensors and things like that on different areas. Raptor 1 was basically a development engine by all means, and so they still needed a lot of data, flight data from that engine. So it carried a lot of these fiddly bits, right? Where you have lots of different little pipes and little lines going into different places for things like thermocouples and pressure sensors and the likes. You had a lot of exterior stuff. A bunch of those things were eliminated because for Raptor 2, because by the time Raptor 2 was flown, they had a lot more data on Raptor performance and behavior, and so they were able to eliminate a lot of those. They still needed a bunch of different things as well. There was also wiring and the likes. There were boxes, control boxes, and valves that were exposed, basically. Most of those have been incorporated into the engine itself, sort of as its own enclosure inside of the engine in Raptor 3. There is a few things here and there that have been eliminated. Most of the changes that you see in Raptor 3 are actually being able to enclose all of this and being able to repackage a lot of these things. Being able to eliminate flanges also was very important as well in order to improve Raptor 3, because the flanges are a source of leaks. Everything leaks on an engine, basically, especially at the high pressures of the Raptor. But a weld is a lot better in order to be able to seal something than actual gap that you have to seal with some kind of special seal or something like that in a flange. So instead, they moved a bunch of the parts of the Raptor to seals. The other way around, to welds instead of having flanges. There are a few flanges still left, which might be the way why they still have some room left to improve Raptor 3. Not a whole lot, but there's still some room there for improvement, and that might come on Raptor 4. This hypothetical one in the future, and that's sort of the main major difference. For Raptor 3, I will say they probably only eliminated 20 to 25% of the engine itself, whereas the rest was enclosed and repackaged in a more nice way, which allows them to be able to eliminate all the shields. That is very important, because if you can just repackage things and still make it smaller, that's optimization. That's one of the steps in that algorithm that they use at SpaceX, right? Eliminate what the silly requirements, you eliminate them, and whatever is left, optimize it, make it better. And that's one of the things that they did for Raptor 3. They already had eliminated a lot of things from Raptor 1 to Raptor 2. By the time Raptor 3 came around, they were, okay, now let's optimize. And I will say only about 20% of the engine was actually eliminated. The rest was still there. If you look very closely, you see some connections that are very familiar to the Raptor 2. It's just that everything is outside of our eyes. Basically, it's all enclosed, and it's very smart.
There we go. That's a good kind of explanation there. Thank you. Always thorough, and which we can be on the Stakeout stream here. And that's where we can also answer some serious questions, too, because, EJ, this is a really serious one from Willoughby Hudson. What distance from the flame trench would perfectly roast a turkey?
Okay. All right, here's the thing. If you're gonna roast a turkey, you're gonna do it in a convection oven. All right. So in a convection oven, you get heat coming from all sides. All right. That's an important thing to understand here. The thing is if you put a turkey in the flame trench and somehow you could keep it intact, right? And you could get some of that heat energy coming off the rocket, right? You would end up basically only cooking one side of it. I learned about this from a book called What If? It's by Randall Munroe. It's the guy that invented XKCD.
XKCD, yeah.
The way heat fluxes through meat, because meat is carbon based, right? Is if you introduce a heat source to, I mean, I'm not exactly sure about turkey, but I'm gonna assume it's probably similar, right? If you introduce heat to one side, right, it's not going to be able to flux the heat through the entire turkey. So you're only going to roast one side. It would be closer to pan-searing one side of a turkey. Okay? And the distance, I don't know. I mean, it's going to get hosed from the deluge system, right? So, well, I would want it like next to the flame trench, like maybe off to the side. But even then, you're basically going to pan-sear one side of the turkey. You're not going to cook the whole thing. It'd be frozen on one side and be perfectly cooked on the other side.
Well, EJ, I was gonna say, at least we know that the turkey wouldn't be dry because the deluge is there.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, that one side would taste great, right? But the other side would be frozen.
I mean, didn't for like the first flight, Jack actually put bacon inside one of his camera housings to see if it would cook it?
I
seem to remember that.
Did that happen? I mean, that sounds right, but I don't know. I don't recall that event, but it sounds right.
It probably got destroyed anyway by all the rubble from Flight 1. But this is Flight 12, and we're now hearing from SpaceX that they are indeed counting down. With the latest update just posted on X, counting down to our second launch attempt. The 90-minute test window opens at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. Weather is currently 85% favorable for flight. That is what we like to hear. Especially after yesterday with all the concerns with the 55% and will it go and all of that, weather-wise, especially while they were setting up all the remote cameras and everything in the rain. I mean, 85% looks pretty good, and from what I can tell, the skies are pretty clear. I love it. Man, this is exciting. And it's pretty cool, the work that they've done on this. I mean, you compare this thing to version 1 and 2, like you were talking about, it doesn't look that much different, but it really is. There's so many little things that they worked on and improved. And how about we take a look at some of the issues that may have happened that has led to some of these changes as we take a look at how we got to this version of Starship.
Hello. What's up? The bird dog is completely toast.
The bird dog is
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Oh. That's a ship rotating, Alex. That's not nominal.
That doesn't look nominal, yeah.
Cargo bay door. We're waiting for confirmation on whether or not that has been closed properly.
The other things that we can see is that this second one, the one on the back, usually struggles to get out in the right orientation because it's like the one back. And it hits a little bit the door.
Hey everyone, so we're taking over now for a bit more of a stakeout on what's going to be happening today. I'm Alice Carruth, joining you for the next hour or two, and I believe EJ is sticking around with me, and Ryan will be joining us as well to talk about what is happening with the Starship launch. Is it going to happen today? If you joined us yesterday to watch the stakeout, we were very excited to see that things were going and progressing the way we thought they were going to. Then we got all the way down to T-minus and 28 seconds on multiple occasions before things were stalled and scrubbed. But, and that's a big but, it sounds like we are on track to be launching again today, which is very exciting for all of us. EJ, I have been listening in over the last couple of hours. You guys have been talking all things hot dogs, turkey, bacon. What else have we been missing out on? Keep us up to date.
Breakfast. I mean, hi. No, we pretty much got a good confirmation from SpaceX. They, when we started this morning, the launch was TBD, right? But now we have a good update from them, and we're looking good for a launch. As far as I can tell, Alice, and I'm no Ryan with the weather behind me, right? Like, I think the weather is looking good. SpaceX said they were 85% go, and I went and checked the METAR out of Brownsville, which is the weather station at the airport. It's a little ways away from Starbase, but yeah, everything's looking good. You got winds coming 130 at 14 knots. That's no big deal. It's hot down there, and that's about it. Clouds 2,400 feet, and that's about it. Weather should be looking good today.
85% favorable by the looks of things from what the last post was shared on X.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Ryan. What have you got to keep us updated with?
It is time go.
It is time go. Amaze. Statement.
Yeah. Yeah. According to SpaceX, they're counting down. It's time go. It's time to, get this rocket off the pad, and I bet they want to get it out of the way as well. Couldn't do it yesterday. I know you guys talked about that already. Stuck pin on the SQD arm. It happens. Mechanical things break. If you didn't know that, I know EJ knows that all too well, like I do. And sometimes things jam. Sometimes things don't work right when you want them to. You never have an explanation. It just happens. And unfortunately, it caused an entire rocket to scrub. So, well, what can you do? But
Ryan, you were telling me that it's a hydraulic system, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all it's going to take is an air bubble in the wrong spot in that hydraulic system, and it could have been working. It could have been working just fine throughout the night. All it's going to take is one air bubble to go down the line, and some air to get trapped in the wrong spot in that line, and then it won't work. Like, it's just not going to work. It's not going to do anything.
I also think it could have been that maybe the SQD arm had some loading on it in one way or the other. Maybe because it could have been propellant on board, although the line should have been purged by that point. But maybe it was tweaked slightly and jammed. I don't know. They haven't had a wet dress rehearsal, like a fully completed one, since they adjusted the rod end on that actuator. So when they did their first wet dress rehearsal, they went all the way down to like T-minus 10 seconds or so, or something along those lines. It was like just before they would have activated the top deck deluge. They didn't finish the wet dress rehearsal 2 days ago. So maybe they could have caught it then. But between that first wet dress and the wet dress before and the launch attempt yesterday, they disconnected that actuator off the arm, and then they adjusted the rod end, almost like they were bringing the rod end out slightly. I don't know why they did that, but maybe they adjusted it too much to where the arm itself was kind of a little bit wonky, and maybe that's why the pin didn't release when it was supposed to after everything got cold, because they've done retraction tests without loading prop on it. Maybe with the prop on, with the adjustment, something was a little bit wonky, and then they fixed it. They didn't disconnect the actuator overnight, but they might have tweaked something in the arm in order to fix that or something. That could have been a reason why. Don't really know. Either way, they messed around with it for a while. It looks like they were doing some retraction tests. Then they left it, and no one's been up there for it's been a while. So I expect whatever issue they think they saw, it's fixed. and they're going to try again today. So
They seemed pretty confident last night, even when they had to make the scrub. I know Elon Musk went straight to X and announced pretty quickly that we're going to be trying again today. And I assumed that he knew a lot more than what we do, that things were going to plan and it was an easier fix than what perhaps we thought it could be, which is a good sign. So yeah, I definitely think them not going through the full wet dress rehearsal the day before, it bite them a little bit yesterday.
it could have, yeah.
Yeah, this is why we do it. We practice, and again, and they weren't going to go ahead without things going exactly to plan. So good for them. I mean, this is a huge deal. Not only is this the first version of this V3 that we're going to be seeing going out there, but obviously this has got a big knock-on effect for bigger programs like Artemis. And I know that's something you probably touched on already this morning, EJ, but Artemis coming up, obviously SpaceX is a big deal when it comes to that program for NASA.
Yep. Yeah, SpaceX got to get this thing working. This is a pretty high profile mission, Alice. This thing has to go. And I'm not saying that like, well, SpaceX doesn't know that. Of course they know that. Of course they know that. They got to get this thing. They got to get this thing flying, and they're only going to put this thing out there and launch it when they're ready. And I'm not trying to say that to like temper expectations either. This thing has to work. It has to go. It's very imperative for SpaceX's own goals and for the Artemis program. So they're gonna try to improve their odds of success as much as possible here, right? Because it is important. You need HLS for the Artemis 4 mission. If they don't get up and flying and prove out some of the remaining technologies for HLS, like on orbit refueling, that's the big one. Rendezvous proximity operations too with Starship, which kind of feeds into refueling. They don't get any of this done. We're not gonna meet the goals that we have as a nation to get back to the moon in 2028. And once again, I'm only saying this to explain it to viewers. I know SpaceX knows this. They absolutely know this. It's not like they're just like, I don't think we're in the phase, Alice, like, go back 5 years ago, you send it, it blows up, all right, whatever, it's fine. No, I think they know, and I think they're really, really shooting for a good mission success here. I have faith. There's no way they don't know this, right?
No, they absolutely know this. And we can see the images on the screen of the human landing system that they're working on, that obviously the Starship will be, the beast, when it's finally finished, which we're still waiting for. I mean, obviously it's now going to be part of 3 as well. Artemis 3 is going to have a rendezvous proximity operation in low Earth orbit. How are we with that? Do we see the timeline coming to fruition, Ryan? I know you're normally a little bit more pessimistic with these things than what the rest of us are.
Like, it's entirely dependent on how these next few flights go, especially this one. If they can hit the ground running with Block 3 in the pad, get successful missions back to back to back and really, really hit the ground running, then I think they could have a fully HLS ready to go by sometime probably Q3 next year. I wouldn't be surprised if they're making large components of it now in the Star Factory. We just can't see them. I mean, and they're making progress on them. They need to verify this initial design before they can then go start modifying it for, tankers, for HLS, for cargo, for all that other stuff that they're going to end up having to do with it. But basically, if they can get like flight 12, 13, 14, 15 good to go over the next, that's probably going to at least take the next 8 months to get that many flights off, because they still got to keep building a lot of vehicles. They got to up their production rate. I could see Artemis 3 happening Q3, Q4 next year. I don't think it'll happen in summer. I think that's too soon. That's 12 months from now, or like under just around 12 months. I don't think a fully HLS will be ready by then. I don't really see how that's possible. And then Blue Moon, I don't even know where that's going to be at. So that's a whole other can of worms on that one. But yeah, I think they can make it happen in 27 for Artemis 3. Artemis 4 is a whole another bag as well, because they need refueling working and they need an operational cadence with tankers in order to make Artemis 4 work, because they have to have enough tankers to refuel a depot. They also have to build a depot, which they haven't done yet. and then they have to launch it, rendezvous with it, transfer the fuel, and then launch an HLS, transfer that, and then launch that towards the moon. That's a lot to do just to get Artemis 4 to work. We'll see what happens in 2028.
Yeah, right?
We'll see. Yeah.
You kind of touched on it a bit there, but we obviously are looking at a vehicle that looks very similar to what we've seen before, but the innards of this version 3 are very different from what we've seen before with the Starship. EJ, do you want to kind of give us the highlights of what it is we're looking at with the upgrades for this version 3 system?
Oh, how much time you got, Alice?
A lot of time. We're all here. We're staking out. We've got hours. We're currently, T-minus 6 hours and 47 minutes from launch. Let's go, EJ.
All right, so the V3 version, there is not a lot of parts that are in common with the old one. The ship is probably has the most commonality with version 2. But if we go, from the top to the bottom here, so I guess we'll start with the pad. The pad is completely new, 100% new design. It bears some passing resemblance to the old pad. This is that pad. It bears some passing resemblance to this pad, which is the first one. But this is a ground-up redesign. And when I say ground up, right down to the foundation, it is they did different pilings for this. It's much more firmly secured into bedrock, so to speak. This tower doesn't bend and flex around. The mount doesn't bend and flex around, right? So that's all new. They have shortened chopsticks for catching the booster. The chopsticks are electromechanically actuated now instead of hydraulic. Man, what else? They have a much bigger diverter system down in the flame trench. They actually opted for a flame trench instead of the milk stool design that they had before with the pad. And yeah,
grid fins. They've changed those as well, haven't they?
Yeah. I was gonna going through all the pad stuff, and then I'm gonna
I'll go in for the
rest. You wanna go for the next 3 hours? I can go for the next 3 hours. It's for the launch pad. The launch mount's completely redesigned. It's now a box design. You get the split QDs. You've got the surface structure on the side rather than everything inside of a ring. It's all protected and completely isolated from the rocket's exhaust plume. It has a positive pressure nitrogen environment to be able to protect it, as well as a vent system on the inside. A completely redesigned propellant system throughout the entire pad, all modular valves and designs, larger pipes. A lot of them are vacuum jacketed now, so you can chill down quicker and they can maintain their temperatures better. The hold downs have been completely redesigned, a completely new clamp system. Interiors of the tower are completely different. They're now routed a lot better. New SQD, the chopsticks are changed. They're actually more powerful. They can lift more with this because the crown and traveling blocks are 6 rungs instead of 5. So they can actually has a better lifting capability than the Pad 1s did. The backside of the tower is entirely different. There is no exposed concrete to directly contact with the plume. Everything that would directly contact the plume, other than the surrounding ground around the pad and the tower, is all stainless steel. All of it. It's either stainless or painted like carbon steel, basically. So if you see gray paint, that's carbon steel. If you see the polished stuff, or not really polished, but the non-painted steel, that's all stainless. Diverter system with a ridge cap, buckets, top deck deluge, and as you were saying, a completely redone foundation and everything like that. And it's a whole redesign, and then increased pumping capacity plus subcooling capacity, and a much more efficient design as well. The water deluge has a much bigger capacity. The pressurization systems is now gas generators, not just high pressure tanks. And that's just the pad. That's not even the vehicles.
I really appreciate how much detail you guys have shared about that, because I used to work with launch pads over at Spaceport America, and honestly, the amount of detail that goes into them, people just assume it's just a block of concrete, but it really takes a lot to be able to support a launch system like this. So thank you for going into all of that. But now let's get into this whole V3 system. EJ, do you want to go through what we're seeing, the differences on this inside of this rocket?
Okay, so if we start up at the top, the tiles are the tiles are basically it's not necessarily redesigned, but they are much more succinct in the design here. Now, Starship up at the nose still has its header tanks, and then you have your tube lines that go down to the main tanks. V3 is, well, V2 and the V3 ship has a little bit more tankage, a little smaller payload capacity. And Ryan, it uses the vacuum jacketed lines that are carrying over from Block 2, correct?
Yeah, it should still have the vacuum jacket. I know SpaceX called it some kind of cryogenic recircularization something system, but that seems like a load of words to me, but I don't know. Either way, yeah.
Yep. And I mean, obviously the biggest thing here is that the ship has Raptor 3 engines on it. We have 3 Raptor 3 sea levels in the center of the ship, and 3 vacuum optimized Raptor 3s as well. Going down from the ship is really where the changes start to get crazy. There's an integrated hot staging ring now. So the hot staging ring is not detachable like the previous versions of Super Heavy. It is integrated into the top dome, top of the fuel tank, basically, for Super Heavy. Super Heavy has 3 grid fins instead of 4. The 3 grid fins that it has are, if we're looking at a clock, they're at the 3, 6, and 9 positions. And these grid fins are about 50% bigger than the grid fins that flew on previous versions. So they have 3 that are a little bit bigger instead of 4 that are a little bit smaller. And once again, the clock positions on the grid fins it's asymmetric. There's 2 on the sides, right? And 1 at the bottom of Super Heavy, so to speak. Like on the bottom side of the vehicle on its long axis, which is crazy. And then, like the previous versions had to jettison the hot staging ring. This one doesn't need to do that. And then on top of that, these grid fins actually are the catching points for Super Heavy. The chopsticks is gonna grab the grid fins are gonna land on top of the chopsticks. So the grid fins are way beefier. They're a little bit bigger, and there's only 3 of them. They're going to use the 2 on the sides to catch, which is, yeah, that is. I really want to see that, dude.
It's gonna look cool.
Yeah, and then going down more down the booster. Super Heavy's still using the rolls of stainless steel. So does Starship. The chine position is a little bit different, but. See, on one side, the chines are closer to each other. Those are those triangular structures going down the sides of the booster. On one side, they're closer, and on the other side, they're a little bit further apart. On Super Heavy's belly, so to speak, they're a little bit further apart to induce some body lift on Super Heavy and turn it into a lifting body, so you have more cross range capability when it comes back. This Super Heavy, guys, it's gonna fly. Well, fall with style, but it's gonna fall with style, baby. Right?
I love that.
And then
keep going. There's more.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Inside of the cover. What's that?
So there's a lot more to go.
Oh, guys, you're
not even halfway through.
We could be here until launch. Honestly, I'm giving you a more or less high level overview of this stuff, right? Like inside of Super Heavy's liquid oxygen tank, SpaceX is now incorporating what they're calling a transfer tube. If you think of the liquid oxygen tank, right, as a cylinder, right, they punched out the center of the cylinder, kind of like a donut, and the methane tank, right, goes through the center of the LOX tank. And now, when I say like goes through the center, I mean that transfer tube that they put in there isn't just a pipe that goes from the methane tank down to the engine section. The thing is the size of a Falcon 9 first stage. So that's about 50 meters in change, right? So we're talking about a transfer tube that's 3.7 meters in diameter, about 12 to 15 feet.
Well, and it's not that size. It's 3 by 50. It's 3 meters wide.
Yeah, it's more or less the size of a Falcon 9 first stage. Exactly.
A little bit smaller.
A little bit smaller.
A little bit smaller. It's the Falcon 9 first stage is 3.7. The transfer tube itself is 3. So, just making sure.
Yeah. So, guys, for some reference here, that's about a 15-story building of transfer tube inside of the LOX tank. The LOX tank looks like if you took a donut and took a bunch of donuts and kind of stacked them like on top of each other. That's what the LOX tank looks like. It is toroidal at this point. It's a toroidal tank. That's what it's called. So it's like donut shaped. So that big transfer tube is going to, it allows methane to get down to the engine section a lot quicker. And the reason why you're going to need to do that is at the bottom of this engine section, guys, we have 33 Raptor V3 engines. 33. Now, don't get me wrong. The last boosters had 33, but these are Raptor 3 engines. Raptor 3 engines are about 1,000 kilos lighter than their Raptor 2 counterparts, and they produce more thrust. These Raptor engines are pushing out about 2482 kilonewtons of thrust at 380 seconds specific impulse. That is, okay. That's pretty dang good considering the total mass of the engine is about 1525 kilos. That is, in rocket science, guys, that's like if I'm going to do a car analogy, that's like a 4-cylinder engine that makes like 800 horsepower. Like, these things are very, very small, very, very light, and they produce a lot of thrust. And you need that transfer tube to be able to feed all that liquid methane to these things. There's 33 of them down in that first stage. Now, the engine section down at the bottom of Super Heavy also has been completely redesigned. The previous one had shrouds on the outside of the engines to protect them, and you had a thermal protection system kind of on the bottom of the booster. In previous boost backs and landings from, the older versions of Super Heavy, we saw that bottom part glow. That's all gone. It's not there anymore. The reason why is the thermal protection system on Super Heavy is integrated into Raptor 3. The Raptor 3 has the thermal protection system kind of integrated into its design. So SpaceX eliminated the need of building a purpose-built thermal protection system and shrouds down the bottom of Super Heavy. So if we look at the bottom of this Super Heavy, it's just going to look like it has a bunch of engines bolted to the bottom because that's exactly it. That's exactly what it does. There is a little bit of black paint down there. I think SpaceX just painted on there because it looks cool, but the engine has an integrated thermal protection system. Now, I know what people are going to say. Like, what do you mean a thermal protection system? Does the Super Heavy booster go through reentry or something? Well, no. It still experiences heating when it's coming back down because, yeah, it's going to compress a lot of air down the bottom of the vehicle. But every rocket usually has a thermal protection system down around the bottom. Like SLS with its MPS has thermal blankets down there. We saw them burn off from some of the awesome footage of the Artemis 2 launch. There are thermal protection systems down there. You got to protect the bottom of the booster, even if it's not coming back down and landing. But SpaceX wanting rapid reuse and obviously, boost back, no SSRP, no supersonic retropropulsion with Super Heavy, but boost back and landing, you want to make a reusable thermal protection system down there in itself. What better way to do it than integrate it right into the engine? The engine can just tank the heat. And since Starships and Super Heavy are made out of stainless steel, the stainless steel can also tank the heat. So you're eliminating parts. So this version of Starship is a lot lighter and it has a lot more thrust. Obviously, you have one less grid fin too. So when I say this thing's going to cheech off the pad, it is going to go, and it's going to go fast.
Cheech.
I don't know if it's lighter, but we can have a whole debate about that. But
Dude,
also
they shaved 30 tons off of the engine section. It's lighter.
They did shave that. They also added a lot with that. That transfer tube adds a lot. Plus, and one thing you did forget about too is then they now have a separate landing tank for the LOX, which hooks into all Center 13 engines, so that they can light those at any point during the landing burn and be used to, replace an engine out or anything like that, and whatnot. So that's also there. The aft of the actual booster the aft plate is covered in insulated metallic tiles, which will also help against heating on its quote-unquote re-entry, which it kind of does anyways. And there's a ton of other improvements on there. They've added a boatload more COPVs. They've doubled or almost tripled the amount of COPVs on the booster, because remember, the older booster also had chines, but 2 of the chines were steel tanks for CO2. Well, those got deleted and then replaced with more COPVs. So... and some of that seems to be obvious now, because apparently they're going to do a 33 engine boost back burn, and you need enough spin up and start gases in order to restart all 33 engines for a boost back. So, I guess that's where a lot of the extra COPVs come from. Plus, they needed to pressurize the main the LOX landing tank, since that's pressurized off the COPVs. We saw that thanks to B-18 blowing its guts out. We learned a lot about the aft section when that happened. It's fun when a vehicle blows up. We learn a lot. We learned a lot about Block 2 from Ship 36.
Absolutely. We were talking earlier, obviously this is all to advance the ship for future missions, which I'm going to bring back to Artemis. Why have they done all these upgrades? You know, what is that knock-on effect for the Artemis program? Ryan?
Sorry, what did you say? I was reading something.
No, I was just wondering, you know, they've obviously done all these great upgrades to the system. Yeah. Why? You know, what is the knock-on? What is it they're trying to achieve with all of this?
Yeah, duh. Basically they're trying to take a R&D vehicle, which Block 1 and Block 2 and Block 0.5, 0.75, whatever you want to call it at this point, you all the way back to the old like SN5 and SN6, which were tanks with mass sims on top. They're trying to get this program into operational cadence and operational status. So the milk stool pad scrap, it was a booster test stand turned launch mount in essence is what it was. And the older vehicles were really still R&D. Don't get me wrong, this is still R&D vehicle, still very much in the prototype phase. But they've taken the last 11 full stack flights plus all the hops and everything before that to inform on how to build a better vehicle. So the improvements on like an integrated hot stage ring, and then not only just integrated, but you can swap parts out. So that ring and the truss, all that can come off. It's literally just bolted on. The attachments that attach to the actual tank section, those are welded, but like the truss sections and the ring itself can be removed and replaced if they get damaged because it's just bolted. So that's like an improvement. The grid fins were improved upon from learning from booster glide backs and everything, and wanting to do a higher AOA. So they learned, well, we don't technically need 4 grid fins. We only need 3, because the way we're going to do this glide back means the other one's going to be out of the airflow. So why do we need it? Just delete it. Who cares? So they deleted it. They splitting the QDs and especially moving the QDs opposite of the tower means that you're not going to roast them anymore. They had numerous amount of problems with the booster quick disconnect on the old pad. Later on, they were able to seal it better, but in the early days, the hot exhaust gases were literally getting into the booster QD and ripping apart the hoses. And they don't want that anymore. Like removing the Raptor boost QDs, the 20 outer QDs, those were getting destroyed every flight. They removed all those, and now they're doing it through the 2 main QDs and routing everything around the outside of the booster. Ship, for example, upgrades the propulsion system, a slightly redesigned QD, which will help with refueling. All the changes were made to help progress this vehicle later into the program and solve design problems and issues from the past. And they all culminated into what we're looking at: the new pad, the new booster, and the new ship. This is the design they're using going forward, with all three components, and I guess all 4 if you want to include the engine as well. And hopefully this will kickstart the program, and then they'll kind of stretch a few things here and there once they get to Block 4, maybe make a few changes here and there. But for all intents and purposes, this is the kind of stack we're going to be seeing flying for a long time. And yeah, it's to help push the program forward.
All very exciting things. And for those who are just joining us, we are currently about 6.5 hours ahead of launch. You are joining the NSF Stakeout ahead of Flight 12. If you joined us yesterday and were wondering how come it didn't fly, well, there were a few little issues. We're expecting those to be fixed before launch at around 5:30 Central Time later today. I'm Alice Carruth. I'm joined by Ryan and EJ, and we've got Ryan Katoon on behind the scenes doing all of the switching for us. We will be giving you lots of updates throughout the day of what's going on. At the moment, it's looking like we are going to see a launch of Flight 12 today. We've seen SpaceX share on X that things are looking very favorable. We're about 85% favorable weather for today. As you can see from these incredible images on the ground, it's looking nice and clear and it's looking beautiful. Thank you so much for joining us for today. I just wanted a quick go through of some of the support that's coming in on the chat. Firstly, to Boris, thank you for the excellent coverage. He's given us a tip. We always appreciate those tips. It's always nice to know that you guys support us and help us bring this coverage to you. Next up, we've got Chris, who's come up with a support message on the store. Thank you so much. If you're interested in any of the store merchandise, go check it out. nasaspaceflight.com. We've got some great things available to you for today and going forward. And another Chris message saying, loving all the work you guys are doing. Best to do my bit to support the coverage and get to the queue building for Sawyer's late. Yeah, Sawyer will be back later. Sawyer will be covering. We've got lots of crew coming up and down throughout the day. Make sure you stay with us throughout everything that's going on. And if you have any questions for the team, just make sure you tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and we'll make sure we get to those as we go through things today. So I'm going to go through a couple of the questions that are coming up just to make sure that we know what's happening with things on the ground. We've got this one coming from Astrius Industries, who's asking, why move to asymmetrical grid fins? EJ, would you like to tackle that one?
Mass has a lot to do with it, but it's more that you don't need a fourth, if that makes any sense. So like, okay, I said before that the grid fins are at, if you're looking at a clock, there's 3 grid fins. They're at the 3, 6, and 9 o'clock positions. The reason why is because that covers all 3 axes of movement. The booster needs 3 degrees of freedom with your grid fins, with your grid fin control systems. Meaning, like an airplane, you're going to need to yaw, pitch, and roll. And just like an airplane has a vertical stabilizer and 2 horizontal stabilizers, the booster can get 3-axis control out of that. I mean, you need ailerons on an airplane, but we don't have wings on Super Heavy. We have chines. So it's not gonna do you any good. You can use 2 of those grid fins for pitch and roll control, and then you could use one of them for yaw. Or you could use one for yaw and roll. Either one.
Like a rudder.
Like a rudder, exactly. You could, Ryan, know, a lot of planes, if you induce too much rudder, you're going to get what's called a coupling force, and it's going to yaw and roll the plane.
There's such a thing called a yaw damper.
There we go.
Why I call it a rudder fin, because it's supposed to, when it's going to glide back at a higher angle of attack. So you're going to have the 2 grid fins on the sides that are going to help with roll and pitch. And then the other one is just going to help with yaw, because it's literally a rudder. And then the other part about that grid fin is that the interior of it, so as a grid fin, for those who don't know what it is, there's grids on the inside that allow the airflow to pass through. Now, on the 2 side ones, they're straight up and down. So in the orientation they are now, air would just go straight up through or straight down through. The rudder fin is slightly slanted so that when it's in its high angle of attack, it won't make the booster pitch up too much, basically. So it's basically oriented so that it'll keep the booster's nose, quote unquote, down, or its engine section pitched down more, so that it stays in that angle of attack and it won't pitch up too much, and then all of a sudden you might flip the booster and lose it. So you don't want to do that. So they've made it's really cool the way that it's made. We only realized it when they finally rolled it out, and people were taking pictures of it and goes, wait a minute, that's slightly slanted. It's one of the few things that's always fun to find.
You're saying because the yawing grid fin is pitched slightly upward, that you're going to get more coupling force from it, Ryan, correct?
But yeah, basically to prevent it, the interior is slanted so that you don't get too much pitch out.
Okay.
Because if your airflow was straight through on that, it might deflect the booster too much upwards, the nose, or we're going to call the nose the engine section in this case. It might pitch it too much upwards, so you slant the airflow away so that put impart as much of a pitching motion on the booster itself.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Great way of covering all of that. Thank you so much for answering that question. And I'm getting told off by Ryan Kenton in the back channel saying, you said store and not shop. You're right, I did. I'm sorry. It's still early for me and we were working very late last night and I'm still doing my day job too. So it is shop.nasaspaceflight.com if you're after merch for today. I'm going to go through a few more of the chats that's coming in and questions. I've got this one coming from Bone2412 who's asking, he's currently in Turks and Caicos on vacation. If the sky is clear, do we think we'll be able to see any of the launch today? Do you want to talk about the trajectory of what we're looking at for today's flight?
Sheesh. Out that far, depending on how late it is when it goes, you'll definitely be able to see the gases from the ship. I don't know how well you'll see it because it's flying to the south of Puerto Rico, which is a decent way south of Turks and Caicos. I don't know how. I'd have to see exactly how far away it is.
Google Earth right now. There you go.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, this ship is going to be flying a different trajectory. Rather than threading the needle between Cuba, Florida, the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, Hispaniola, and then going to the north of Puerto Rico and the Leeward Islands, it is now going to thread the needle between the Yucatan, Cuba, the Caymans, Jamaica, go to the south of Hispaniola and Puerto Rico, and then go like right between St. Vincent and Grenada on the Leeward Islands, and then run over the South Atlantic. And then kind of, by the time it's in space, it goes north of South Africa, and then kind of goes just below Madagascar, swings itself around into the Indian Ocean, and that's the trajectory it's flying on right now. It's not really much different per se. It's kind of to get ready Starship to do a what was it called? Basically to get it ready to do Starlink missions out of Starbase when they want to do them. That's part of the reason for this trajectory change. The next one, the other trajectory they got approved for, it has them going over I think it's just south of Jacksonville over Florida. It goes between Jacksonville and Orlando. But they're not going to fly that until they're much more confident in the stack. So probably several flights in this before they ever try to fly that.
That was a great way of answering and a great graphic. Thank you very much for Ryan in the back channels for making sure we've got that to share with you all as well. Keep those questions coming. You can put them in the chat at NASA Spaceflight at NSF, and we'll make sure we answer those as we go through. I've got a few more support coming in that I wanted to give a little shout out to. Thank you to Diane for becoming a Red Team member. Thank you to Joe, who's come in with a store message that says, "Go 12, must thrust or bust." Very true. Marco's come in as a PadRap member. It's always exciting to see that. And Melody's asking a question that a few people have come in asking, what happened yesterday and what time is launch today? What are we looking at the moment, Ryan?
So as of right now, SpaceX, they even posted it on X. They are targeting 5:30 p.m. Central Time. So they're targeting the opening the window. The window goes from 5:30 p.m. all the way to 7. So an hour and a half long window. And as of right now, the weather is 85% favorable. That feels a little low considering it's perfectly clear skies, but it might be some upper level winds, or there might be something in the splash recovery zone. That's the other thing you always have to watch for, is what is it like over in the Indian Ocean where the ship's going to land too. I haven't checked to see. I have to check to see what the forecast models are for over there. But as of right now, are pretty clear skies. There's some clouds, but not many. It's a beautiful day out. I mean, it's hot and it's humid, but that's Starbase for you. As I bet
EJ say, that's South Texas.
That's South Texas, especially with all the marshland around there and all the water that's around there right now. It all evaporates and it just gets even more humid. But everything currently is on track. The road is closed. The beach is closed. There's a bunch of tankers still offloading, but that's totally normal. We're still T-minus 6 hours and just under 19 minutes away from that 5:30 point as opening the window. Tank farm's not going to start till around 2 hours and 20 minutes, 2 hours and 15 minutes if they do the same thing as yesterday. So we're still 4 hours out from tank farm start, but we're here to talk about it because it's Starship, and it's, as we were talking about, it's Block 3, Pad 2, brand new designs, and we want to cover this thing, so that's why we're here talking with you all.
We are very excited. We were so excited yesterday. We got so close. It got all the way down to T-minus 28 seconds on several occasions. And just a few little minor things caused the delay for today. But, you know, we're still looking like it's on track. Everyone seems to be pretty confident that today we're going to see it launch. We've had another question come in from Dig Doug, who's asked, Tower 2 orientation is different from 1, right? How intentional was that choice and what purpose might that serve? Do you want to tackle that one for us, Ryan?
So yeah, the Tower 2 orientation faces more south than Tower 1's. Tower 1's faces out east. Now there's literally a singular reason for that. It's because SpaceX did not have any room to build that tower anywhere else and in any other orientation. They didn't have the expansion room yet. If they had had the expansion room, my guess is they would have put the tower... They probably would have put it out in the expansion area and faced it out towards the Gulf, but they didn't have it. They just got that expansion area a couple of months ago. So unfortunately, this is the room that they had. They wanted to build a brand new pad and brand new tower. They had the design ready. So their only option is to try to either wait for 39 to come online, which... To build a brand new pad and launch a brand new stack out of 39A first time, I don't know if NASA would have been okay with that. I mean, I know they transferred crew ops to 40, but I don't know. Probably not. So they wanted to do this in Starbase. Well, all right, you got to build it. Well, you got to use the room that you have available. So that's why it's built the way it is. Pad 1 will be the correct orientation. 39A is the correct orientation, and both pads at Slick 37 will also be the correct orientation out towards the sea. So they're just going to have to deal with the orientation of Pad 2. It is great for ship catches with the way they want to bring it back in. It's basically they have to do the dynamic banking maneuver is what they call it, where they have to turn ship and then bring it in. Without the pad oriented this way, they probably wouldn't even need the dynamic banking maneuver. And then for booster catches, it's going to be kind of janky because they're going to have to do a dog leg with the booster on the way back, like near the end of the landing bird in order to get it in the sticks. So they're going to have to work with what they've got. And that's just going to deal with it. And you see still a bunch of tankers ready to go. As I said before, we still got a lot of time before they got to clear the entire pad.
And we're talking a little bit about pads. So this is another good question that's come in. Do we know how a caught ship will be safetied by the pad, hooked up to ship QD while hanging from the chopsticks? ?
They'll just vent it. When a booster is caught, there's still residuals left in the tanks. You're probably talking 20, 30 tons of prop per tank, possibly, which that's a lot of methane to vent, and you're going to want to just take that out with the QD. With the ship, you're only talking maybe a couple of tons of methane left, not even. The landing tanks will be pretty well used up during the landing burn and everything. So you just vent it out. You either dump it or vent it. They have ways to do that. And that's how you can save the ship. I know people are going to say it's like, well, they can't really vent methane. They can vent 7 tons of methane a test, and it's like 1,000 tons. They can dump like 1,000 tons out per year, something like that, to do the PEA. I have to go back and double check the numbers exactly, but they have an allowance at how much methane you can vent out, because it's hard not to vent any at all. It's almost impossible to do that. And if you look back towards the launch and what you'll see later, when they get closer to launch, you'll see 2 vents open up on the bunker. One's LOX, one's methane. They literally drain methane out, so they drain the lines out. And then they do the same thing for the tower. There's literally a vent on the tower which they just drain methane out of. just to empty the lines out, so they basically reduce any fire explosion risks around the pad. So it's not really that big of an issue for that.
Good question, though. Thank you for answering that for us, Ryan. Going through a few more little support messages coming in. Thank you to Anonymous. Always pops up. Always delight to settle down on my couch with a hot cuppa and watch the awesome NSF streams. Keep it up. Love from the Bay Area. Thanks, Anonymous. It's always nice to know that we're appreciated. And a big thank you to Wuhan Clan, who's gifted red team memberships. Go grab those where you have the chance. Obviously, we've been talking about SpaceX and what's going to be happening today. They are hoping to be flying at 5:30 Central Time, local time, to the Starbase area this evening. We are currently counting down at 6 hours and 13 minutes before that launch time. And they're doing all of this because they are obviously hoping to have their massive ship to be able to fly, but also because it's part of the Artemis program that's coming up, which obviously everybody is very, very excited about, thanks to Artemis 2 that launched not so long ago. We have a question that's come in, or a point of discussion from Mark Kimber, who says, I have a feeling that the first HLS Starship will stay on the moon, SLS Orion and Blue Origin for all crew transfers, so few or no refueling mission to LEO and no human flight rating needed for HLS and first moon base achieved. That's a good comment. What do you think about that, Ryan?
Well, the first HLS that land on the moon is going to be the demo HLS. So that could very likely stay on the moon. They may not bring that back up, although they may want to test the ascent profile on it. And if they do that, I don't know if they have enough prop to land back on the moon again. That's a big question mark. If they have enough prop to land back on the moon, I would not be surprised for them to just land it back on the moon and keep it there. And then they safe it. Basically, they vent the tanks out, and then it just stays parked on the moon. Because why not? That's a large fuel tank to use for either storage or find a way to lower down and use as a habitable area. I don't know. That's a lot of raw materials to use for a moon base if you're able to get it back on the moon and just keep it there. So they may try that. That's basically my guess. And no, you don't really need a human flight rating for HLS, technically speaking, because, well, at least not for launch, because you're not launching with people on HLS. You're going to rendezvous, dock with it, and use it, but it still kind of needs a human rating for in space. So I don't know if there really is a difference between having it human rated in space versus launch. I don't think there really is. So if it's human rated, it's human rated. It's more of the fact that the Starship stack as a whole isn't human rated, so wouldn't be human rated yet, so you can't technically launch with humans on board. So I think that's where that kind of comes in.
Interesting point there, Mark. We're going to know a little bit more, I think, about what's going on with the whole lunar base and what's happening next with NASA in the next few days. I believe on Tuesday we're going to be expecting an update from SpaceX. Is that correct, Ryan?
I don't know if it's going to be Tuesday.
I think it's some point next week.
I assume we are going to get an HLS update from SpaceX some point soon. Because the critical design review, the CDR, for HLS is supposed to be done in quarter 2 of this year. And if it actually is, then I am thinking the HLS update is going to come in the form of one of their videos. So the test as you fly, I always forget the name of it, but the video they put out about Block 3 is the first in a series. They've stated that. So there's a very solid chance that the next video they put out is all HLS, which would be awesome. Or maybe the video after that. We'll get a whole run-through of the interior of HLS. They'll talk about the landing thrusters they've been developing, the Eclipse systems they've been developing, the elevator, the docking systems. We might get a whole 20-minute episode on HLS, which, please, dear Lord, I want. So badly I want. But, I don't always get what I want, so who knows?
Well, we all want to see this candle light up. In fact, that's the messages that are coming in on our chat. Thank you to Mike Alpha Tango Sierra. Says take 2, or should I say stake 2? Yeah, it's exactly what it is. We were here yesterday and we were waiting for it, Mike. Ryan says, from the store message. As always, great coverage. Let's light this candle. I know, that's how we're all feeling right now. And we're coming up to just under 6 hours and 8 minutes, 6 hours and 9 minutes, just under, till we're going to be seeing the launch happening. That's when the launch window opens. Obviously, SpaceX are going to be wanting to launch as soon as they can. So let's see. Let's wait and find out what's going to be happening. You were looking at the Starship version 3 currently waiting on the launch pad at Starbase over in southern Texas. We are hoping to see this version 3 take off today. It is the largest rocket that we will ever see launch. I feel like we kind of have to remind ourselves of that a few times, right, Ryan?
So far. It is the largest rocket so far. It is about 1.3 meters taller than Block 2. But Block 4 will be even taller because the booster is like 72 meters right now. It's going to go up to about 80. Ship is like about 52.3 or something along those lines. And it's supposed to go up to about 60 to 70 meters total. So the ship's almost going to be as tall as the booster is now, which is hilarious to think about. So the whole stack will be taller than the tower itself, which is why I still don't understand why they haven't made the towers taller, but no, what do I know? Either way, it'll look weird to see the rocket taller than the tower that it's supposed to be servicing it. It'll be really, really weird, but that's kind of what we're expecting with Block 4, and that should be, at that point, they can't really stretch the vehicle anymore. That'll be basically the limit of what Starship can do. At that point, you need to start widening the rocket, and then your pad, all your infrastructure becomes useless. Your pad, your gigabays, your star factories, all the tooling, everything, your transport stands, everything becomes useless once you start increasing the width of the vehicle, because all your infrastructure is built around 9 meters. So if they were to try to go to like 10 or 12 or 18 for that matter, which that would be insanity to ridiculous levels. They would have to change a lot. They would have to change everything, basically.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. And we apologize. We've had a few people saying that they can hear some of the Discord noises coming through the stream. We are working on that. We will get it sorted for you as soon as possible. Stay with us. I promise we're not going to keep it going for too much longer. We've got another question coming from Mason, who says, why haven't we seen SpaceX building out any additional testing facilities similar to Macy's? Another static fire stand, maybe? That's a good question. We're obviously seeing them build out in other areas. Why have we not seen that so far, Ryan?
Well, where are they going to put it? Well, that's the thing. So at Kennedy, they could put it inside their pad perimeters, inside 39A or 37. They have a ton of room. Slick 37 is gigantic. I'm just going to say this right now. Even with the expansion area at Starbase, Slick 37, I think, is about twice the size as the launch site is now at Starbase. It's huge. Mm-hmm. It's a massive area. So they could put ship testing facilities there. They might be able to get a location closer to Roberts Road, somewhere on Merritt Island, and build somewhere there for the Cape. But as for Starbase, they are currently trying to do another land swap for, I forget how much area it is, but there's a good chunk of area that's around Massey's, and like around Highway 4, right up against the Rio Grande. There's a land swap that they're trying to do to get this area and then build on it. So basically, they're working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers or other regulatory agencies to try to get access to this land so that they can get it, and then basically they can like triple or quadruple the size of Massey's. So you can build another static fire stand or two. You can add a bunch more testing stands, because they've run out of room at Massey's, and actually what they're doing right now is they're reconfiguring the tank farm over there, because the nitrogen side of the tank farm at Massey's is from way in the early days. Like, this is like SN25 or earlier when they first started building Massey's. And it's kind of really small LN2 tanks. They're spaced out. It's not really built very well. It's back when they were doing bespoke like tank farms for all their stuff. Now it's all their modular setup that they try to do now for everything. They're trying to reconfigure things to probably get more test stand locations at Massey's. But the other part of that is to get more land, then you can build on more stuff. But they're not really that close to getting it. I don't remember the timeline exactly what it would be to get access to that stuff. But overall, it's because they just don't have where are you going to put it. They don't really have the space down in Boca, and they don't really have any easy locations at the Cape where it wouldn't be interrupted by launches. So
we've had a few questions coming in about what's happening with Florida, so we might as well jump into those. Dino has asked, I know it's been brought up before, but is it still not an option to deliver Starship to Florida by launching them from Texas? If not, why is it a bad idea or not realistic?
So to start, they have to transport it via barge because they're not catching ships right now. I mean, best case scenario, they attempt their first catch on Flight 14 with Ship 41, assuming Ship 41 is flying out of Starbase, not out of the Cape. We don't really know what the first stack is going to the Cape. We don't know yet. It could be 21, it could be 22, it could be 23. We don't really know right now what booster ship convo is going to be the first one to the Cape. But my guess is once they start catching ships and start reusing them, if they want to deliver a ship to Florida, they can launch a Starlink mission out of the Cape. Say they want to deliver a Starlink or a tanker, or even they can't do it with an HLS ship because it doesn't have a heat shield. They have to transport those by barge. That has to happen no matter what. But anything with a heat shield, they can just launch a mission out of Starbase and then have it land back at Kennedy. Or when they build the launch sites in Louisiana, or if they build one at Vandenberg, or any of these places, they can just re-enter and come back at the launch site they want to come back to. So like, oh, let's ferry ship like 127 or something to the Cape. All right, well, let's launch this tanker mission out. We'll rendezvous with the depot, and instead of it landing in Starbase, we'll just land at the Cape. So the Cape has another tanker ship. They can just do that. Boosters, you either have to transport them horizontally or you have to build them on site. There is no launching a booster towards any other launch site. That's not going to be a thing. So,
excellent. We're going to have a little bit of a look at what we are up to for this point and where we're going to be going to for the rest of today.
So
before we get into that, though, let's have a quick look over at what's available to you, because we are counting down till Flight 12 of Spaceships version 3. We have an incredible store available to you. Go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can pick up a patch. There's only a few patches left. Please, please, please go and pick them up before you miss out. They are really incredible and they are limited edition and worth collecting for you. I've got a t-shirt. I'm sure most of the other crew have got shirts and mugs as well to celebrate this day. There's also pins available. So if you happen to be a pin collector, go get yourself a pin for Flight 12. They are incredible and available, and lots of other goodies available to you on the website. That is shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Starship is under contract to serve as one of 2 lunar landers for NASA's Artemis program. There is a lot of pressure from the agency to beat China back to the moon. With a brand new version of Starship debuting on Flight 12, all eyes are on this mission. And if it goes well, it may indeed pave the way to beat not only China, but also fellow lunar lander contractor Blue Origin to be the first landing humans on the moon. For those unfamiliar, here's a quick recap into the Starship Human Landing System, also known as HLS. For this variant, Starship flies with no thermal protection system tiles and without aerodynamic flaps. It is, however, flown in a white color to reduce propellant boil-off while in the sun. The lunar Starship for Artemis is also fitted with dedicated landing engines placed high above on the body of the ship to prevent dust from being kicked up while on final descent. Its nose cone and payload bay contain a spacious main cabin with a dual airlock area and elevator located just beneath it. The ship's own header tanks are also removed from the nose cone area. In its place is a docking port on the tip of the nose cone, which is used to dock with NASA's Orion spacecraft. The lander also has very large landing legs, which are kind of important, especially when landing a huge vehicle such as Starship on the uneven terrain of the lunar South Pole. Now, getting to the moon takes a lot of energy, and landing on it takes even more. And then on top of that, you must also return to lunar orbit so the crew can return home. All of this in rocketry terms means that there is a lot of propellant needed, especially for a vehicle as large as Starship. And since Starship is also the rocket's second stage, it uses up most of its propellant just to reach Earth's orbit. So once in orbit, it doesn't have enough propellant on board to go to the moon and carry out its mission. Thus, it needs in-orbit refilling. For this, there are a series of propellant aggregation flights that would happen first before the launch of the Starship lander. That sequence starts with a Starship depot being launched into orbit. Then multiple ships, perhaps over a dozen, would launch and dock to the depot and fill it up. This sequence is thought to take a few months during the first few missions, with a cadence of about 1 tanker per week. Once the depot is loaded, the lander would launch and meet with the depot to be refilled. Under the nominal plan, the lander would then depart for lunar orbit and wait for Orion to launch and dock to it. 2 crew members would then board Starship for their descent and landing on the moon and start their mission on the lunar surface. After a week-long stay, the crew would then use the Starship lander again, but this time to lift off and meet back up with Orion. Then they would transfer back to Orion and come back to Earth. But these plans could very well change. A few weeks ago, NASA announced changes to the Artemis program in order to accelerate schedules and buy down risk ahead of the first crewed lunar landing. Now, the full scope of these changes hasn't exactly been published yet, as the details are still being finalized. But they could include those, for example, on where Orion meets with Starship and even what kind of lunar orbit is used before heading down to the surface. But before that first crewed landing, SpaceX has a series of tests and milestones to complete, and they all hinge on the success of this flight. A solid result for Flight 12 means they can trust the system more to finally send a ship into a stable orbit, which is kind of important. This in turn opens up more possibilities, like bringing the ship back to Starbase for a landing and future reuse, which, again, if you're picking up a theme here, is also kind of important, especially if you want a high launch cadence of those tankers, as we mentioned before. Success on Flight 12 would also breed confidence that SpaceX can safely launch from Florida, where SpaceX is building 3 more launch pads for Starship. More launch pads, more better. Finally, getting into orbit will also enable them to conduct in-orbit refilling, and that is one of the key capabilities for HLS. For that mission, SpaceX will need to prove that a ship can loiter in orbit for a longer period of time, as that will be needed for the depot to survive the several weeks needed to fill it. SpaceX also has the Artemis 3 mission, which has now been modified into a test of Orion with one or both landers in Earth orbit, the other lander being Blue Origin's Blue Moon. Without orbital flights, this is not possible. And finally, prior to the crewed lunar landing, there is a planned uncrewed landing of the system, which will need all of the above to work. A negative outcome for Flight 12 wouldn't exactly mean that none of these objectives are possible, but it would most definitely mean delays towards said milestones. What do you guys think? Will Flight 12 succeed? There is one way to find out.
Great info from Max there. We're currently looking at a helicopter coming in to land at Starbase ahead of the launch that's going to be happening in just under 6 hours. We're down to 5 hours and 55 minutes ahead of the launch window opening at Starbase for Flight 12 of SpaceX's enormous Starship version 3, which is very exciting. It's always great to see such a hive of activity going on down at Starbase. Wouldn't you agree, Ryan?
Yeah, it's always awesome to see, and get the range helicopters landing there. It's always funny to me that this happened like right at our right in front of our highway site, so we get to see them refueling the range safety helicopters. It's always fun to see that. It's been a treat. I'm trying to remember which flight they started this on. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It's been a couple of flights now. I think it was at least like 7 or something along those lines. I'd have to go back and look, but I can't remember the exact specifically which flight it started on. I think it was all the afternoon ones. Yeah, it might have started with the afternoon ones, so like flight 6. Either way, it's always fun to see the hive of activity. There's still tankers even coming up to the roadblock right now, but again, we're just under 6 hours away, so yeah, still a lot going on. Still a lot of time left.
And a Cybertruck in the foreground as well. You can see we're often having Cybertrucks available around there. I believe that's what the security team around SpaceX has been driving of late. Always interesting.
Yeah, they they basically use Cybertrucks for just about everything now. They got a whole basically delivery of them. At the Cape has them, Starbase has them now, and I think they got them even at Hawthorne and whatnot. You can even see in the flyover images all the SpaceX labeled Cybertrucks around they do it for security, for moves, just for general work trucks. They still have some of the older work trucks as well too, because there are a lot of things that the Cybertruck can't do, like have tool caddies on the back. So one thing like a lot of trucks have is they'll have storage spaces on the back where you would normally have the actual the whole bed of the truck. You'll still have the bed, but you also have places for tools and things like that. And Cybertrucks don't have those. That is probably the biggest downside of those, and why I don't like them.
They're also very odd looking.
I don't think. Nah, they don't look good.
They don't. I'm sorry.
No, they don't.
I'm sure we're going to get lots of people coming at us in the chat that like them, but it's subjective. Don't have a go at us. We're allowed our opinions of these sort of things. And speaking of the chat, we've got lots of support coming in. A big thank you to everybody that keeps sending us messages. Anonymous has come in with a store message saying NSF is the best place to relax and watch my favourite SpaceX stream. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Anonymous. It's always nice to know that we've got that support. Michael's also come in saying, how epic would it be if they stacked Starhopper on top of the booster and sent it to the moon for future aliens to find? Anyway, thanks y'all. Been an interesting one. Starhopper, we haven't heard that one for a while. Johnny says, aim high, fly SpaceX. Anonymous again coming in with go SpaceX, go. Another anonymous post saying thank you for the coverage. It's always nice to know that Anonymous is watching. And then we've got I'd rather be flying an X-Wing, who said, I'm assuming that the ships that are launched to refill the depot are going to have extra fuel tanks in the payload bay to carry more fuel. If not, why? What do you think about that one, Ryan?
I don't think they're going to have extra fuel tanks. I think the tanks are just going to be bigger. Because you have extra fuel tanks, that's extra domes, that's extra mass. Then you have extra piping for the pressurization of those tanks. And then you also have inlet and outlet piping. That's just extra mass that you don't need to deal with. So you just extend the main tanks. It's not that complicated.
Still looking at that chopper there in your vision, so we'll make sure we keep those going. We've got some more questions that are coming in on the chat that I'd love to get through. This one's for you, Ryan. We've obviously been talking about this version being a new version of the hardware, and it's out. The Master Piano Services is asking, where are SpaceX at with hardware for Flight 13 and 14? So they're already looking ahead. They're saying we're going to be going way more.
Yeah, so Flight 13, Ship 40 has already completed its cryo. It's currently getting set up for a static fire probably by the end of the month. Maybe early June. We'll have to wait and see here. And then Booster 20 is in Mega Bay 1. It's still getting ready for a cryo, which will probably happen by the end of the month, and then maybe a static fire by the end of June. So I would say, assuming this flight goes perfect and based off of readiness of those two, probably a flight end of July, early August is kind of where I'm looking at that. Flight 14, Ship 41 got its transfer tubes a little while back. It is waiting on its aft section, which in fact, we saw footage of its aft section yesterday during some of the Star Factory footage. We saw 41 and 42's aft sections, and it looks pretty far along, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that aft section roll out any day now at this point, because we don't know how old that footage was. But basically, we're waiting on that to come out and to complete Ship 40. Booster 21... what was it? Last night, I think it was. We had the A54 section roll into Mega Bay 1. Basically, I think it's one or two. I think it's one more section. I think they might be getting the transfer tube right now, and then it's one more section. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. But basically, they've got at least another two sections of the LOX tank, which is the A55, and then the A64, I think it is. It's the A64 is what it is. And then there's the aft section, but they got to get the transfer tube in there first. And then there's a bit of a landing tank they also have to bring in. They also have to get the LOX landing tank in there. So there's a couple more steps before the LOX tank's finished on Booster 21. Then they got to build the methane tank. And then they have to stack all that together and then get it ready for cryo. So I personally would not expect that booster to be flight ready until we're talking September, October. And that's assuming it's for Starbase again. We're expecting a booster in a ship to go to the Cape some point end of summer, early fall. And the only set of vehicles that would really be ready to do that would likely be Ship 41, Booster 21, if we're thinking that time frame. Because Booster 22 and Ship 42 are nowhere close to being ready. In fact, at this rate, they probably would be ready by November at this rate, considering unless they up the actual production rate and cadence that they've got. So there's still a ways away from a lot of that stuff, but it's progressing.
Always good to see that it is progressing. And we've got Max joining us as well. Max is obviously there at Starbase. What are you seeing on the ground, Max?
Well, good morning, everybody. Well, it is still technically morning here in Starbase because we are in Central Time here in the U.S. Overall vibe today, right now, is much more positive than it was yesterday. Certainly at this point during the day, when we were still getting rained on a bit in the late morning. But overall, I think considering why considering the issue that was fixed last night and the fact that the forecast for today overall is much more favorable than yesterday, I think today very well could be the day that Starship version 3 shows us exactly what it is made of. Got some low-level clouds passing through right now, but still tons of blue sky behind them. I think we are expecting these to clear out in the early afternoon. But overall, we are looking good here on the ground. But we are hoping it stays that way as the countdown progresses. Just over 5.5 hours left until the window opening.
Very exciting. Now, we've had a few people come in on the chat recently asking about this new danger zone area of cameras. Could you explain to them, those that missed the danger lot that we were calling it yesterday, for the new coverage for this launch today?
So danger lot is lovingly referring to the lot where Starhopper is, literally across the road from Pad 2. It is in very close proximity to the launch mount. I want to say it's around, I think it's 600 to 800 feet, somewhere in there distance-wise from the launch mount, which is about as far or as close as our cameras have ever been to a Starship vehicle before or during liftoff. So that's why it is lovingly called Danger Lot, because it is in very close proximity, and we have no idea how the exhaust is going to interact with the launch mount once the vehicle begins to rise during the initial moments of liftoff. Either that lot is going to remain A-OK, or it is going to get blown to smithereens, along with potentially Hopper with it. We have no idea to this point. We'll have to wait and find out, and there is only one way to find out, of course. But we have our trailer over there with a ton of cameras on it, getting the action while we can, hoping they survive the points beyond the first few seconds of liftoff. But yeah, we call it Danger Dune, or Danger Lot, I should say, just because of its very close proximity to a vehicle that is said to produce over 18 million pounds of thrust, which is 3 times more than the Saturn V moon rocket used during the Apollo program. So hoping those cameras, I really am hoping the best for that area and for those cameras, and because I also have 2 cameras over there in particular, but those are older bodies that if they do end up departing us today, I'm not going to be the most upset about them. But if they do work, they will be incredibly good bonus shots. But nonetheless, we are hoping for the best, and depending on how the Starship maneuvers off the pad, either they will be fine or it'll be blown to smithereens. I don't think that there's going to be much of an in-between there.
And where are you watching from today, Max?
So I'm currently stationed over at our river lot just off of Richardson and Highway 4 for this portion of the Stakeout stream. Once this is all over, I'm going to be migrating back over to the Rocket Ranch outpost to get my camera set up, as well as these tracking units as well, and also for some infield hits over there. And that is also where I will be for launch. The view over there is immaculate, I do have to say, especially with how the weather cleared up yesterday during the last 2 hours in the afternoon before the window opened. It was absolutely marvelous. And we cannot give a big enough shout out to the Rocket Ranch and the Outpost in particular for being incredible partners for us and with us, because they are truly just class act people, and they have done so much for us, and we hope to do as much as we can to return that favor. And we also have a 24/7 camera over there as well on a very tall tower that gives us a view of both Pad 1 and Pad 2, the production site, and also Massey's, depending on what direction it is looking in. But it's a fantastic place to look out for launch. Tickets are still available for today, although the check-in window, I think, is still ongoing right now there. I think you have until 3 p.m. Local time here to try and find your way that way. But yes, that is where I will be once the time comes.
What a great place to be. Lucky you, Max, and lucky for the team that are on the ground there as well. Being able to count down until the launch, which is expected to open, or the flight window of opportunity will open in about 5 hours and 42 minutes, counting down right now. We are very excited, and we will be bringing you the latest and all the information that we are getting as it comes in for this Stakeout today. I believe EJ is back and joining us as well. EJ, what are you most excited about when it comes to today's launch? What is it you're looking forward to seeing the most?
Well, yeah, it's good to be back. Sorry, I had to take a little bit of a break there. I'm back here. So what I'm looking forward to is, if Chad and Alice, if you look at the right-hand picture on your screen, you see that big old flame diverter down there, right? Mm-hmm. This pad, or that pad, I should say, has a bidirectional flame diverter. So I have these, we've seen tons of pictures of the Saturn V taking off over the years, right? And you see these gigantic flames coming out the side of each side of the flame trench at 39A and 39B for Apollo 10, right? You see these gigantic, 1,000-foot flames coming out. That's going to be my favorite part. I want to see some Saturn V energy here when this thing goes to launch. I want to see, half-mile long flames coming out of this diverter on either side when this thing goes. That's the part that I'm looking forward to. It's gonna, you're gonna channel some real Apollo energy there.
Love that. Ryan, what's your thing you're looking forward to the most today?
I think yesterday I did say it was basically what EJ had said. I would just want to see this, how this pad looks during launch. This stack and this pad together. I want to see how the plume interacts totally with the trench, and then how it interacts with the top deck plate. It's gonna look awesome. And then as part of that, I cannot wait for the slow-mo footage from Max and D and everyone else on this launch. It's going to be it's going to be perfect. It's going to be amazing. I cannot wait to see it. It's going to be just glorious.
Absolutely. Max, what about you? What are you looking forward to the most today?
Oh boy. Well, if viewing conditions allow for it, I'm really interested to see how the engine section of the booster looks once it's in flight. Because obviously with the version 3 boosters and its lack of shielding around the engines now, we have a visual of the engine in its entirety, from the very bottom of the engine bell to the very top of the power head where the turbopumps and other plumbing are. I'm really curious to see if during flight we get frosty power heads on the Raptor 3s, in contrast to the glowing purplish blue exhaust of the Raptor 3s. And also, if the atmospheric conditions allow for it, whether or not we get a vapor cone as Starship transitions through transonic speeds and goes supersonic like we got on Flight 10. I didn't even know Starship was capable of producing a vapor cone like that until it happened on Flight 10. But we are at the time of year where there is a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, especially in this part of the country, and also being in such close proximity to a large body of water like the Gulf. But I think beyond liftoff, obviously, I'd be sounding like a broken record, like EJ and Ryan, if I said, "Oh yeah, I want to see how this looks with the bidirectional flame diverter." Obviously, yes, but also how version 3 performs in flight and how it looks in particular, I think is one of the most fascinating parts to me on my end.
I'm just looking forward to it launching. I mean, we got so excited yesterday with the countdown.
I mean, fair. I mean, this has been a long time coming. We have waited
Yeah.
about 7 months now from Starship Flight 11, which was the last flight of version 2, and the last from Pad 1 for quite a while. A lot of people have been waiting a long time for this. I think it just getting off the ground would suffice for a bunch of people, but I don't want to be selfish and say, oh, I want to see X, Y, and Z in flight. If it gets off the ground today and Starship does well, whether we see it or not, that is a win. So there will be a ton more flights down the road, but obviously, being selfish, I would like to see it for most of that flight if we can.
Absolutely. Do we want to talk a little bit about what we're expecting on this flight? Because there are a few little extras on board this time. I hear we're going to have some Starlink on there, Ryan.
Yeah, there's going to be a few dummy satellites. There's 20 dummy sats and then 2 modified V2 Starlinks they called Dodger Dogs or whatever they wanted to call them. Because they're basically V2 minis with a beefed up spine so that they're compatible with the PEZ dispenser. And they're going to be modified with some kind of V3 hardware as well as the cameras to look at the Starship heat shield. So I can't wait to see that. When it happens, when that payload deploy happens. It's plus the supercharged PEZ. They're supposed to be able to deploy these much faster now after learning with Ship 37 and Ship 38. I learned a lot with those, so I cannot wait to see payload deploy for this. It's going to be fun to see how quickly they fire the things out of the PEZ. I can't wait.
Absolutely. And they're called Dodger Dogs in a bit of a reference to baseball. I know, EJ, you were talking about this earlier with Sawyer, and we were discussing what they call the dogs at different places. Why Dodger Dogs?
Well, so I didn't say this the first time around. Sawyer had to remind me. I'll chalk that one up to not enough coffee intake. But there are hot dogs that the Dodgers sell at Dodger Stadium that are a very long frank and a very short bun, and that's what this satellite looks like. It's a hot-rodded Starlink V2 Mini that has an adapter to fit inside of Starship's PEZ dispenser, so it ends up looking a little weird. But yeah, Dodger Dogs. I mean, I'm more partial to Fenway Franks, personally.
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely. Hey, look, I'm on the same. My husband's from the Northeast as well. He's a big Sox fan, so you know. I'm the same. But we called them monster dogs when I was there a few years ago. We were having this conversation. It's been a long time since I've been up in Boston, so you'll have to forgive me. But yeah, it's always interesting when they
as I am?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I think it goes without saying, EJ, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're not having a good time up here. But anyway, this is a rocket stream, not baseball.
Same, right? Oh, it's nice to hear that they're able to give a bit of a joke.
Go Cardinals. What?
Oh, no, here we go.
Go White Sox. Oh, wait.
Oh, ew. That's even more ew.
Oh, you're going to get all chat excited about that one. I'm sorry to the moderators.
At least
the different ones.
There is a charm about the Cubs. I'm not going to lie. Wrigley Field is wonderful, the friendly confines, but I do like my White Sox. That being said, though, I haven't followed baseball in a long time because obviously my priorities have shifted towards these very powerful vehicles that we call rockets. But anyway.
Nice to know. Which is what we're here to talk about today. We are here to talk about Flight 12, which is looking like it's going ahead. I feel like we need to recap everybody what happened yesterday because there's a few people saying, what's the update on what's happening now? Have they managed to fix the issues? Why don't we go back over what happened yesterday and where we're at right now? Ryan, why don't you kick us off with that?
So yesterday, well, the day didn't start off that great. Weather wasn't great down there. I bet Max can attest to that one. It didn't start off like it was going to be a great day for launch. But as the day went on, weather cleared up, and it actually was really, really beautiful out during launch time and would have been a picturesque launch, except for after delaying twice into the window, going to 6:30 p.m. Central. They got all the way down to T-40. The first hold was checking the was checking the quick disconnects events for their final throwbacks. Then they had a second hold at T-minus 35 seconds, which was trying to manage pressures inside the SQD. That could have been pressures inside the lines, could have been hydraulic pressures. We don't really know what kind of pressures you're talking about. Third hold is around T-minus 28 seconds, which kicked back for a water diverter issue. So they were probably having pressure sensor issues in those lines, which that isn't the first time they've had those problems. And then the fourth and fifth are kind of basically the same, where they were saying they were having basically issues managing stuff on the ship QD arm. My guess is they couldn't get that pin to unlatch. They thought they could get it to unlatch. They went down the count again, and then it didn't unlatch. So they kicked back again, both at T-minus 28 seconds. And then they realized that they couldn't get the pin to unlatch, so they had to scrub the launch because, the temperatures in the vehicles were starting to get a little bit too high, and they couldn't, they couldn't keep going. Because there comes a point in which the prop temps get too high, and the engines don't really like higher temperatures. The vehicles don't really like it either. So at that point, they, started to depress and detank the vehicle. I thought it was kind of hilarious just listening to the SpaceX stream. Every time they would kick back to T-minus 40 seconds, and then they're like, okay, we're good to go. So they start counting down again, and you hear the depress repress. So you basically hear all the valves, like there's a certain number of valves that repress and then depress, like right at T-minus 40 as they head into terminal count. And then all of a sudden it's like they kick back to recycle and it has to like repress, depress again. It was hilarious listening to that like 5 straight times. But it happens. It's a brand new vehicle. It's a brand new pad. Things like this happen. The pin might have just gotten jammed. They looked at it last night. They did some tests on it. It looked like it was working just fine, and there haven't been crews up there for a long time, so their assumption is that they've got it fixed, whatever the issue was. We don't really know. All we know is that the pin wouldn't retract. That's it, because it's a hydraulically actuated pin that basically holds the SQD arm to the tower, and it just wouldn't retract. So it is what it is. Sometimes things like that happen. Hydraulics are usually pretty dang reliable. They're some of the most reliable pieces of equipment you could ever ask for, truly. And sometimes things don't work. Mechanical things break. So hopefully we're good to go today and they'll launch.
Max, what are you seeing on the ground there?
I mean, there's not really much I can see here from our river lock because our view to the base of the pad is unfortunately obscured. But everything is looking fine here weather-wise. I think that's probably the most valuable viewpoint that I can give right now beyond what we can see on our cameras. But we are seeing the line of tankers lined up for the tank farm. I think it's beginning to wind down. Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe there's more waiting at the roadblock and they're just having them staged in various, I guess, numbers. But I think I think that's
coming to the roadblock. So
more keep coming to the roadblock. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think yesterday we kept seeing tankers coming through the roadblock up until what? Like, was it 2.5 hours, 3 hours before launch? And that was Go ahead.
They kept coming through the roadblock up until about like T-minus 3:45, 3:30 or so. And then eventually they finally turned back. I think it was a methane tanker until they finished it off. I just saw another shuttle tanker go past Richardson roadblock. You'll see the shuttle tankers roll in and out. I think they're running to the Brownsville ASU. So there's an air separation unit. I think it's by Lind. I think it's the company that operates that one.
Yes.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I think they're running to that ASU to basically restock on LN2 and LOX. So it's a quick trip. They're literally detanking at the launch site, and then they're going back to the ASU, refilling, and then coming back again. That's a lot of that. The methane is a much longer trek. As far as I know, they still have to trek from Houston to get the methane. As I think they get it from a supplier in Houston, so it's a 5-hour drive there and a 5-hour drive back, or to and from Houston to Brownsville. So the LN2 and LOX are pretty easy to get. The CH4 they kind of have to order ahead of time. The lucky thing is they have a lot of methane now on hand. They have 6 full tanks worth of methane. 3 of them are 950 cubic meters. The other 2 are 1,000. So they got a lot of methane on hand, and it's the thing that they recycle the most and reclaim the most, because they don't vent that off like they do as much with LOX or LN2. So they don't need as many deliveries of that. They can probably go through several launch attempts without really needing to fully top off the methane tank farm. But the LOX and LN2 are a different story. So they're still refilling it. But again, we're still like 5.5 hours away from the opening of the window, so I'm not really too concerned. And most of them should probably be done or gone within the next 2 hours. But that's kind of what we're watching at right now.
Absolutely. And you just mentioned we are counting down at the moment to the launch window opening at 5:30 local time in Starbase. They're going to have a 90-minute window to launch today for Flight 12. So we're expecting things that are looking pretty good. You know, even after yesterday's scrubs, and they weren't cancellations, they were just scrubs, they were saying that they were ready for today. It was almost instant that they said they were going to be trying again for today. And so we're looking at a very positive outcome, hopefully, to later today. Stay with us and we'll keep you updated when we know more things coming through. Sticking with positives, thank you so much for all the support that's been coming in. A big thank you to Mac that sent us a super chat. It says "Go Guardians," referring back to our chat about baseball. We've had this comment come in about Ryan, who apparently is entitled to his wrong opinion about Cybertrucks. Yes, we were talking about Cybertrucks not being our favourites. We're sorry. It's just our opinion. It's not personal.
It's not a wrong opinion. It's a correct opinion, okay? We're going to go with that, okay?
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm just for the record, I am not of the same opinion. I think the Cybertruck rocks. I'm just going to say it.
I am
Somebody has
never
to.
wrong, okay?
I am never wrong. My name's Ryan Weber, and I'm never, ever, ever,
Never.
once ever wrong. Ever.
All right, guys, calm down. A big thank you to Wilbo Baggins, who's come in with gifting Red Team memberships. Go grab those when you have the chance as well. If you have a question for the team, just make sure you tag us in the chat at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and we'll make sure we get to it as quickly as possible. We've had a few questions coming in about the weather. As you can see from the screen, it's looking rather glorious over there at Starbase. It's a nice, hot, clear day. At the moment, SpaceX are saying it is 85% favourable, so we'll make sure we keep that updated when we know more details about what's coming through as well. We are counting down to that launch, as I've mentioned several times now, in about 5 hours and 33 minutes, and we will do our best to keep you updated of what's going on, and we'll get through some of these questions that are coming in on the chat as well. Oh, we've got a swish sound. Always exciting. I do have a question come in from Pierre, who's asking, I noticed that one chopstick was open more than the other yesterday. Could you see it on the tower cam? Why do you think that might have happened? Max, I'm going to ask you that. Did you see it on the tower cam yesterday?
You know, I can't say I paid that close of attention to our cameras located by the tower and hopper lot, whether as to see if one chopstick was open more than the other. I'm going to be completely honest, because I was laser focused towards the end there. I'm making sure cameras were working.
Yeah, and you did a good job with that, by the way.
Thank you. So I'm going to enlist partial help of Ryan here. Ryan, from this perspective, was it the stick on the right hand side that was open more?
It could have been a perspective thing.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the thing is from this vantage point, we're actually looking dead on the center column of the carriage. Yep. So from this perspective, if both are fully open, they're both going to be open the same amount. Any other camera, you might have a perspective issue on one might be more open than the other. But what they do when they go to launch position, they fully retract both arms. So that means they bottom out the actuators. So, and when they do that, it should be about the same. There shouldn't be really any difference if one's more open than the other. And even if it is, it's not really that much of an issue. It is what it is.
Good question and a good observation. So thank you for that, Pierre. It's always good to see that you are keeping an eye on things and keeping us honest. And again, those questions can come into at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF in the chat, and we'll make sure we ask them of the team and what's going on. EJ, we've been talking a lot about all the changes in this vehicle. We are very excited because this is version 3 of the spaceship. What are we seeing in this version? Because it looks very similar on the outside, but I know there's a lot going on underneath.
There is so much under the hood that we could be talking until Memorial Day about all the different changes. Ryan, you summed it up a lot better than me, dude. So I'm gonna default to you on this. You go down the list, dude. Go off.
Dang,
man.
that's 2 in a row now being defaulted to Ryan. Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
What can I say? Like, I was explaining it a little bit earlier. Like, it's got 3 grid fins instead of 4, but Ryan knows it down to the nuts and bolts, man.
Well, we can start at the tip of the ship. On the nose cone itself, nose cone's about the same design as Block 2. The Block 2 design was a complete redesign of the nose cone from Block 1. It was a major point in the redesign there. The forward flaps are basically the same. One thing on the heat shield on the nose cone is a horizontal seam, because when you're taking a singular like hex shape, and then you gotta go up a cone, so it goes up and then gets smaller and smaller, the surface area, you kind of have to direct those shapes inward. And with the hex shape, it kind of gets kind of hard to do that. So they have kind of like a lot of specialty tiles that they do that. And then also you basically have to reset the line every once in a while. So there are horizontal seams on the nose cone. Well, they deleted one of those for Block 3, and they deleted, I think, 1 or 2 on Block 2 as well. So you used to have a lot more horizontal seams, so they've been getting rid of those, which is a really good thing. Still on the nose cone, they moved around the Starlink terminals. So now you've got 2 that are basically on the sides of the heat shield, and then 2 that are on the nose cone. That'll give them a nice coverage in low Earth orbit with the Starlink network. And then the 2 on the leeward side will definitely give nice coverage for reentry. Just below those are the new catch lift pins. So the sockets are deleted from this ship. They don't exist anymore. There's no more pins on the chopsticks either. All the lift operations and eventually catch operations will happen with the newly designed catch pins. They're basically the same kind of design as booster is in terms of the pin itself. They're not as long as the booster, but they're relatively the same shape. So it works the same with the chopstick itself. Payload bay door is basically the same as Block 2. I don't think I've seen any difference in that. You will notice 4 drogue docking ports added. That's the passive side of the probe and drogue system they're going to use. I know people ask, why don't they just use an autonomous docking system? That's not really easy to do. You'd have to have multiple points of contact, especially for a refueling trip. And having several Andromeda docking system ports on that ship, that's overly complicated, if I'm going to be entirely honest. Why is the methane reclaim vent on?
Because they want to reclaim methane, obviously.
But they only turn that on when they're chilling down the methane side.
They could. Do you think they're moving commodities around because of the tanker trucks, Ryan?
It could be. It's stopping in the middle of my explanation, but I just noticed that. It is kind of odd because a lot of times if you're going to move and recondense methane, there's recondensers at the methane tanks themselves. But that says that the methane supply line might also be frosty as well. I'd have to look. Let me see if I can look here. It's not. Huh. I'm confused. Anyways, they might be doing something else with the system either way. But I just want to say that's not indicative that they're launching soon. Just to say that, I think they're running the system and they're maybe testing something with it. So that's just that right now. They may be doing something with all the tanker trucks and everything they got coming in. So it's
you got to be
weird.
moving commodities around, dude. They wouldn't be blowing up the pad 5 hours out.
No, that's a waste of prop to
You
chill
boil
it
it
down
all
this early,
off,
because then
right?
you have to keep it chill. The only way it would make sense to chill it this early is if everything was vacuum jacketed. At which point, once you chill it down, you could basically keep it at that without losing too much prop. But not everything is vacuum jacketed; only parts are. So yeah, they are running. Yeah, it doesn't look like the lock site's chilling now, but they are running one of the tanks for the methane reclaim. So that's interesting. And all the vents you see coming off the tanks, that's because the pressures behind those tanks are getting. They have to release pressure from the tanks as they're loading into them, whether it's the nitrogen or methane or the oxygen. And then, of course, the methane recondenser vents are for the methane gas at the top of the tank. They recondense it and get it back in the tank as a liquid. So tank farm's just kind of running right now, but usually they don't run the methane reclaim vent unless they're chilling down the methane, but they're not. So either way, it's a little weird. Anyways, with the ship, they moved the common and aft domes down so they can get more prop on board. It's like 100 tons extra prop on the ship. The tanks themselves are basically the same. The transfer tubes are still the same as Block 2. There might be some changes near the aft dome of that. And then basically they've got they redesigned the QD a little bit there. The entire aft bay is completely redesigned. It's much more clear. We even saw it on the launch on SpaceX's launch stream there. It's basically an insulated, just slightly lower attic or slightly upper attic. Basically, the RVACs are slightly inside the LOX tank now in cavities because they moved the dome down. So you can't move the RVACs down, otherwise the bells will stick out below the skirt. And then as for the heat shield, they have done a lot of little things around the forward and the aft dome heat shield seals. So instead of having a horizontal seam to go down to the smaller tiles, which go over external stringers, they have the original hex tiles with small cutouts on either side, where the smaller tiles hook into for better gap sealing. So that's a really nice thing. The tiles on the aft flaps are now all pinned, except for the leeward tiles that are glued. The primary tiles are all pinned now, and they redid the entire tile system on the aft flaps. That's just some of the stuff. They've added a lot of RCS equipment to it. It can stay in orbit for 48 hours, so extended battery life, better avionics, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And that's just the ship. The booster's a whole other thing. I could probably go on for the next 2 hours if I really wanted to.
There's a lot going on, but it's all exciting, which is why we are counting down right now for the Stakeout till that launch window opens in just over 5 hours and 16 minutes until we hopefully get to see this, light this candle, as they say. And we would want to say a big thank you right now for all the supports coming in. Thank you to Mergs, who's come in with 5 Red Team memberships. Big thank you to Patrick, who's gifted 50 Red Team memberships. Raptors Mini, who's come in with 1 Red Team membership. And Tom with 5 Red Team memberships. It's always wonderful to see the support coming in. We've had this lovely message from David, who said he's got the patch to mark this very special launch, a brand new Starship. If you're wondering what he's talking about, go check out the store. Go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We've got a very limited number of patches available still on there, so go get them now before they run out, because it's always important to grab those while you have the opportunity to. And we are counting down at the moment till the launch time. It's looking like things are going to plan. There's a lot of activity going on the ground, though, right, Max?
There always is right now between those tankers and also the range helicopters, which are constantly surveying the area, making sure that people do not go where they're not supposed to, and making sure the area is clear. The last thing you want to do is be around a vehicle as large as Starship with over 5,000 metric tons of propellant on board, should the worst case scenario happen, because I can guarantee you, if you were, you would not last very long. It would be a very bad day for you. I think, as far as I'm aware as well, the hard roadblock past Richardson has not gone into effect yet. I'm still seeing cars going to and from the Star Factory area, but that should change here in a few hours as we see one more range helicopter now on Highway 4 past the hard roadblock past LBJ Boulevard there, getting ready to refuel and head back back up once again. But yeah, it's like an ant hive around here between how many people are still coming in and out, coming in the area, people here at the river lot, and also going back and forth from the outpost for now, and then the good
Words,
Lord,
English?
English words. Put my teeth back in. People, the crowd should
today, Junior.
And the crowd should begin to arrive to the outpost from the rocket ranch proper here very soon. I think check in there. I think we'll conclude around 3:00 if everyone is not accounted for by that point. But yes, there are tons of people still coming in and out from the area, but we should expect the hard roadblock past Richardson to come into effect here very soon.
Always good to know. It looks like we are on track, and as SpaceX has continued to communicate, it's looking like we are positive that when that launch window opens at 5:30 this evening local time, we will be seeing this vehicle launch. EJ, we've had a couple of questions come in that I figured maybe you could cover for us. This one's a really good one come in from DSCP1VG. I don't know what that's supposed to stand for. Can you go over a bit of the basics of the length versus diameter of this rocket? Because it's huge, isn't it? Let's talk about how large it is.
Okay, so Starship has it's a 9-meter diameter core. So for people that use feet units, that's about 30 feet wide, give or take. Ryan, what's the exact height of V3? I don't remember off the top of my head. I know it's about a 35-story building, but I don't know what that is in meters.
407 feet.
That's not meters. That is not those. But hey, I'll take that. Those are units.
I wanted to hear your reaction, EJ. I wanted to hear your reaction.
It's just over 124 meters, by the way.
He says diverting and completely ignoring that part of the question.
Yep. I don't know what you're talking about. No, anyway. So yeah, we're a little over 120 meters and change. It's about a 35-story building. So in terms of extending the vehicle, you can with most rocket designs, one of the easiest kind of low-hanging fruit in our analogy that is upgrading rockets and changing their design, one of the easiest low-hanging fruits is just to extend the vehicle. We've seen it happen with Falcon 9. If you're a real old school, I mean, I hate that this is old school at this point, but if you remember Falcon 9 1.0, guys, one of the first things that SpaceX upgraded with Falcon 9 1.0 to 1.1 was extending the vehicle. Bigger upper stage, longer first stage, because that favored the reuse. You gave it the extra fuel that it needed to be able to do the boost back and landings that we're all accustomed to nowadays, which are fantastic. I still get hyped up every time I see a Falcon land. I'm like, yeah, man. Like, people find that a little weird, and I kind of don't blame them at this point. But with Starship, you can easily do the same thing. This ship is a little bit taller than previous versions. This whole stack's a little bit taller, and the stack that came before this, the Block 2 stack, is taller than the Block 1 stack, right? Extending the vehicle on the long axis is one of the easiest things that you can do. So in terms of like how much more you can go, you could probably do with extending Starship a little bit more. And we do see that from SpaceX's Starship V4 renders. The V4 renders have Starship, and it looks like Long Cat if you like old internet memes. Like Starship ends up looking in the V4, Ryan, like it's about as big as Super Heavy but with the same little flappy fins on it. It looks very strange. But yeah, there's still more performance to squeeze out of this thing.
Lots going on.
It looks because it's going to be like 60 to 70 meters is what the Block 4 ship's going to be. Currently, booster's like 72 meters. So like basically imagine the ship as tall as the booster currently is with the same size flaps, which is just going to look wrong. I'm sorry, that's just going to look wrong. Weird. On so many levels. And then to get the rest of the performance out of it, whether or not it's before they do the stretch or not, eventually they're going to put 3 more RVACs in the bottom of that thing to get some more thrust out of it. So,
Yeah, and I would like to add, I said that, extending the vehicle, like lengthening the vehicle is one of the one of the easier things that you can do. You know, I know what the next question is going to be, just in case anybody's out there not just listening to me ramble, right? Like, you know, okay, so why don't they increase? Why not go to a 12-meter Starship or a 10-meter Starship? Well, lengthening the vehicle doesn't change your GSE necessarily, right? If you wanted to make Starship taller, you see that big pyramid down at the bottom? You wouldn't have to go redesigning that if you want Starship to be taller. In fact, I would go so far as to say that Pad 2 is designed for fueling bigger variants of Starship. That's why they seemingly have gotten the fueling procedure down to like 35 minutes. They fill that thing with, what is it, like 5,000 tons of fuel in oxidizer in 35 minutes? That is a ridiculous amount of propellant movement. So my guess is that they're over-engineering it for, you know, a little bit later down the road. When they want to use a bigger Starship, they can still fuel it faster. If you switch to like a 12-meter Starship right now, you'd have to redesign your pad, you'd have to redesign the chopsticks, you'd have to redesign a bunch of things. You'd have to build a whole new launch complex, right? So that's why lengthening a vehicle is one of the most low-hanging fruit things that you could do to squeeze more performance out of the rocket. You wouldn't want to change the width, the diameter of the core. You just make it a little bit longer. And in terms of Starship, there is more room for performance there. As Ryan said, especially with 6 vacuum engines in the second stage, oh yeah, there's plenty more you could squeeze out of this design.
Very exciting to see it finally taking off, which it hopefully will be in about just over 5 hours when that launch window opens to us here in Starbase. They do have a 90-minute launch window, so we're hoping to see it launched this evening. Obviously, yesterday we got down to about T-minus 28 seconds. There were a few little hiccups, but SpaceX seems very positive that things are going to go ahead as they expect later today. Thank you to Bradley Hancock that's come in for a Red Team membership. A nice little message that's come in as well saying, waiting at my son's school for Starship and NSF. Now other dads are coming over to watch it too. I love you guys. It's nice to know that we are helping you out at the school run. I'll be doing that myself shortly as well, when I'll be handing over to Sawyer. So very exciting to see that things are progressing today the way they should be. Max, I know that you guys have got how many angles going on down there? How are you managing to keep them all under control?
We have many angles coming to you from our various sites. I don't have an exact number of how many, but they are all being able to be remote controlled. Well, I shouldn't say all, because I only have one camera being able to be remotely controlled. But in terms of our live cameras, either from here at Danger Lot, which you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, the feed on the right-hand side of your screen, we have remote access to all of those cameras for which we are able to monitor and control. So that's the simplified gist of that. But we do have quite an assortment of cameras all across the launch site from a lot of various angles, and some in very close proximity, aka the Danger Lot, which is right where Hopper is currently situated, right across the road from Pad 2. I want to say it's like 600 or 800 feet away from the pad, maybe closer. I'll have to double check that distance before we come back to that point later. But yes, one thing that we are not short of today is cameras. That is for sure.
For information, I know, Ryan, you've seen a few things that have popped up on screen that you've been concerned with. Have we figured out yet what we were seeing earlier with some of the freezing going on, the frosting that we could see on the ship?
Well, there are two possibilities. One, they are possibly pressure testing some of the systems out here with just LN2 or nitrogen, or they're in a very, very, very early chill down. Because those vents that are behind the tanks there, or we could call them LOX cannon vents, those are, that's the part of the LOX bleed system, and that LOX bleed system is a return from the pad. So that bleed line comes off of the primary propellant valves that are inside the service structure on the side of the launch mount, and those run back to the tank farm, and they used to run back into the box fan. They then ran that over. They then decided, no, let's not do it over the box fan anymore. Let's do it. Let's go over the blast wall and try that. Well, then they decided, well, that's not enough anymore. Let's actually put it in a big pipe and put a bunch of vents that kind of go over the blast wall like that is, and that's what it is. So with those running, it means they're chilling the service structure. Or at least they're running cold oxygen gas or LN2, or I should say, or LOX, all the way down to the server structure there, which is kind of odd. It means they're chilling that down in a way, at least the LOX side. The methane reclaim vent means that they are moving liquid methane usually. Either it means they're moving liquid methane through the entire system, or they're just running LN2 through the reclaim system. The fact that the methane supply line itself isn't frosty, or at least isn't fully frosty. It's like partially frosty. I don't know if they're running a lot in through it, but it makes me wonder if they're trying to do like a really, really early chill, or if all they're doing is running LN2 through the lines and that's all they're doing now. But the fact that one of the reclaim tanks is frosty means that it almost like they're trying to recondense methane and reclaim it and then reuse it. So it's kind of odd what's going on right now. It doesn't look like the LOX pumps are chilling down, but it definitely looks like they're using a lot of cold gas through the system right now. I think that's basically what they're doing. Maybe they're doing a pre-chill with cold gas so they get ahead of time. Maybe that's what they're doing, which would be certainly a different thing that they've ever done before. So I mean, we'll just have to watch and wait to see if these vents shut off or if they stay going until, launch, or at least before they're supposed to shut off before prop load. So it's a wait and see.
It is a lot of wait and see. We're a lot of guessing game here, but well-informed guessing, should I add. The team here have got a lot of experience being able to watch SpaceX all the way back from Hopper era, so they know what they're talking about. EJ, there's a question coming in about why not reclaim some of this gas? Why are we venting so much off? Could you explain a little bit more about that?
Well, these systems are for actuation of moving the methane around. They're using nitrogen to do it. They're using liquid nitrogen to move the stuff and keep it cool. Well, not to necessarily move it. They keep it cool. That's the condensation that you're seeing, guys. Now, in terms of reclaiming propellants off of the booster, SpaceX does have a methane scavenging system built into this design. As opposed to like a purge flame. On some other rockets, you'd see like a birthday candle, what looks like a big birthday candle sitting on the pad. That's to give if you're using fully cryogenic fuel like liquid hydrogen, liquid methane, liquefied natural gas, that gives it a purge flame, and it's basically like a pilot light, and to make sure that you're evacuating hazardous gases that are a result of boil off of the propellants. Away from the pad. Now, SpaceX has a reclamation system. They can actually pull the methane out. They don't scavenge all of it. They usually just kind of let it go. The recirculation system is really there for like when they're topping off tanks. But they can scavenge some of it. But like, guys, I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal if some liquid oxygen burns off into gaseous oxygen. You got to vent it. Liquid nitrogen, vented. These commodities, like, I know everything costs money, right? But these commodities are not really prohibitively expensive comparatively to like the rest of the program. We all know that gas prices are high right now, but that still pales in comparison to the cost of the car, right? So with the rocket, it kind of works like that. So they do vent it. They scavenge what they can, but venting nitrogen and oxygen into the atmosphere is not that big of a deal. Like, you could get away with venting methane into the atmosphere, but that would make Captain Planet angry. We don't want to do that, which is why they have the reclamation system.
Fairs on the Ride says, recondense, everybody look at your vents. I loved that comment coming in as you were saying that.
Yep.
Like, they could, in theory, they could set up a whole system to reclaim all the oxygen they could possibly reclaim. It's just adding complexity to the system. It's not necessarily needed per se. But basically, I mean, it's just also, not really needed. For the methane, they move it around as much as possible through whether it's gas or liquid. And then if it's gas, they either bring it back to the tanks for recondensing, especially when they're detanking. And when they're using it to chill down the main lines, they'll use the reclamation system to basically using LN2 to recondense the methane into liquid to then either bring it back to the tanks or reuse it again to keep chilling down the lines. So it's kind of it literally is a recirculation system that they do in the tank farm for the methane and whatnot. And LN2, they just dump it. They don't really care about LN2. They just dump it overboard, basically any chance they get.
Very good analysis there. We are coming up to just under 5 hours from that launch window opening for today's flight. We are looking at Flight 12 of the Starship Super Heavy version 3, which we're hoping to see take to the skies today after yesterday's scrub. We don't like to use that word too much, but it happened. We had a few little countdown glitches as we got down to 28 seconds and things had to be paused. We should use the word pause and pushed over to today.
Don't say that word. Why would you say that
For
word?
the
Why would you do
record.
this?
For the record, that is from my time listening this morning. That is her third time saying that word.
I say
so she
it.
has
I'm
since
okay with
said
it.
the word. She said it she said it for a second time, which I guess in theory cancels it out. But
Yes.
she just said it for a third time, which
I need to say it for a
uncancels the cancel.
fourth.
Hey,
Look, I know I'm dicing with the devil, shall we say? But you know what? It happens. This is normal for space. Space is hard. Space is difficult. There's a reason why the cliche is out there. They had a few issues. They had a few hiccups, shall we say, with the SQD yesterday. It's looking like things have been resolved today, though. It's 85% favourable weather for today's launch window opening at 5:30 local time, and it's looking like things are going ahead as planned. And I am going to be heading off now and handing you over to the wonderful Sawyer Rosenstein, who's going to be taking over for me for the next few hours of the Stakeout. Sawyer, you haven't missed too much. We've seen lots of tankers coming in, but it's looking like things are going ahead the way it should be.
Yes, it does. So far, so good. It seems like at this point, Starship Flight 12 getting ready to launch. But as the flame trench at the base of the rocket is dry at the moment, will it get spicy like this? The flame trench here at NSA. Oh, wait, no.
Oh my
This isn't the
god.
flame trench.
Oh my god.
Roll the intro? Wait.
It is Friday. That's all I'm saying.
and we have the flame trench crew plus me.
We are all here.
It is the Flame Trench crew. You're part of it too, Ryan. It's usually either you or Alex coming in as
I guess that's true. Yeah.
the fourth Starship person. So yeah, welcome to the Stakeout version of the Flame Trench today. For those who don't know, we do a news show on Fridays, which is a little more loose and open-ended, where we take questions from people and joke around, and we like to joke that it goes off the rails quite often on Friday afternoons, usually followed by the serious news show This Week in Spaceflight, which obviously they're both delayed because of Starship happening today. So we'll turn this into a little bit of a flame trench, which means we can be a little more loose. Of course, we're still going to be keeping track of everything happening in real time. Of course, we're still going to be answering all of your questions and chatting with you as we do this. So, yeah, this feels weird to do it this early. Normally it's at 5 o'clock Eastern. So a little early, but here we are.
You know, it's evening in Europe, so that's good.
Yeah. It's 4 p.m. it's always 4 p.m. somewhere, right?
No, Jimmy, you got to go with Jimmy Buffett in that case. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Wow.
Come on, it's right in the saying there, especially because our show starts at 5 normally.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna go Jimmy Buffett, I'm gonna say, you know, we're watching the tankers at the Margaritaville Hotel in South Padre Island.
Oh
my god.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you're sitting by the pool waiting for Starship to launch, eating a cheeseburger in paradise, come on.
Nailed it.
What's another Jimmy Buffett song? Oh no.
Mine with lettuce and tomato, Heinz 57 and French. Anyway, continuing on.
Our life is just one big Jimmy Buffett song at this point.
Yep, exactly.
It is. It is. This still remains, though, same as we do with the Flame Trench, same as we've been doing all day with these streams. If you have questions, tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and it makes it easier for us to find them and start answering questions from all of you. Normally, I'd say stick to the topic that we're discussing, but there kind of is just one topic today, and that is Starship, obviously, with the launch happening, hopefully, under 5 hours from now. Let me see what we have here for questions coming in. I see one talking about the 40-second hold mark. So Of course, we saw that yesterday multiple times. Why is the T-minus 40-second hold time shorter than usual? It seems like it was maybe 10-ish minutes opposed to like the 15 or 20 that we saw on Pad 1. I don't know if there are specifics, but Ryan, can you talk about the science behind that hold, why they do it there, and what that means for hold time?
Basically, one of the, as I guess we can kind of start this off, for a rocket like Starship, and like Falcon 9, they use sub-chilled propellants. Now, for Falcon 9, that means you basically have an instantaneous window to hit. You can't hold an account, but you might be able to shift it between that window, and usually you can't recycle unless the window is like really, really long. For Starship, in its case, it holds so much propellant, even though it is sub-chilled, that the propellant can literally stay at a good enough temperature for a longer period of time. Now, for it to be lower than Block 2, it might be because Raptor 3 likes its temperatures of its propellants a little bit more controlled than, say, Raptor 3 rather than Raptor 2. I should say Raptor 3 probably likes its temperatures a little bit more controlled than Raptor 2 does. And plus, they might be a little more conservative, per se, especially with the first few launches of this vehicle. Maybe that hold time gets bigger later on or something along those lines. Either way, they still have the chance to hold, because if they didn't even have the chance to hold yesterday, if they got the immediate trip on the T-minus 40-second hold, well, that would have been an instant scrub if it were Falcon 9. That would have been an instant scrub. But...
Dog.
Not you two.
Dog.
We finally got Alice to stop saying it, and now you come in with the S word here.
No, whatever. Personally, this is personally.
Mr. Optimism here.
Personally, since I end up having to work tonight, which is going to kind of stink, I wouldn't mind a delay till Tuesday, but that's just me. Anyways.
No, but that's for the rest of us then.
Good grief.
That's why I said personally.
Somebody mute this guy and get him off the stream.
Well, you know what, boys? I'm just going to say this. I wanted it to launch yesterday, and I want it to launch now.
I wanted it to go yesterday too.
Well, how about not launch right now, EJ? In 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 10 seconds, maybe.
I mean, I'll take a launch now.
But when will then be now?
Soon.
Now is now, and now is never, and never is forever.
The movies are made. The movies are on tape before they're even finished.
Oh boy, yes.
What happened to then?
Admittedly, though,
that's now.
Oh,
when will then be now? Soon, yeah. I mean, that kind of feels like instead of Spaceballs, it's with SpaceX. It's Star the ship, Star the liner.
Yeah.
No, that's the wrong thing. Star the ship, Star the link, Star the shield, Star the whatever. Merchandising. Let's see here. Let's get to some actual questions here. As loopy as we can kind of be with this, we should actually take legitimate questions here from people. Here's one from there we go. I'm looking for different things here. OMG Rockets was talking about the boost back burn, saying, when was the 33 engine boost back burn confirmed? EJ, that was just yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. Wait a minute. 33 engine boost back burn? Question?
Yeah.
Yes. All right, fine. You want to take some of the crazy updates that we heard on what they're doing with those booster engines there?
Yeah, so basically the booster engines, you're going to have 33 on ascent, as you should. And then they're going to basically go down to 5 they called it 5 sustainer engines. So you're going to have 5 engines. So you're only shutting down 28 for most engines cutoff, or MECO. They like to put their own spin on that. And then basically they'll reignite to 33, and then they'll shut it all off. They'll do the glide back. They'll ignite 13 for the landing bird, down select to 5, then down select to 3, and then shut off when they land. That is, you're going 35, 5, no, 33, 5, 33, 13, 5, 3 is how the booster engines are going to go during the entire flight.
I'll take two number nines. A number 9 large. Sorry.
Also, there's your lottery ticket numbers if you want one tonight.
Yeah, there's your lottery.
All right. Say that. Can you say that again so I can write it down, please?
I was kind of shocked at that, but then again, it also kind of explains why they have so many more COPVs now, because all those engines need the extra spin up and igniter gases in order to ignite all 33 during the boost back. So the extra COPVs make a little bit more sense now, alongside having to pressurize the landing tank. So it was a bit of a shock, but I mean, it also makes the boost back really, really fast. But can you imagine the G's that booster pulls? Because like it's traveling. You already just did your full ascent burn. Now you're going to flip, and you're going to basically put max thrust going the other way.
With a lot less weight, mind you, going in the opposite direction. Yeah.
The G load on that booster is going to be nuts.
Well, I mean, they had that transfer tube, right? That thing is ridged up with stringers like crazy, probably for this exact reason, dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't, some of it makes more and more sense, but basically they're trying to refine that thing to where all the actions are as quick as possible and simple as possible. Like, heck, the max Q for this whole rocket is 45 seconds. Like,
jeez.
I know. That's actually that's actually properly nuts, genuinely speaking.
Yeah. Compared to the previous one, that is it's expected to happen almost 20 seconds earlier into flight than V2.
Thrust to weight ratio? Yes.
Yes.
Speaking of, I mean, obviously you mentioned the Falcon 9 size transfer tube and things. There's a lot of new stuff with this booster. There was a video written by some guy named Ryan Weber. I don't know who that is. Talking just about some of those changes. How about we check those out, and then we'll come back and talk more about them.
The first stage of Starship, the Super Heavy booster, has already undergone many changes during its development. The most recent design change from Block 1/2 boosters to Block 3 is by far the biggest leap. This new design we are about to cover is a clean sheet design built from the ground up, informed by lessons learned over the last 7 years. For this part, we're going top to bottom. Let's start with the new integrated hot staging ring. This truss is a massive improvement over the old add-on hot stage ring that SpaceX used for boosters 9 through 16. This new design uses an N1 rocket style hot stage truss system, which is more open, and instead of a separate surface for the ship exhaust to hit, the exhaust hits the booster's forward dome. The forward dome also has added steel plating for additional protection. Then, as we move down the booster, we can see that there are now only 3 grid fins. These are now spaced in a T formation and are 50% larger than the Block 1 and 2 grid fins. The 2 grid fins opposite of each other now have lift/catch points, while the 3rd grid is a rudder fin. Deleting the 4th fin saves weight, and with the new glide back profile, it is no longer needed. I've tried to fly a Super Heavy booster with 3 grid fins in Kerbal Space Program. I haven't seen much success. I'm hoping SpaceX can pull it off though. Now moving to the propellant tanks, the raceway has been redesigned and runs only about half the booster before going internal and splitting off to one of the taller chines. The booster flight termination system is now inside the raceway at the forward dome and common dome. The chines on the raceway side are taller and closer together, and the chines opposite the raceway on the rudder fin side are shorter and farther apart. Inside these chines are upgraded avionics, COPVs and batteries. The large steel CO2 tanks have been deleted, since the engine shielding cavities were deleted as well. These COPVs, or composite overwrap pressure vessels, contain all the needed gases for the booster: gaseous methane and oxygen for spin start and igniters, nitrogen for actuating pneumatic valves, and possibly helium for subcooling and other uses. With all the requirements, SpaceX has nearly doubled the amount of COPVs located on the booster. As for the tanks themselves, the methane tank is now shorter and the LOX tank is longer, but the methane tank capacity was made up for by the new transfer tube. This transfer tube is nearly the size of a Falcon 9 booster, measuring about 50 meters tall and 3 meters wide. With this new transfer tube and the updated engine plumbing, SpaceX can ignite all 33 Raptor 3 engines simultaneously. This will allow for quicker ignition on boostback burns as well. The aft section is where SpaceX has made the most changes. First off, the quick disconnect is now split in two, with oxygen ports on one and methane ports on the other. This split simplifies interior plumbing and reduces complexity by using dual QDs on the launch mount itself. Also, it helps so that the main fill/drain ports can be larger without causing issues with a single QD. Inside the newly designed aft sits a brand new propellant distribution system, which includes a separate LOX landing tank that feeds all 13 inner engines. This is part of Block 3 booster's new landing burn startup and gives SpaceX the ability to start any of the inner 13 engines should one fail for redundancy. Moving slightly down, you'll notice a large number of pipes going around the outside of the booster aft with many junction boxes. These are all of the commodities needed for the Raptor 3 engines, as well as the autogenous pressurization manifolds for pressurizing the main propellant tanks. In these conduits are power and data cables, spin start and igniter gases. All of these used to be in manifolds and conduits inside the primary engine shielding under the aft dome. However, as we move lower, we can see that almost all engine shielding has been deleted from around the Raptor engines. With Raptor 3, by deleting several flanges and addressing heat issues, SpaceX eliminated the cumbersome engine shielding and switched to protection only around the main propellant valves, thrust vector control actuators, and primary propellant inlets. Now the engines themselves are no longer attached to a dome, but rather to a steel plate that carries the thrust of all 33 Raptor 3 engines. This plate also has a taper down, which causes the engines themselves to protrude out the bottom more than in the past. To protect the new aft plate, SpaceX has introduced a new metallic tile to cover the exposed steel of this thrust plate. This new design also introduced a new engine setup. It's still 33 engines, but the inner ring of 10 have been rotated to prevent any one engine from hitting the top of the ridge on the pad deflector. And the center 3 engines are no longer all 120 degrees apart. They are now clocked 108, 108, 144. This also prevents any one engine from hitting the ridge cap. This is an effort to increase the lifespan of the launch pad. This new booster design is set to propel SpaceX forward with the Starship program.
Thank you, Ryan Caton, for that, and Ryan Weber for writing it the Ryan special there, talking about the booster upgrades.
And I just want to give a shout out to Chameleon Circuit Nick, who gave us that the render of the aft of the booster there, which shows it actually shows really nicely the new clocking of the engines. So the three centers and then the inner ring of 10, as well as you can actually see the differences of the grid fins even from that one too. So it's a really cool render. So yeah, thanks to him for that.
That is awesome. Yeah, appreciate being able to use that. Really helps illustrate it well. By the way, Ray M94 was saying, did they name Max Q after Max?
Sure.
I mean, that's your X handle now, isn't it, Max?
It is, but I think it's the other way around there. I named myself Max Q after Max Q, so.
I mean, come on. You got to take a little credit for it.
You're not Max Q, you're Max E.
Wow.
I mean, we don't know what your middle name is. It could start with Q.
It could, for all you know.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that it probably doesn't.
You say that. I know someone who named their child Maxine Quinn last name. So that it was Max Q.
Is that Max's name? Is it the person we're talking with in the call?
You don't know that. You don't know that.
So you're admitting your name is Maxine. All right, cool. Yeah.
Oh boy. Anyway, there's a lot of support here that I need to thank because there's a little bit of a backlog I noticed. Kobe saying SpaceX should just use carbon on the flaps. It's a little on the heavier side, isn't it? So
yeah. No, our RCC is, you use that when you absolutely need it.
Yeah, even though, obviously we saw how fragile it can be, it still adds a lot of mass. So if you have something that's lighter weight that can still take the heat and not have your flaps have burn through, like on previous flights, I'd say use that instead. User bunch of letters and numbers saying the kinetic... oh gosh, this is a whole big math one here. Kinetic power output of a single Raptor 3 should be around 7 million horsepower or 5 gigawatts, around a quarter of the power from the Three Gorges Dam at peak power. Crazy numbers. Super Heavy should be 4 to 5% of total worldwide electricity production just on kinetic power, not taking into account thermal power. These are all peak numbers.
That's exactly what I'm talking about when this thing goes today. This thing is going to be frightening when it takes off. Like, you've never seen something like this fly. It's not going to look like a previous Starship launch. This thing's just going to bang, zoom right to the moon, like one of these days, hopefully today.
And I wonder, like, it's really difficult to put into words just how much literal power SpaceX is trying to contain here to propel a vehicle the size of a skyscraper into space. Like, it's genuinely perplexing how much power they're trying to contain and then control.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so crazy to see that. I'm telling you, this thing slowed down in slow motion will still be faster than New Glenn off the pad in real time.
Wow.
Totally not calling out Blue Origin for speeding up their footage that one time. Totally not.
Oh.
Because I think it's the F1 turbo pump was like 55,000 horsepower and it threw a single shaft. I think the full engines, I don't remember what the full engines itself was. I think it was like 32 million horsepower for the total output. And I remember reading the book Ignition, and they made that equivalence to the reactors. It's an older book. It's from like the late 80s, 90s. So the equivalence was made to the USS Enterprise CVN 65. Which I'm trying to remember how much horsepower was in one of those off those nuclear reactors. I'd have to look it up again, but it's just nuts how much power is out of these rocket engines, and they only run for like 2.5 minutes. But the amount of power used in that 2.5 minutes just to escape Earth's gravity is insanity.
Oh, I just got to point out that NASA spaceflight official in chat, Chris Bergen, saying, "Heck, I'm faster off the pad than New Glenn."
But do you have more horsepower?
Mr. Horses himself, he better have more horsepower.
I don't know.
For equivalence, the USS Enterprise CVN 65 is 280,000 shaft horsepower for an aircraft carrier. First nuclear
A1W reactors.
A2W, 8 Westinghouse A2W nuclear reactors.
It had A1s when it was outfitted, man.
Well, I think they changed it over at one point, but
that's what makes this rocket so amazing and yet so scary at the same time. That they're able to control all the power, but at the same time, if they can't control that power, then things get scary. Let me continue up because we got a backlog here. I want to make sure we thank everybody and then get back to more questions. Alexander, I'm about to graduate from an aerospace technician school. I wanted to take the opportunity to truly thank you, along with Tim Dodd, for having inspired me and showed me this amazing world. Well, I'm glad you're able to join it, and that's amazing. Congratulations on graduation, and good luck in the field.
And we love Timmy, too. Timmy's awesome.
Great guy. Absolutely.
Yep.
I was next to him at Falcon Heavy for one of his first credentialed launches there. He was still wearing the orange suit at the time. It was... I was like, who is this guy wearing a spacesuit at a launch? And so, needless to say, I had to go say hi and became friends with him. Great person. Ninja in the First Degree becoming a Pad Rat member. Pickled, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Wilbo Baggins, Fork Angels. Someone will know. For Max. Does Max know?
Fork Angels? Maybe I'm missing something or just failing to recall something. I don't know if I understand that one.
Apparently someone will know. I don't know who that someone is, though. Patricia getting some stuff from the shop, including the new V3 assembly shirt and one of the metal prints. Thank you for doing that. Enjoy the purchases. Echo Deal, whatever you do, do not aggressively wash the rocket. I won't. Pickle also come in with another one saying, did anyone take/plan to post a photo of the full stack at night with the lights on it? I see the one with them unstacked. Max?
That's why I was out there a couple of nights ago once they restacked it, and there were no spotlights to be found, unfortunately. They chose to not light them. And it was the same case last night from what I could see as well. So it was really unfortunate because one of the most insane scenes that I've ever had the privilege to witness is coming down Highway 4 towards the launch site, either during the day or especially at night, actually at night in this case, and seeing these two gargantuan spotlights crossing in an X over a full stack of Starship. And you're still like what, 2.5 or like 1.5 miles away. And it's just straight, it's literally right straight ahead down the road. It's one of the most rock star feelings you could possibly ever have, genuinely. And it was a real shame that they weren't on a couple nights ago when I tried, because I certainly have tried. Believe me, that I wanted that shot as well. But if Starship does not go today for whatever reason, maybe we will have a chance to grab that again. But honestly, for the sake of the mission and for our crew today, I hope I do not get that photograph for Flight 12.
Yep, please. Just launch it. Rankly, as TLC says, we don't want no... Thankfully, they didn't type out the full word. You want to say it, Ryan?
You guys are going to get mad at me if I say it, so I'm not going to say it again.
Thank you.
That's right.
Yes, he's learning.
That's
he's
right.
learning.
Be quiet.
Sit down.
Mr. Silvermatch becoming a PadRad member, George Cartilage becoming a PadRad member, Aerospace Engineer becoming a Red Team member. Thank you so much for all of that, everybody. And yeah, members, check out the members multi-view that you can see all the different cameras that we have going on. And then once we get to the mainstream, you'll see a whole bunch of behind-the-scenes stuff as well. What's the Ryan?
They are chilling the lock subcoolers. You can see them right there. That's those 4 right there. That's part of, or that's one bank of the booster subcoolers. There's another one that's behind a bunch of pipes. It's a much bigger one. We can't see that one, but those are definitely, they're putting LN2 through those, so they're chilling those down. Are they doing a really, really early chill down? I guess they must be at this rate then. I guess that's why everything's been running.
Hey, Ryan, I have a question. We had a lot of hold gates at 40 yesterday. Obviously, Chad, just context here. The big one that scrubbed the launch yesterday, I said it crap. The big one that hosed the launch yesterday was the hydraulic pin. What were the other ones? Was there anything with the tank farm or anything? Did we hear anything about flow anywhere? Because they could be troubleshooting an issue with that.
The specific ones were the vents for the final throwbacks of the QDs. So that's my guess is the vents for the QD retractions, pressure management on the SQD itself. So that's not really something that's really an issue until you're getting close to launch, because you want the pressures on the SQD to be correct before you disconnect it and then accidentally blow out a seal or something. Water diverter issue, there's not really anything you can do on that front. Those are pressure levels for the pressure stuff, and you're not really going to do that until you get closer, unless they want to do a deluge test and use some water up. And then basically the others were the pin is my guess. I think the 4th and 5th issue were the pin, basically. They kind of said they kind of called it, what was it? They 4th hold was sensors on the arm that manages the SQD to the ship. I would kind of guess that was sensors for certain on whether or not that pin had retracted. And then, of course, my assumption is the 5th and final hold. They didn't exactly say what it was, but when Elon posted about it saying that it was the pin, my guess is that since that was the final hold and they scrubbed off the final hold, that the final hold was the pin. And they couldn't get it resolved because they seem to have resolved the other 4, possibly. And then I guess maybe the pin just wouldn't retract. So doing it this early wouldn't really solve anything. It could just be that they want to, maybe they really are ready to go and they just want to have everything chilled down and hit the ground running and literally hit 5:30 right on the money and go, is what they might want to do. So that might be why they're chilling down now and to be honest, if they're confident enough that it's going, it doesn't really matter if you're going to use a lot of prop, EJ. It doesn't matter, because if they don't hit today, they have 3 days to refill the tank farm.
Nope.
No, it's the truth though. If
you're right.
If they vent a lot off, who cares if they lose it? And as long as it's chilled down, because again, if for whatever reason they don't go today, they can't go until Tuesday. So they have time.
They don't really need to be conservative with their chill down prop levels today, do they?
No, they don't. Not even remotely. So that could be why they're starting chill down early.
And for those wondering why, by the way, that's because there's the thing about being able to close the beach on weekends and on holidays, of which we have both. For those who don't know, it's Memorial Day Monday in the United States, which is a federal holiday. So the beaches, it's basically Texas law, kind of have to be open for that. So that would be why they would have to have their next attempt Tuesday if, for some reason, they didn't go today. But they're going to, because we need them to, or at least I need them to. My sleep schedule needs them to. I'm sure field team sleep schedule as well. Let's see. Here's a question, and I wonder what your thoughts are on this, Max. Ryan is wondering what needs to happen before they attempt another tower catch.
So obviously, first and foremost, Flight 12 needs to do what both ship and booster want. Good grief! Words, not there today. So obviously, Flight 12 needs to do what SpaceX wants it to do in terms of booster performance and ship performance. So on the vehicle side, the booster needs to perform a nominal boost back and landing burn at a precise location in the Gulf before they can even really have confidence in the vehicle's performance to think about if it's accurate enough, or trust it to be accurate enough to approach Tower 2, which is in a much different position than Tower 1, quite obviously, with it being more inland and also facing in a different direction. It's more south as opposed to Pad 1, which faces east. So, and then also ship needs to do what it needs to do, and then have an accurate reentry and splashdown at a precise point in the Indian Ocean. Until both vehicles perform that, SpaceX will not think about bringing either vehicle back to the launch site. That is a very critical point. In terms of the hardware on the tower, mainly the chopsticks, I think they still have to do some, mock catch attempts in terms of them being able to, or them practicing moving them in quickly and trying to move them around to try and grab a booster as it comes in, or a ship. Because the catch sequences in terms of their speed are going to be different, not only because the ship is shorter than the booster, but also the arms have to avoid the aft flaps on the ship as much as possible, even though they will be folded in. But if they come in too early, they may hit that and then damage the flaps, which would then, of course, be a bit of a letdown in terms of a refurb and reuse in the future, hopefully, once Starship is at that point. But they need to do some testing on the chopsticks and make sure that they can close properly at the required speeds and accurate, being able to adjust them over certain areas of the launch mount if the booster is not the most accurate in coming back within the margin before SpaceX calls an abort of a catch. But there is still a lot left to do before SpaceX gets there. But before we even think about that, version 3 needs to do what SpaceX wants it to do on Flight 12 in terms of vehicle performance and accuracy. That is first and foremost.
Also needs to be able to prove that it can fly and that this pad can do what it has to do. But I wonder, and I've seen people that have been asking this yesterday as well, so I'm wondering, Ryan, do you think that they would do any sort of simulated catch work, like have the chopsticks and everything move and have all the deluge system activate during this flight of when it would have come for a catch if it were?
It's possible. They haven't done a ton of high-speed tests with these sticks, with the newer, once they got installed the electromechanical actuators on. They did a lot of tests when they had the hydraulic actuators, but with these new ones, they actually haven't done a lot. It's kind of funny. But then again, they don't really need it for this flight or maybe even the next one. But I wouldn't be surprised if they do a simulated run with the sticks and the deluge. It wouldn't really shock me at all for them to do that. But we'll see.
I mean, it would be really cool to see if it fires up again, because of course they need more DSS testing, right? And more deluge system testing, because they totally haven't done like 10 of them this week and then had about 5 DSS tests yesterday unintentionally. It was kind of wild. And you can see those tanker trucks moving away there. But yeah, I mean, hopefully we will see the deluge system actually fully activate today, and then hopefully see Starship lift off afterwards. That's going to be such a cool view with seeing those mock diamonds and then the dual flame diverter around there between the deluge system and the cameras that they now have mounted underneath the launch mount. Oh, I cannot wait to see those. I gotta say, thinking of that reminds me a lot of what we have on the patch and pins available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com as part of our Flight 12 merch collection. Hey, what would a Flame Trench-esque show be without a transition into a plug? ABP. But yes, Starship is back, and so is our patches, and that includes this one that you see here for Flight 12. Jacques designed it, did an amazing job with it. And again, the patches are only a limited number. Once they are gone, they are gone. We are just about, barely at 20% of the patches remaining. So it's very possible that we are about to go under 20% of those patches remaining, and once they are gone, they are gone. We do not make any more of them. So if you want it, now's the time to grab it. And of course, if you don't want to get the patch itself and you'd rather have it, on a lapel, or in my case on some of my media lanyards, you get a pin version of it too. I've been waiting for pins for so long from NSF, as long as I've worked here, basically, and we finally got them in now for all the Starship collection, and now adding to that Starship collection, of course, Flight 12's in there as well. They are really gorgeous. So those are available now at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and check out the Flight 12 collection for the new assembly shirts, the Hawaiian shirts, all the awesome stuff in there to represent your love of Starship. And again, those tanks leaving that roadblock area there were still a couple of tankers that looked like filling up the tank farm, which I guess
there are
EJ,
still a few.
I guess EJ, it's okay for them though to fill the tank farm while the tank farm is running. How exactly do they fill it up? By the way, it sounds like a dumb question, but how do they fill it?
They heat the propellants. They heat them, and that's how they get them to move. Ryan, I know there's a little more to that, right? But in terms of the trucks actually going in, they just introduce some heat, and that gets the propellant that actuates the propellants into the farm. Now from there, going into the tanks, they're using something a little bit different, right? They got pumps and all kinds of recondensers and the box fan to keep everything cool, right?
Yeah, they kind of hook it up, and they can also use pressure differentials and other things like that in order to move them out of the tankers in there. I don't know if they pump it out at all. I don't think so. But I think that's a methane.
You can see what it's carrying by the load indicators. If it's methane, we're what are we looking for?
Maybe not.
1972, I believe, would be the UN code for liquid methane. If it's 1972, it's compressed liquid methane. If it's 1977, it's nitrogen, and 1073 is LOX.
I don't think that's one of their normal methane tankers. That might be LN2 or LOX. But either way, they offload it, goes into the tanks, and then they constantly keep the tanks as cool as they can with repressing and using the vaporizers on hand to get cool gas and keep the tanks pressed and whatnot. And any boil off they do, especially for LOX and LN2, a lot of times they just vent off the boil off. So there's T vents in the front of all the LN2 and LOX tanks. There's little like T vents, and when those vent out, that means they're just maintaining pressure on those tanks. The methane ones, there is recondensers for the two really big tanks, and then there's a There's a set of recondensing systems for the 4 smaller ones, about to be 6 smaller ones once they get the older 2 hooked back into the system. So like when the methane's boiling off, they don't vent out the gas. They try to take the gas and recondense it back into a liquid and then put it back into the tank. So they try to keep it circulating because you try not to vent out methane, but sometimes you literally can't help it. You do everything you can to save it as much as possible. And that's just the way it is.
And that's the way it is. Let's see here. 491 Phantom is, I see these clouds rolling in the background. They're asking, Max, how's weather looking for launch? How is the weather looking to the Mark 1 eyeballs? And what was SpaceX's last word on that?
So I'm going to go in a bit of a reverse order there. So as far as we last checked, SpaceX's release forecast showed 85% chance of favorable weather conditions, which is excellent, especially compared to the forecast for yesterday's attempt, which was only 55%, but it ended up clearing out towards the opening of the launch window, far beyond, I think, anybody's expectations. Like, it was wonderful, like borderline perfectly clear skies, next to no haze, and the wind was like borderline calm. It was wonderful. But today looks even better according to the forecast, again, with that 85% favorable marker there. And I think the key things to be looking out for, I guess, would be cloud cover and wind speed. But if Apple weather, give or take how accurate that might be, that is showing a whole bunch of sunshine from about now until maybe 7 or maybe, I guess, from now until the sun goes down. There are still some low-level clouds working their way through coming from the south, but those are expected to clear out. And without trying to jinx anything here, it looks like the forecast is showing clear skies, completely clear skies, for liftoff today here in Starbase, which is incredibly promising, especially considering how quickly the forecast changed for today, even from 2 days ago. I think I'm on record yesterday saying, hey, I think if it doesn't go today, being yesterday, it's not going to go until next week, because the forecast for tomorrow, which is today, looked miserable. And it certainly did look miserable, especially 2 days ago. But the forecast has improved remarkably, which I really am still struggling to get my head around. But also, so just based on what the Mark 1 eyeballs are seeing outside my windows, and also just based on forecasts on my phone and computer, weather is looking like a non-factor today, unless something comes up. But it doesn't look like that is going to be the case, or at least the odds of that are decreasing and are very low already. So I think on weather front, we should be good to go today in terms of a liftoff criteria or concerns. I guess the bigger concerns are going to be with the vehicle and or ground systems, of which we will only be able to find out if those were resolved or once we get into prop load, and then of course terminal count. But that is still about 4 hours away now.
You said that yesterday and the pad broke. So can you just not say that?
To be fair, also, what are you snacking on, EJ? Wait, what are you eating? I'm curious.
Don't worry about it.
No. I'm worrying about it now.
All right, fine. Sorry. Okay, all right. It's a gigantic steak and cheese sub. So it's cheesesteak with onions, peppers, bacon. Just basically a big steak bomb with bacon on it.
Oh, dog, I'm jealous. Save me one.
All right.
But yesterday, mind you, I think I called it a bit. I was like 80-20 or 70-30. It will not go, mostly because of either a vehicle or ground system issue. And lo and behold, what happened? And now I'm saying today it's looking a lot more favorable, and the vibe is a lot more positive, and weather is a non-factor. And we think that they fixed the issue last night with the GSC that they were having issues with yesterday. So today's looking a lot better overall. I will say that. It's looking great.
All right.
Is that better? Is that better?
Could have been worse. I'll take it. Oh, man. Yeah, at least the weather seems okay. So that's a good thing. Where was it? I just saw someone mentioning it in chat. Hang on, I gotta pull it up because I thought it was really funny. It was someone talking about the scale, of course, of everything with making fun of Blue Origin. I'm sorry, I had to. It was funny talking about the scale of things with it, and I was like, I was trying to think about just the scale of it. Sure, it's a heck of a lot slower off the launch pad than Starship is, but how does it actually compare in scale to the rest of it? I think Ryan Caden has come up with a very clever overlay that we'll be able to try and use to see just the size comparison of it. Because, I mean, as of right now, New Glenn's current variant, the 7x2, that is, I believe, that's not 9 meters, is it yet? Or is that 7-meter diameter? That flares at the base to 9, if I remember rightly.
Wait, what, sir?
New Glenn 7x2. That is a
Yes.
7-meter diameter, right? That flares at the base to 9 meters?
Yes, sir. You got it.
And then you've got Starship here, which is the full 9 meters. It's still crazy. And again, just the size, the fact that Falcon 9 would fit inside of that booster is a little bit on the wild side to me.
Dude, the renders that they showed on the cast yesterday were they superimposed like a Falcon 9 where the transfer tube should be, and that really drove it home, just the scale of this booster.
It's a rocket inside of a rocket.
I heard you like rockets, so I put a rocket inside of your rocket so you can rock it while you rock it.
Yes. This rocket is made of rocket.
I know. Shocker. Rocket made of rocket. Wow. Totally not stalling while the team works on some things in the background here. But no, that was... it's cool to see that scale difference there. We'll come back to that one because I do want to show the scale. We have a really cool graphic on that. Here's one from Cooper Foster asking, why doesn't the Pad 2 tower have an antenna tower on top like Pad 1? Also, will Pad 1 get a roof? What do you think, Max?
So regarding the roof, Pad 1 should get that once it is at a later stage of assembly and refurb. That is far down the line, though. Pad 1 will probably not be operable for at least another year and a half time frame at least. But once it is ready, if Pad 1 is selected to support ship catches, it will indeed get the roof, unless SpaceX deems that the roof shielding is not necessary. But SpaceX installed that for a reason on Pad 2, so it is not unlikely to believe, or is not entirely unbelievable, that the shielding on Tower 1 would make sense as well. Regarding the comms tower, I don't think they need it. I think just based on the amount of design revisions and hardware relocation at Pad 2, that their actual comms antenna is just elsewhere at the site for the booster and or ship to talk to regarding ground systems and of course mission control. Tower 1 has seen a lot of what's the right way to put this? I guess we could say Tower 1, along with the vehicles that have flown from it, has been through iterative design. And I think that comms tower on top was part of that. I think it was Flight 6 where that was damaged, and that caused the booster catch abort, and that is why Booster 13 went for a swim in the Gulf as opposed to being caught in the chopsticks. But I think it's part of the Pad 2 redesign, and that those antenna or that antenna or those antennas have simply just been moved elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it look a little less cool because you always expect like the pointy thing on the top. Because I mean, the fixed service structure at 39A and the one that was at 39B, it has that little thing sticking off the top, which is actually part of the lightning protection system. So it'll be like, oh yeah, it's supposed to be something there. It's weird not having it.
I know. And it makes you wonder whether or not they're actually going to do that for Pad 39 at some point in the future, because Starship is very tall, that tower is very tall, and as I'm getting, my phone is blowing up currently with Phase 1 lightning watch and Phase 2 lightning warnings now currently in the Cape. So as you can tell, like the weather, especially at this time of year in Central Florida, is quite volatile. And can change quite rapidly and severely. And so, of course, that obviously means that the threat of lightning is ever so present at any given point between like late April to maybe mid to late October, maybe into November. But yeah, it makes you wonder.
It really does. Also, when you're saying the tower is tall and that, it sounded like Elon's update. the technical update there. It is tall.
Yeah.
Super
Hey,
technical.
tower is tall. The rocket is big. Heat shield's important. It has engines. Good night.
SN15. Yeah. But
Absolute update.
But at the same time, I mean, we talked about this a bunch, but EJ, the fact that there isn't anything at the top of the tower, you'd think there'd be some form of lightning protection system. There isn't one here in Starbase. And do you think they'll need one, or how they're going to put one in over at Florida?
I think they're going to need one in Florida, Sawyer. But see, now I'm racking my brain here, because where are you going to put it? You going to put it on top of the tower? That's not a good spot for it. It's going to get hosed when a ship comes into land, right? The reason, if you look at Pad 2, you look at the very top, it looks like a boat hull up there, like it's all cladded up. The reason why they did that, and they put a solid steel roof on the top of this thing. The reason why they did that is when the ship does come in for a landing to get caught, not on this flight, eventually in the future, it's going to fly over the tower and then maneuver back in. So it would be coming in, a ship would be coming in on your screen from the top left where the countdown clock is. It'll be coming over the tower, and then it'll maneuver back into position into the catch arms. So, I mean, Sawyer, you ain't putting a lightning rod up there unless you want to put one on there that's like designed to get blown away by a rocket engine, which doesn't really sound like something SpaceX would want to do. But you're still going to have to figure out something for Florida. I mean, maybe lightning towers like what we see at 39B. I mean, who knows?
I mean, yeah, but again, if you're coming in for a sliding catch and you have those towers around it, you're just going to burn through any catenary wires, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. I mean, another interesting thing, and keep in mind, Chad, I'm no electrical engineer, but in the technical update for Starship, they did mention that they have a fault isolation avionics system, and that was one of the biggest redesign components for Block 3. They have, it's a fault isolation, so basically, I know it doesn't work like this, I'm just making an analogy. There are basically circuit breakers on Starship, to, like, if something goes wrong with a certain system, a short circuit, it'll stay over there and it'll trip a breaker or something. I know people will be like, wait, there's a circuit breaker panel inside a Starship? No, probably not like that. It's probably a little bit different, but that's the idea. So maybe it's possible that best part is no part, right? So maybe Starship is the lightning arrestor. You don't know.
What? That sounds horrifying. Yeah, let's
Right?
take a rocket and make it the lightning rod, even though the whole point of the lightning rods is so that it doesn't get struck by lightning.
Ryan can attest to this, dude. How did they solve this problem with airplanes? Just
Ryan,
have them get
attest.
struck.
You solve the problem with the airplanes by making sure you don't get struck. You avoid thunderstorms as much as possible. If a plane gets hit by lightning, it very likely knocks that plane out for any time of, it could be a few days to a few weeks. In fact, I recently saw a plane that got hit by lightning. It had 23 holes through the top of the fuselage. Not blown rivets, but 23 holes through the top of the fuselage. Blown out rivets on a winglet and a hole through the rudder. And whatnot, just because of a single lightning strike.
Now, what about
you do not want your vehicle to get hit by one.
So, okay, if that's the case, then how would you solve this? Like, because you're gonna need a lightning arrestor system, right? Like, you're gonna need something like that.
Yeah, like I was thinking about something at the top of the tower. Maybe they could attach something to the top of the tower and bring it out, like kind of bring it wide out around the tower. Well, that's gonna look wonky as heck if they try to do something like that.
It'll look like a giant fork.
Is that not SpaceX in a definition, wonky as heck, but works?
That is true. They're gonna have to figure something out because they cannot afford to have, with how much they want to fly. They're gonna have so many vehicles out there. They can't really afford to have a rocket get hit. The lucky thing is that there is a lot of point of contact to where the lightning can go. And it can go straight through all the way through down through the pad, but you still don't want to damage any of your avionics or your batteries or have the lightning actually puncture holes inside the tank walls because it will. It definitely can. If it can do it in aluminum, it can do it to stainless steel. I don't. People need to understand how powerful a lightning bolt actually is. It's it's a lot. I think there's a couple of billion amps. I think at least.
I think it's 1.21 gigawatts.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But you don't want it to hit your Starship. They're gonna have to figure something out. I don't know what their solution is. I know Block 2 had static wicks on the flaps. I have not seen it on this one. So I don't know why they had it only on that type of ship, but not this one. Maybe it'll get added later, but I do find it funny is like the static wicks won't survive reentry. So I was kind of curious as to why they had them, unless you can like retract them or something after launch. Retractable static wicks into the aft flaps or something like that. Because one of the things static wicks help is they can provide a path for a lightning strike to exit out of an aircraft without any damage being done. But sometimes it hits in just the right spot or whatnot that it'll fry a bunch of stuff. Like also it'll fry the radome as well. And then there's nothing you can really do about it. But they'll have to figure something out.
That is true. I'm also going to have to figure out a way to get through the support queue because there's a lot of people here I need to
Yeah,
thank.
you should do that. I'll be quiet.
Hey, I got to come up with the smoother transitions. If this is the Stakeout trench, I guess, the flame mount. I don't know. Aerospace engineer saying, feel bad for you guys doing this twice. So here, thank you very much for the £2 with the 2X. Jose, will be funny to see a side-by-side of this liftoff and Blues. Oh my gosh. That's the one I was looking for. Yes. Tongla, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Troy, heading over to the shop, getting the Flight 2 and 9 patches. Go Starship, go Super Heavy, go NSF. Ninja Guy Dan, becoming a Pad Rep member. I thought you were already a member, Dan. Well, good to see you there. Rasmus Nielsen, there we go. Greetings from Denmark. Sorry if this has already been asked a bunch. Why does each tower have one pad, not 2 or even 3, with arms that rotate 360 degrees? I don't think I've ever seen that question asked, but it got a Ryan giggle, so I'm intrigued.
I just want the engineering required to do what SpaceX is doing right now with Pad 2 and what they did with Pad 1 with the carriage and the sticks, that's already innovative to craziness. To try to make a system, I don't even know how in Hades you would be able to get an arm system that could do 360 degrees around the tower. I'm engineering wise, I'm trying to think in my head how to even remotely make that possible, and I don't think it even is possible. Unless the entire tower can rotate on a turntable. And that's not a joke. I think that's what you would need to do. I don't know if there's a way to rotate the sticks around the tower like that and not have them be as stable as they are right now.
I mean, isn't there a house somewhere I've seen that rotates 360 and yet all of the plumbing and the wiring and everything still works? So it's not impossible. It's just
a tower of that size?
It's just that part of it.
Just for reference, the four primary columns that make up that tower that go all the way up to the top are entirely filled with concrete, and they're like inch thick steel, 1.5 inch thick steel. Good luck.
Fellas, the arms have. I mean, what's the degrees of motion on the chopstick arms? Right, they can go about 100. Like the chopsticks can go about 180 in either direction. You could have in. I mean, I don't. Or Jeb knows what this would do to the tower. But if you have your staging point that's directly in front of the tower, you could theoretically do 2 pads on either side. It's just, when you're going to catch, you'd catch in the center, right? And that would facilitate ship and pad operations out of one tower. I'm just putting it out there. It's not. It's not unfounded. It's just, I mean, landing with the chopsticks not dead center and landing with the chopsticks like 180 degrees or 90 degrees to the left would put a lot of strain on the entire system, dudes. That's why I think they're only sticking with one pad for one tower right now. But, I mean, conceptually, that could be done.
Like right now, where the sticks are, they're lined up with the center line alongside the pad so that when they go to place a vehicle on the pad, both sticks have the same extension on the actuators. That's what they're set up right now as. In order to grab a vehicle for stacking, you have to bring both all the way over to one side to where one of the actuators is completely retracted and the other one is nearly fully extended. And that's just to that's just to bring a vehicle up on the staging pad. Now, with the way this pad is designed with a flame trench, you can't do it to the other side. It doesn't work that way. It straight up doesn't work that way. You would have to have a single exit flame trench, basically, for a rocket of this size. Good luck on that one. Good luck.
You could rotate the flame trenches 45 degrees. You could do that. Why couldn't you?
Get some flexible pipes for the water. Because, hey, the pipes are working already great for the deluge system. They've tested it 10 times.
Well, the problem with doing that is then you have to rotate the mount doing that. And then, like, the plumbing becomes a bit fun, especially for the it's just, well, okay, but even if you rotated that, how are you getting the other trench in there? Like, I don't see in any way, shape, or form how it works. I just don't.
Yeah, it's a thought experiment. We're not saying SpaceX is or was or anything. That's a good question. I don't know which Ryan, if it was you or Ryan Caden or this Ryan, getting the Starship V3 assembly shirt and the Flight 12 patch, saying, gotta get me some merch. Mark Williams, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Indigo, been following since Starhopper, and I can't believe how long ago it was. Thank you all so much for being here for all of it. The good, the bad, and everything in between. Hey, getting one of the pins. Thank you very much for that. Anonymous, saying thank you for all you do. What are your hopes for the new flame deflector? I'm worried they will still have to refurbish the Apex a lot, even if they increase the amount of gas generators. Your thoughts? Max, I'll throw this one to you. What are your thoughts?
Well, actually, so the engines on the Super Heavy booster have actually been rotated, so there isn't any single engine firing on the actual apex of the actual diverter, right? So there's that problem solved already. And in terms of refurb after every flight, that was a pretty heavy static fire that SpaceX laid on it a couple of weeks ago now, just about, with all 33 engines for about 12 to 13 seconds or somewhere in that ballpark. And some aerial footage that SpaceX posted afterwards, that flame diverter looks immaculate. Like, it looks borderline untouched. So, barring a sort of pressure issue in the plumbing that doesn't allow proper water pressure to come through, thus obviously decreasing water protection for the actual surfaces of the diverter itself and the flame trench as a whole, this whole pad has been designed and built from the ground up to handle massive thrust and be able to be used again and again and again, unlike the old style launch mount that we had on pad 1 in that ring style that required weeks, at least weeks of refurb time after every single flight. So in terms of the diverter itself, so long as they have sufficient water pressure, and we know that they have been conducting a lot of deluge tests as of late, 2 per day for about 3 or 4 days, I think it was. I think it's safe to say that the diverter is good to go, barring any sort of major issues that they come across. But again, this is the first time that it is being used in a flight scenario beyond a static fire. So it's going to be unique to see how it handles today, assuming that Starship does get off the ground today, which of course we hope it does. But otherwise, I don't really think I worry about it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, knowing SpaceX, it won't really be that much of a thing to worry about because they've got it all figured out, and sure they've done the testing. Although then again, they did say that let's not put any kind of water deluge underneath it, except for the detonation suppression system on Flight 1, and we saw how that went. But we'll see. Adam saying you guys are awesome. Keep up the great work. Just got a couple of patches, which just got better in quality. Thank you for picking those up. Anonymous also saying, let's light this candle. John, thank you for the support. And Lewis saying, great stream. Keep up the great work. Chilling in the UK. Awesome. Also, Michael Brierly saying, !gigawatt. By the way, I did see someone came up with a great solution here for having to move the launch pad around. Aleo just said, just rotate Texas.
Boom, problem solved.
I mean, it goes in the Texas hole. So, yeah. There you go. You saw
That's
some
right.
of those... You saw some of those trucks lining up there. Now, I mentioned, again, that size comparison. I do want to bring up... we can't compare speed, but I believe we can compare size. Here we go. So, these are the different larger scale vehicles. So, when we talked about New Glenn 7x2, there it is. Slower off the pad than the big, giant vehicle that's actually live on the screen right now. That's still mind-boggling. Then you've got SLS there. And then Starship HLS, which would be even a tiny bit, maybe 5 centimeters taller, but about the same height. And yeah, you can see Falcon 9 almost fits in the booster with a fairing on top. And then there's Vulcan, still grounded, obviously. And I love Electron.
Obviously. Jeez.
Hey, it's a Friday. It's when I would be doing a Flame Trench-ish. They don't get a break today. But I don't know. It seems like they have a path back to flight for ULA's Vulcan. And then Electron is just funny. It would probably fit inside the actual trench there.
You know what? It's kind of funny. Electron can fit inside of Falcon 9, which can already fit inside of a super heavy booster. And on that graphic, it was super easy to miss Electron if you weren't looking very carefully for it, which is kind of dangerous. But
just like
go ahead. What?
It just looked like a little line. It doesn't even look like a
look
rocket.
at that on the very right hand side of your screen by the tank farm. Like if you are not looking carefully, you would miss Electron. It is that small, but it is small but mighty. Dare I say?
One launched earlier today.
It did.
It's smaller than their methane reclamation tanks.
Wow. Wow.
That's unbelievable.
It's smaller not only than their methane reclamation tanks, but then the LN2 supply tanks for the deluge and their pressure building too. It's smaller than all of those. Seriously. It's tiny.
And so based on the prop load, so we have a roughly calculated flow rate of propellant into Starship when prop load happens of around 700 gallons per second, at least into the booster. That is not taking ship into the equation. At that flow rate, keeping on the topic of Electron, that you could literally fill Electron, I think it was in 9 seconds. Or something along those lines. It's less, I'm pretty certain it's less than 10 seconds. And then your tanks would just explode because that's really difficult to manage at that level. But yeah, that is the size and scale of the hardware that is in play here in Starbase.
Yeah, someone said wait until 9x4 comes into play too for New Glenn, but still.
Very true.
Yeah, but you saw even from that last part there, the tallest rocket in the world, which beat the tallest rocket in the world previously of Starship, which beat the previous tallest rocket in the world, which was Starship. So,
almost 3 starships.
Yeah,
what? And that's 3 starships.
And my poor beloved space shuttle, the whole stack is not even as tall as the booster. Look at that. You see Falcon 9.
A Falcon 9 is taller than the space shuttle.
Well, in its current form, yeah. We were talking earlier about Falcon Block 1. It was that was stubby Falcon.
It was stubby, and also it had a square engine section where it was 3x3. Obviously now, yeah, exactly. And obviously now Falcon 9 has been using the Octaweb word, where it's a ring of 8 engines surrounding a singular center engine. But yeah, that first Falcon 9 was certainly a rocket of all time.
Yeah, I remember I was actually out there when it was on the pad for the COTS 2/3/2+ demo mission. And this was a year after the final shuttle launch. And it was just like, wait a minute. This is our next rocket? This is what's going to be the future of sending humans eventually into space? This thing is so tiny. It looks ridiculous. It is so ugly. Why? Why did they get rid of shuttle? And now, yeah, Falcon and Dragon in its current form is freaking awesome, for lack of a better way to describe it. Let's see. Speaking of, Mechazilla Max is wondering when Stubby Raptor 3.
Get out. I haven't heard that in a long time.
No.
Get out. RVAC. So Raptor 3 RVAC Stubby is coming. I don't know if it actually is or not, but it's coming.
No, he's making that up. Don't listen to him, Chad.
No, don't.
I'm not making it up. It's going to be a reality someday.
No. Absolutely
Allow me
not.
to drink the hopium, please.
No, because
Please.
the only reason
Give me
for
the hopium.
The only reason for the Stubby MVAC was the niobium issue. That's not an issue with the RVAC. So no.
It's not an issue with the RVAC yet.
At all.
Yet.
Period.
Well then,
Yet.
I'll throw
End of
in
sentence.
Yet. Yet.
I'll send this one then. Midnight Burner asking how else do they fit 6 in there for when they're going to eventually fit 9 total engines potentially in the ship portion.
You can fit 3 more. You can fit 3 more RVACs in there with absolutely no issues whatsoever. There are literally no problems with fitting 3 more RVACs in there. You just have to beef up the aft dome to take the extra thrust. That's all you got to do.
I mean, did you guys see the onboard shots that we got from inside of Starship's
A lot
engine?
of room in there.
There was. It looked unfinished.
It did.
You know, to make the joke, right? It looked like Kerbal mods. I'm not even kidding. It's like, wait, where's the rest of it? No, that's all. That's all of it.
Like, you can easily fit 3 more RVACs in there. They just haven't done it yet because there's no reason to do it right now. It's just they just don't need that performance, and it requires a significant design change. God damn it!
I'm talking over each other.
You could probably fit a lot more RVACs in there if they had shorter and smaller nozzles. Just saying.
No, you don't need to do that. All you need to do is
just saying.
Just put it in there. Just put them in. That's all you got to do.
This is a running joke for those of us here of the we call the shortened nozzle that they had on Falcon the stubby nozzle. So I got to know, chat. Are you team stubby RVAC? Yes or no? I'm intrigued to see how many people are team yes and how many are team no to the stubby engine. Chris K, wow. With Max, yes. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of team stubby engine nozzle.
Let's go. Yes, chat. I love you, chat.
Although
we're doing this, chat.
It's about 50 right now, I gotta say.
No,
we're doing good, chat.
Maybe
manifest the RVAC stubby.
Okay. Let me ask the question. All right, I'm gonna ask a question to Max and to chat as a whole.
Okay, bring it.
Why? Why? And the reason I ask that is, what advantage does that give? You lose a lot of performance. Why?
Hey Ryan,
Why?
Let me ask you a question. Why MVAC stubby?
There was a legitimate reason for MVAC stubby because they were having issues with niobium. They don't have that issue with RVAC.
And it saves weight and production time. And in
but
a
they
world
don't have
where
that
Starship
issue
is
with
optimized,
RVAC.
maybe there's a reality where if they shave a bit of nozzle off of RVAC, they save a bit more weight. Maybe use that for an expendable variant of Starship.
That's not even a legit. That's not good enough weight. You're not.
Good enough. You never know. You never know. You never know.
Sawyer, is it 5 o'clock yet?
It feels like it. This is For those that like these kind of conversations where it's still space related, but on the lighter side, yeah, the flame trench is what we do here on Fridays. We talk about this. So if you kind of like this, I was just gonna say, if you like this banter and all this kind of stuff, in addition to the actual factual things about Starship and the questions we're answering, you might want to subscribe to the channel. There's some cool stuff that we do, and yeah, you'll have to join us live on one of the Fridays. If you do make it to a flame trench coming up and you joined from one of these streams and we're like, oh my gosh, I heard you talking about Stubby RVAC, put that in the comments and tag NSF for the next show. We want to see who actually comes from that. And apparently we're almost at 1.5 million subscribers too, so...
I just want to say what Jake said in the back channel here, because some men just want to watch the world burn.
RVAC Stubby. Make it a reality.
Nope.
Yes.
I saw Max holding a Raptor Stubby engine the size of a tangerine.
It was the greatest thing you've ever seen.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome to the Flame Trench, everyone.
Yes, Flame Trench early edition.
The Flame Trench on the Stakeout, yep.
Yeah, like I said, the steak trench, which I think we should call that because EJ was eating that steak sandwich earlier.
Yeah, we're going to call it the Steak Trench.
Oh, yeah, that's... Yeah, but commodities have been ingested to EJ's at full power.
The tank farm has been filled, I guess.
I don't even want... Oh, all right, it's Flame Trench. I'll joke about your methane load then. Anyway, continuing on.
No! Jesus.
Let's move on to a real question here then. Les5376 is wondering, Ryan, do we know if the hot staging ring is made of solid or hollow supports?
They're hollow, actually. The truss sections are hollow, and you can tell that because there are a couple of them that has wires running through them and pneumatics for the ship clamps and position sensors on top of the hot stage ring. So they are hollow. And they're also bolted in place. So, like, if for some reason one of those trusses has an issue or the ring has an issue, they can literally unbolt it and just replace it. So, yeah.
How was it for the makeshift one? I don't want to say makeshift, but the previous one that they would jettison mid-flight, was that similar? Or how does that work in comparison to what we have now?
That was just like it was a very reinforced ring with vents. It was seriously just a ring section, so 1.82 meters, with vents installed on it and a dome with a bunch of reinforcements below it for a protective blast surface. And it used the ship clamps to attach to the booster, and it had its own set of ship clamps for the ship to attach to it. That's all it was. It was almost nearly a puck of steel. It was like 10 tons is how much those things weighed. I don't know how much this whole system weighs because we don't know the reinforcements that are under that dome. My expectation is there's a large truss structure under that dome that helps support the dome plus the three grid fins, kind of like a T-shaped truss section. But honestly, we don't really know how much that whole system weighs, but it's more integrated now, so you don't have the forward dome plus then the hot stage. So it's definitely, that is weight savings in that area because you're cutting off some stuff here and there. So yeah, there's stuff. I wonder if that's a tanker getting turned around at Richardson there.
Ooh, I don't know.
Maybe they're turning them around. Maybe that thing, whatever's at the launch site is going to be it. Maybe.
With 3 hours and 41-ish minutes till the opening of the window at 5:30 Central.
That's tracks compared to yesterday. They were starting to turn them around that time. So either they'll go back to the ASU or they're gonna redirect them to Massey's and have them drop off their stuff at Massey's because they were doing a lot of that yesterday too. It's like they ordered more than they needed, so the extra tankers, they just told them to drop the whatever they had off at Massey's, whether it was like LN2 or LOX, just to top off the Massey's tanks. So.
Wow. Impressive turnaround there.
I believe that truck has a yellow placard. If it's yellow, that means it's an oxidizer, which means it's oxygen.
Really?
Yeah, I know. Fun fact.
Is that so?
Yep. So, guys, just for context for anybody, like you see all these tanker trucks going in, you're wondering what they're filling. If you see a truck with a yellow diamond on the side that says 1073, like numbers, that means it's liquid oxygen. Those are UN codes. They're hazmat indicators that'll tell you what's on board the truck. What those numbers are there for are for firefighters. So if something happens, they know how to put the fire out. They can see what's on board and be like, oh, okay. Because there's certain things you don't just douse in water. If if you have a problem, that'll make it worse, right? So if you look at look for little diamonds on the sides of the trucks or a 4-digit number code on the trucks, and you can tell what it's hauling.
Also, I saw someone ask, how many trucks does it take to fill a launch? Yes.
Many.
A lot.
A lot.
Yes.
It's a lot.
Dude. We sit here.
Yes,
watch this
many,
all
a
day.
lot. That was a great sequence of answers.
We're here to help with all of your questions at NASA@NSF. Oh, man. Also, I saw someone after the whole Stubby debate going, is there another stream that I can watch? Yes, you can. If you want to see all of the views without us blabbing about crazy things as if we're on a flame trench, we do have the Members Multi-View, and that is for any level of member support, by the way. You'll get access to all the different cameras that we have, and again, as we get closer to launch, even more of them will come online. So that's a way to watch it with a much calmer, quieter, slower chat, and without whatever we're doing here, audio-wise.
Hey, it's the Huey.
Huey,
I'm calling
there
it
it
a Huey
is.
or an Iroquois because it's just that's what the basic airframe was based off of.
And these, again, part of the SpaceX range helicopters that they have, because unlike in Florida or in California or even in Virginia, these are private ranges that they have set up here. So it's not the 45th Space Wing or the 30th if you're or Space Launch Delta 30, depending on which coast you're on. This is SpaceX's own. So they're refueling their own choppers and putting them back up to make sure that people stay out of the keep-out zones and stay safe, especially as it gets closer to launch. It's so cool that it just so happens the spot that they refuel these, and has been the spot that they refuel these for years, is directly in front of our lot that we have here. This is NSF property that this camera's on, and they just happen to put right in front of it. So thank you for the great views, SpaceX range team. Appreciate it. Let's see. Nick is wondering, how far can they spool up the tank farm with the trucks still there? I mean, yeah, we've seen a bunch of venting and stuff going on as the trucks still move away earlier. Do we know the answer to that? I don't know who to toss this one to.
They can turn on stuff while they're still unloading. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. They typically don't, though. So there are a lot of times where the fill drain ports on the tanks are the same. So, if you're trying to fill a specific tank, you can't drain from the tank. But sometimes, a lot of times, they're different as well. They could absolutely start the lock side if they wanted to. A lot of times they don't really start any methane side until it's clear, just because, methane can present an explosive hazard, and why start it when there's tankers full of liquid oxygen around? There's just no reason to do that. And they got more than enough time to chill it down. So I expect today, it looks like they're like not really chilled down. A lot of the stuff has died off. At this rate, I think they're just using some cold gas right now to try to keep things chilled or at least keep things cool at this point. I would expect that tank farm to really kick into gear in about another hour and 20 minutes or so, around T-minus 2 hours 15, 2 hours 20, is when we'll get everything kicked into gear. Methane will start chilling down. LOX will really start chilling down. And then, of course, I think it looks like the sticks are opening up. Yep, they are. Going to launch position.
Hey.
That's a little bit earlier than yesterday, but yeah, there you go.
I mean, it seems to be doing a lot of things slightly earlier than yesterday, including, like you were talking about, the tank farm starting to be a bit more active, and now the chopsticks opening. So I guess, Max, what is the orientation in which they want these chopsticks in for launch, and why?
As far from the vehicle as possible, I think is the synopsis there. I think the chopsticks have no part in launch other than stabilizing the vehicle until it is their time to open up, obviously, which is now. But beyond that, they serve no purpose for launch and to avoid any probable damage that may occur to them, especially when there is 18 million pounds of thrust right next to them with all of their with the volume, the pressure waves, and the heat. They want to be as far away from the vehicle as possible. So I want to say they stay at the same height, but they open up all the way as wide as they can to make as much room for Starship as they possibly can. So they should not need to go any higher than they are now, but they will be opening up all the way.
Oh yeah. It's a cool part to see, and again, then of course they'll change if they were doing a catch. Of course, then they orient it for that after it launches. But the main thing is just getting out of the way, and it's the same thing that we saw with the space shuttle main engines. Because I'm here, so shuttle is that they basically try and orient the engines as far away from each other as possible, so they don't rattle into each other. Just like this, you want the sticks as far away from each other as possible, so that if Starship tends to do a power slide on this one, then yeah, then you don't damage the sticks, or at least run the risk of doing so. Oh man, that just means we're getting even closer, coming up on 3 hours and 33-ish minutes to go now until the opening of that window. And a reminder that the window is 90 minutes long, so that goes from 5:30 to 7 p.m. Central Time. So if they need to, they can push into that window. Of course, we hope they don't. And the last we've heard is that they are indeed targeting the top of that window. Now, unlike other ones, it's not like there are built-in holds or anything. The only time that they have the potential for a built-in hold is at T-minus 40 seconds. And that's not even so much a built-in hold as it is kind of a stopping point for them to check things out, make sure everything goes well. Is there a reason, Ryan, why they pick 40 seconds?
That could be it's probably a specific location in their terminal count where they have certain events going on, and basically they can hold there. That's where they can hold, because after that point is a bunch of auto sequence stuff that starts happening, and in which it's a bunch of auto aborts for the count. As we saw, they had 5 auto aborts yesterday. So I think that's why they picked T-minus 40. It's because that's where, they have a lot of auto sequence things in their accounts and in their countdown. So basically, they hold before they get to the auto sequence. They run through the auto sequence. If they have aborts, they recycle. It kicks back to 40 seconds. If they don't, they just keep going, basically.
Also, it seems like that's when the detonation suppression system activates, as we saw yesterday, over and over and over again. Oh, man. Let me thank some people here, and then we'll get back to more questions. Matthew saying, let's go Flight 12. Here's to a 100% successful flight. That's what we're all hoping for here. Algort saying, to have multiple pads on one tower, I would make 2 rings on rails, move up and down tower, and a set of sticks move around the tower on those. I mean, when we were mentioning that, there were drawings and discussions going on in the back channel here of trying to figure out how that would possibly work. It's kind of funny, the thought process this all started.
You could show my infographic if you want.
Yeah.
I did it myself.
Yeah, EJ was doing some doodling.
With the launch cadence you want and everything else, just build 2 towers with 2 pads. And the hilarious thing is the launch cadence that they want and the capability of needing to, and the issues of not being able to catch a ship if there's a booster on the pad and needing a catch tower for that. Having 2 pads for 1 tower actually is really bad. It's actually a detriment to the program as a whole if you were to try to do something like that. So you actually need more towers than you need launch pads is the hilarious part of it. So actually it's not actually good for the program to try to do 2 pads off 1 tower. And not only that, towers aren't necessarily that hard to build compared to like the pad itself. So
Also, if you do that, you run the risk of causing damage to multiple infrastructures if something goes wrong. So it's killing 2 pads with 1 Starship.
yeah, so in the long run, it's not really even worth it to even make it, for that matter.
Oh no, Ryan Weber's pulling me towards his side of the argument. I kind of agree with him now.
Yes.
Ferg is wondering, do you think they will make the quick disconnects electronically activated like the new tower arms given yesterday's hydraulic failure of the ship QD? Max, what do you think?
I mean, there are some limitations there. I think hydraulically is more of a fail-safe at that point. I don't have the greatest knowledge of this topic in particular of hydraulic versus electric in this situation, but just my hunch tells me hydraulic is still the way to go because it is a completely redundant system to almost everything else on the tower. So I want to pipe in EJ and Ryan on this question as well, if I may.
Well, I think so this is me theory crafting again. I'm pretty sure they switched to electrical to simplify the chopstick and the carriage design so you wouldn't have to put accumulators on the carriage. That's why you have electric actuators on the chopsticks. That's just a theory. Like that's a lot of extra weight on the chopsticks to have all their hydraulic systems and all the accumulators on the carriage and the sticks. And the electric ones, frankly, are going to give you better, more precise control anyway, right, Ryan?
They can. Hydraulics still give you incredibly precise control. And I'll say this and I've seen a lot of people bring up, well, why don't you just switch everything to electrical and mechanical? Hydraulics have been around as a system of using. Hydraulics have been around for thousands of years. They have been. If you even go back to, because hydraulics is basically using a fluid to move something or do something. And they've been around since Mesopotamia as dams and everything else. That's hydraulics. But like, they're reliable. I mean, we use hydraulics on excavators and mines, on aircraft gears. Let me tell you how nasty those things get. Aircraft landing gears. They work. Sometimes things break, but I would say that hydraulics is still the way to go. And when you truly look at Starship as a whole, the flaps are electrically actuated, the grid fins are, and then there's electric TVC, and then there is the electromechanical actuators on the chopsticks. That's the only thing electrical. And you might think, well, that's a lot. The ratio of hydraulics to electric on the pad and Starship as a whole is like 20-1 in favor of hydraulics. There's a lot of all the valves are basically pneumatic, which is kind of like a form of hydraulics. The ship QD arm is hydraulics. All the QDs retract with hydraulics. There's a ton of stuff on there that's still hydraulics, and it's still incredibly reliable. It's one of the more reliable inventions humanity has made, especially using high pressure fluids. And I don't see any reason to switch to electrical for any of that other stuff.
So why would SpaceX in their updates say that the main actuators have been changed from hydraulic to electrical to improve speed, redundancy, and reliability? Like, what's the drive? Why would they do that then? What's the decision behind it?
I don't know. Hydraulics would work just fine. Like I personally do not see any difference between using electrical, mechanical, and hydraulics on the chopstick actuators. I don't see any reason. It could be they didn't want the banks of accumulators on there anymore, so they wanted to lighten the load on the chopstick.
That's my guess, dude. That's the only one that makes sense.
Yeah, because then you get rid of a lot of lines and stuff, and you get rid of those, and then it's just electrical lines. But like, that's about your only claim to fame. If I'm going to be entirely honest, switching between the two, hydraulics can be incredibly accurate, very, very accurate. If hydraulics weren't very accurate, we wouldn't use them on ailerons, on elevators, on rudders, on every single airliner on the planet. They have to be accurate for that. Those have to be incredibly accurate. Otherwise, all of a sudden, you roll your airplane over and you're done. I think the only reason to switch to electromechanical was to save some weight on the carriage. That's about it. That's the only thing I can think of.
Wait, you worked on aircraft? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, dude. Like, you're simplifying your carriage design at that point because a wire is much easier to make a run that goes up to that carriage that goes up and down than it is like hydraulic fluid.
Yeah, that's about the only thing I can think of. Yeah.
And if you're going to be eventually lifting a heavier ship, you're going to want to take as much mass off of the carriage and the chopsticks as you possibly can, which is the other reason why I think they shorten the sticks in the first place.
Speaking of aircraft.
Yeah, I was going to say, exactly. EJ jumped in before I got the chance. But yeah, speaking of, there's the range helicopter on its way, taking off again. I'm sure we'll see it refuel one more time before launch, or at least the other one, if not.
Also,
12.
People saying, I see people saying they leak and they're a fire hazard. Skydrawl is not really much of a fire hazard. It's used on aircraft all the time. There's never really been an issue with that. If you use 5606 or like a hydrocarbon based, I mean, it could be, depending. I'll say this. Falcon 9 uses RP1 for its hydraulic systems. It has hydraulically actuated TVC as well as grid fins, and they use the RP1 for it. It's not a separate system. They literally use the fuel to do it. Like, it's hydraulics is just incredibly reliable. And when you say something leaks like that, it's like anything with a fluid leaks. EJ, you work on cars. Like, anything with a fluid leaks, dude. Like, you can't stop that. And to me, if it leaks, that means it's still got fluid in it, which is a good thing.
Yeah. The oil stain on my driveway is there to let me know that my car has oil in it. Yeah, of course.
Yes. Yeah. Literally, I'm not kidding. When you see the sheen on a hydraulic actuator, you still got fluid in the system.
There you go. That's the way to look at it. Let's see here.
The 412's coming back in here. I think it's cool.
They're cool helicopters.
Yeah, baby.
Let's see here. I have no idea why a store message from 7 months ago just popped up. That's a new one.
It's
we got one here
from the past.
We got one here from Bideford, saying, just for EJ, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, margarita time tonight, the $50 super chat.
Yeah, baby.
And then also want to hit Ethereal Swordsman here, going to tips.nasaspaceflight.com for this one, another more direct way to support us, saying, isn't RVAC technically already stubby by vacuum engine standards? Also, Raptor sea level already has a stupidly high expansion ratio, so there's no legit point to a size between. We basically already have RVAC stubby, and which Raptor it is depends on your definition of stubby. Debate.
I mean, ideally, your vacuum optimized nozzle would be as long as freaking possible to compensate for the vacuum environment, right? The whole point of the nozzle at that point extending so far is to keep the exhaust gases controlled and in an environment where they are still producing thrust before they end up expanding completely out of the nozzle and not providing any real thrust. So ideally, in a perfect world, your vacuum optimized nozzle would be infinitely long to try and compensate for that, right? But at some point, there is a trade-off between performance and the weight of the nozzle. And that is why vacuum optimized nozzles are either very small or very, very, very wide and long. There's really, it all depends on what kind of engine you are running, the targeted expansion ratio that you want for your engine in particular, and what best suits its performance and behavior. But unfortunately, we do not live in that world, and that is why the vacuum optimized nozzles of vacuum optimized engines are precisely calculated to like ride that line between performance loss due to weight, but also performance gain because of their length and being able to control those exhaust gases for that much longer.
I mean, I guess as long as we don't call it a stubby nozzle, it can be stubby because then that's just its normal nozzle length.
Stubby is just relative. That's it.
Let's see. Gabriel GG is wondering, I want your thoughts on this one, EJ. How many Starship flights will SpaceX need to launch in order to hit the green lights to prepare for HLS, the Human Landing Services, and Artemis 3?
Okay, here's where I'm at. I would want, obviously, the test that you see here. We want to see if we can get there. If we can get this thing up into space, you want to test to make sure all the pad systems are working. Then, after that, I would probably want a booster catch. And then, after that, I would say a fuel transfer, orbital and a fuel transfer demo, maybe in the same mission. So we have the test flight, so flight 12. Then we have maybe a booster catch after that, and then an orbital attempt. We could do an orbital attempt on that booster catch too. And then some type of prop transfer demo, and then maybe at the very end, ship catch. So I'd say at least 4 flights. Now, however long that's going to take is however long that's going to take. I would say at least 4. The reason why I want them in that order is because that's incremental. It's an incremental upgrade over time. Right now, we just want to make sure that SpaceX just wants to make sure that this thing can launch and can get up into space. Then you work on getting the booster, trying to get that booster back because that's quintessential for any of the HLS concept of operations, even if it's only for Artemis 3. You probably want to get those back. And then I don't necessarily think that you'd need a ship catch for it, so I would want prop transfer demo from there. But you know, you don't necessarily need that for Artemis either. So, I mean, if we're going to like really reduce it to its base element, Gabriel, I'd say probably just an orbital attempt would be good enough. But I don't think that's what SpaceX is going to do. I really think they want to get all those 4 things that I originally stated figured out even before Artemis 3. You need all that to make sure, or at least I would want all that to make sure, you know, you are absolutely ready when the time comes around for Artemis 3 to get an HLS up there. And then, you know, SpaceX has never, you know, like, let's just get into a little bit of concepts here. SpaceX has never actually said what they're, you know, going to do with that lander after. If I'm remembering correctly, they still owe NASA an uncrewed landing and demonstration for their lander. So does Blue Origin. Right? So if we're thinking about that, if you get all the things that I originally said done, so like orbital capability, obviously, prop transfer, docking demo, etc., you could send up an HLS, right? Have Orion dock to it, do the Artemis 3 mission, and then SpaceX can use that as a test mule for a landing demo. Totally possible. In fact, I think that might be what they do. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, I would say you would very least want to be able to reuse boosters. You want to be able to get orbital with Starship, and you absolutely want to be able to do prop transfers. Those are quintessential for testing the HLS system, agnostic of the Artemis 3 mission. But I think those are the ones that they would want to get done.
I mean, I don't think we have seen anywhere specifically that says SpaceX must complete X, Y, and Z testing before Artemis 3. Also, doesn't help that the architecture for the program only changed within the last couple months here. But
right.
I don't think there was ever anything that said these are almost like there was for commercial crew and commercial cargo. You have to meet these milestones, you know, to get funding and then for us to greenlight you. Ooh, another really good thought question. You guys are coming up with some good ones today at NASA Spaceflight, at NSF. BD Joker is asking, which is harder, a rapidly reusable heat shield or a 100-plus flight Raptor engine? Oh.
Rapidly reusable heat shield.
I agree.
getting Raptor to that many flights is, I don't think it's going to be that difficult to do. Once you really understand that engine, you'll be able to get it running very nicely. A rapidly reusable heat shield it's so complicated. Ask the shuttle engineers. Holy cow. Ask them how hard it was just to even get that thing refurbishable. Like, it's to design, you have to design a heat shield that is strong enough to withstand the weathering, forces, aging, time, the constriction and expansion of the vehicle, as well as the incredible heat on reentry, impact resistance, all this other stuff. You also have to design it to be easily replaceable for tiles, like to quickly replace tiles that have issues, to have redundancies and backups, like the ablative underneath for a backup in case you lose a tile or something. Because if you lose a tile and the heat shield then fails, well, then it's not rapidly reusable. You need to be able to have a backup for it, which is why the ablative's there. And there's even a couple other things. It also has to be able to stay on very well, which is why a lot of they've been switching over to pinned rather than adhesive, but they're trying to test another adhesive to try to work in other conditions. There's a whole host of things. Gap sealing is another, why they had introduced the crunch wrap, which is taking the felt and folding up between the gaps. It's something that SpaceX it's going to take a long time for them to master. I would not be surprised if they don't have a finalized heat shield by the end of it. It might take till the end of the decade for them to nail it down. I'm not even kidding. It might take that long or longer. It's probably the biggest. It's the most complex problem they have in the program. Period. Like, it's the biggest problem to solve. Booster's not much harder. Not really hard. The engine, that's not going to be that hard to solve. But the heat shield, that is their biggest hurdle by far.
Wow.
This is why I said when I was describing the steps, Ryan, a little bit earlier, that, even for the Artemis 4 mission for the landing, dare I say it, you don't need reusable starships for that. You could get away with it with expending the upper stage. It's totally doable. You're just going to have a lot of starships teed up, right? What you can't get away with, no matter what, is losing super heavies. You can't. I don't think expending those is gonna work for even for like the higher flight cadence that the Artemis missions demand, right? That's why, that thermal protection system. I mean, you could just see from the concept of operations that just ironed out that is the toughest part.
Yeah, because bringing back super heavies, I don't think that'll be too difficult to do. They know how to bring a booster back. It's not. Yep. I know it's not Falcon 9, but it's a booster is a booster. And when you really think about it, I mean, they got to catching Block 2 pretty quickly, or Block 1/Block 2 pretty quickly. I don't have any doubts they'll be able to nail Block 3 once they understand it better. But again, ship is that's a whole other beast trying to bring back. That's a whole other ballgame.
They seem to be getting a lot of good data, and hopefully we get some good data. They get some good data on it today.
Yeah, hopefully we see a nice reentry. Assuming,
As we see a nice helicopter come back into view as it gets ready for its refueling there, part of the SpaceX range safety helicopters that they have there. Let me thank some people here. Anonymous saying, let's go, getting a Starship Flight 12 mug. Carolyn becoming a PadRat member. The only Alan saying, I like meth-alox. Zyxep saying, have SpaceX dropped the plan on building their own fuel production at Starbase? I mean, we kind of mentioned there's still the plans for at least the air separation unit part. Anything else on that front, Ryan?
So they have the ASU, which will be able to do LOX and LN2. And then the other plan is to bring in a natural gas line and then do methane liquefaction in the expansion area. So basically take the natural gas, liquefy it, purify it, and put it into the methane tanks. And that'll be your methane. That's their plan going forward. I don't know how long it'll take until they do get that. It might take a bit because they haven't ran a natural gas line yet, but they also haven't finished the expansion area or even built the methane liquefaction. So I don't know when that'll happen. They'll have to keep trucking in methane for now. But I don't know if they'll get it from the LNG plant that's in Brownsville. As far as I know, that's all spoken for with exports. But once that facility is fully operational, it can do 27 million tons of LNG a year, which is a lot. We'll just put it that way. If they were to supply Starship would be a drop of the bucket compared to what they're exporting. But as far as I know, they still get all that stuff from Houston, I think. So yeah, that's a log truck for all the methane. But they have plans. We'll put it that way.
They have plans. I like it.
Yeah, they have plans or concept of a plan.
Real Time Spaceman, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. KV Gilly, thank you for the support. Trey saying shout out to my Rocket homies and my game night group. Stay salty. Okay, but getting a mug and also a Flight 12 patch, of which we are now under 20% stock left. There are less than 20% of all the patches that we made left, and we don't make more of them. We don't print on demand or anything. We order a bunch, and once we're out, we are out.
I think Trey is talking about our Battlefield shenanigans.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Help!
Help!
Help! Help! Help!
Help! Oh boy, we need. I think we're a little busy tonight to do it, but we would have to do that again soon.
Tomorrow?
I'm down. A few guys are down for tonight.
Tomorrow? Well, I can't do it tonight. I have to work.
Oh,
So.
And I'm also not at home where my
Yeah.
Where your console is.
We'd have
Anyway,
to wait for Max to get home if we wanted to offer.
Yeah, all right.
Fair.
We'll do it. Crab Ray Music upgrading to Red Team membership. Thank you very much for that. Sterling saying, fun fact and fittingly, that Hilo company usually flies under the call sign Raptor. Okay, that's cool.
Nice.
Ethereal Swordsman going back to earlier saying, well, in that case, a non-stubby vacuum Raptor would have a nozzle that's Starship's diameter. Okay, that would be wild.
Sea Dragon.
Yeah, Sea Dragon.
No.
It's funny, we were talking about what other rockets to put on that scale for size infographic, and someone mentioned, what about Sea Dragon? They're like, no, we're only doing ones that have actually flown. So
Sea Dragon flies in my heart.
Yes.
And your heart will go on. Okay.
No, it doesn't. Well, it does sink, actually. So
I would hope so, or else that's dangerous. Which, by the way, EJ, a specific question for you on this one. Calling you out, asking, can you tell us what was fixed for the 5 issues from yesterday?
Oh, well, we don't have any particular official word on what was fixed. The one that ended up hosing them yesterday was a pin that was in the ship quick disconnect arm. It was a hydraulic, a holding pin or a staying pin. If you look at this shot, dead center of the screen, the triangular shaped umbilical that's halfway up the tower, there are locking pins that lock that into the forward position. Right? What that umbilical is used for is filling up the ship with what's called commodities. So, liquid oxygen, liquid methane, maybe some nitrogen here and there, if we want to have some fun, right? So there are pins that hold that thing in place. When they're moving all the fuel into Starship, you do not want that thing moving. So that locking pin quite actually locks that thing in place. For the most part, it stays fixed. You don't want it moving around, especially when you're moving fuel through the fuel lines into the Starship, right? So when they went to undo the pin, it got hung up. That happens with hydraulic systems. Maybe it was air in the lines, maybe leaky fitting, which means there would be air in the lines. Maybe, there was just
jammed.
Maybe the pin got jammed. Exactly. Could have been deflection. All we know, Jay, is that SpaceX teams were up on that SQD all night. So whatever it is, they're not there now. And, they've spooled up the tank farm to an extent. And SpaceX has said they're 85% good to go with weather and stuff. I don't think they'd be tweeting any of that stuff out or posting any of that if if whatever that was, whatever was wrong with that pin, they didn't fix. Now, to the other problems, there was something with the SQD vent. There was something with the pad deluge down in the flame trench. We don't know for sure if they fixed those other problems. But once again, they're saying they're going to try again today. So we're going to have to assume that whatever was flagging the mission yesterday and causing it to go back into an automated hold has, those line items have been fixed. Because they wouldn't attempt to go today if they weren't, if they didn't at least have those 5 things figured out, right? It was
you'd hope.
Negative thoughts and comments.
You'd hope, right?
It's easy to do on the internet, Astro.
Let's see. Forsidius saying, it's Friday. I'm so done with work today. Can we just fuel up and launch now?
I agree.
I wish I was done with work.
Yeah, SpaceX, be like that helicopter and take off, please. Not 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 45 seconds from now when your launch window actually opens. Who cares about the boaters downrange and wanting your re-entry to be in daylight and timing all of your trajectories and airspace closures and sea closures and road closures around it, right? We don't need that.
Let's go. YOLO.
DJ Pond gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for doing that. If you got a gifted one, make sure to give him a thank you. You can also check out the members multi-view, and also coming up once we get to the launch broadcast will be the behind-the-scenes view, so you can see all the insanity happening that goes on when these streams get placed out to you. Presley, going to the shop. Go, Starship, go. Alexander Sterling, always a pleasure, chaps. Sawyer, you're a top-notch host. Well, thank you. Looks like the QD arm, quote, put a pin in their plans. Anyway, shout out from the UK, and I expect an upside-down book from EJ.
What books have you read?
I mean, you haven't done the gag in a while, at least, so...
We haven't done a flame trench in a while, dude.
It's been 2 weeks. Anyway.
2 weeks! Anyway.
It was only going to be 1 week, but then the SpaceX decided to try and launch this crazy silver and black thing that you see on your screen right now. As the exodus of tanker trucks continues away from the tank farm and the pad there.
Yeah, they got caught behind the fact that there was a helicopter in the middle of the road, so they couldn't really go.
But still, just gives you a scale of how many of them there actually are here.
I think there's
this is
4
kind of
left.
wild.
I think that's it. So, yeah, I think there's 4 tankers left. So once those are all done, I think that'll be it. And then they'll the rest of the trucks will leave, and then we should have pad clear at that point. Which kind of tracks because tank farm startup is in about 45 minutes. So, yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing how they really push it till the last minute there. We're almost approximately 3 hours to go until launch. And just now, they're still continuing to have trucks over at the tank farm and are having them still leaving here. Only SpaceX be able to do that. And then, oh yeah, fill a rocket of this size in under 40 minutes.
Sorry, I was looking at all those trucks kind of in a, nice traffic jam on the road there. And I was wondering, might it be a good idea to just take all those trucks, the tanks, right? And just maybe attach them all together and then maybe put them on these metal things with wooden ties that tie them together and then maybe bring commodities in that way. What do you think?
Sounds like a Ryan or Max question.
I'm saying a train line. Somebody over in Twitch chat brought this up. Maybe have a train line come in for their LNG, maybe for their methane.
A train line. Good luck getting the approval to build that.
What do you mean? The high-speed rail is very common here in the United States.
This isn't high-speed rail. This is low-speed rail. It's freight.
Even the low-speed rail. Good luck getting because it's gonna have to run through. Common. It has to run through wetlands.
But there's already a right-of-way there. Do you see that big dirt patch in the foreground there? There was railroad tracks there.
And they're going to use a lot of that right-of-way for the expansion of Highway 4. And they've already used most of it, actually, for the expansion of Highway 4 between Brownsville and the production site.
So we can expand the road, but not the train lines? But that's where we're drawing the line?
It still will take time to get approved and everything.
I don't know. It brings a whole new meaning to. It brings a whole new meaning to this show going off the rails. Just say it.
No, I'm trying to put the show on the rails, Sawyer. Jeez.
Touche. Owen saying, I heard SpaceX is going public soon. What are your thoughts on this? Also, I love everything you guys do. You're my go-to for every major launch. Thank you all. I mean, I'm kind of glad just because of the fact we got to see their documentation come out of what they have and their plans and things. So if nothing else, it was good to kind of learn more about where SpaceX as a company is at the moment. I guess there's that. Really trying to make this like a flame trench going for spicy questions there. Mass Siege, I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name. For me, my recently expanded family.
What's that?
Oh,
hey.
Do you know
Congratulations. There you go. Right on.
Woohoo.
Surprised they didn't get a baby onesie then. They just got patches, but still.
Yeah, we do have those.
By the way, Renabe calling you out here, guys, saying, so the fail yesterday is related to the hydraulic system, yet you said hydraulic systems were more reliable.
Oh, he's got you there.
Ryan, how do you respond?
Yeah, okay, sure, because because we totally know that it was the hydraulic system itself that's failed, not that a pin might have gotten jammed or the arm could have been tweaked a little bit or anything along those lines. Yeah, okay. It could have been the hydraulic system. It might not have been. I don't know what you want from that. I mean, they've done a lot of tests and stuff like that. When you introduce a bunch of cryogenic liquids onto an arm that you've never actually pulled you've only ever pulled the pin on once, and then and never actually fully retracted because it's a slightly different design. Sometimes things don't work exactly. You need to tweak the design slightly. You know?
I mean, yeah, it's not necessarily a fault of the hydraulics, but could be just that particular line or that system on that day. Let's see. Nithercax, I'm totally butchering that. I am sorry, especially with a $50 super chat saying, I love the launch stickers. I've been putting them on magnet sheets and cutting them out. Have you thought about making them magnets? Let's go. I don't know if Lindsay's listening or not, but Lindsay, not a bad idea. And then Busby Killen becoming a Capcom member. Capcom above, get access to the NSF Discord. We're looking forward to seeing you in there. Senator Funstein saying, isn't it crazy how most of the rocket by mass only arrives at Starbase hours before launch? I've never thought of it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, you ain't kidding.
Depends on when, but a lot of times the tank farm is filled. But it is also funny that it's like most of the mass of the rocket isn't on the rocket until 30 minutes before launch. I think that's another way to look at it too. It's like, well, the stack currently weighs 450 tons, but within 30 minutes before launch, all of a sudden it'll just weigh 5,500 metric tons. It'll take 30 minutes for that to happen. What?
Yeah.
It's just nuts.
Me after a buffet dinner, same thing.
Oof.
Oof.
Anonymous with a long message and also getting 7 different items from the shop here, including a lot of the Flight 12 collection. Wow. Saying, thank you for reminding me I need to grab more merch. As always, thank you commentators as well as the entire team at NSF for continuing to provide these streams, news summaries, and of course the merch. I'd also like to highlight a question from a viewer that asked about using gases/liquids to enhance the heat shield. I seem to remember a while ago, before even V1 flew, that there was a plan to use gaseous methane to help with the gaps on the flap actuators. Has this been superseded and or dropped as a concept?
I don't see any transpiration cooling on this one. That's what it's called. It's called transpiration cooling, where you use a fluid or a gas as a medium for thermal protection. I really don't think this one has anything on like that on it. And if it does, it's not in any like big capacity. It would be like a small test. Ryan, you see anything?
I've seen nothing for transpirational cooling at all. Period. So, yeah. There.
Never even thought of that as an option, but that's cool. Ninja in the First Degree saying, I need a 7x RVAC tug ship called Shenron that shoves payloads out of Earth orbit and catches payloads into an Earth orbit, extended from Dragon Ball Z and already having Crew Dragon.
That would have
9,000.
I would say that would have over 9,000 Delta V.
What? 9,000?
Yep.
If on liftoff the ship hits or brushes the tower, what happens?
Very bad things.
Yeah, bad stuff. You don't want that to happen. Bad.
Bad, dead. We're dead. We're dying. We're dead.
most likely, like in the event of a tower strike, it's probably going to blow up the rocket. So if you look at those towers, guys, it has like 4 posts on, at the 4 corners of the tower. Those are filled with reinforced concrete. If something hits the tower, whatever hits it is getting destroyed.
The tower is winning that one.
Yeah. So, if a booster was coming in and it tipped the tower or something, that would be no more for the booster. The tower would be like, what was that? There was a stiff breeze.
Like, even if a full stack explosion happens, the tower's going to go, what was that?
Yeah, that's actually the reason why, I'll turn this into kind of a learning exercise here. That's why most towers next to rockets aren't like, they don't look like a building. They look hollow, like it's just a truss structure. The reason why is when the rocket launches, there's so much pressure that comes out of the back of those rocket engines. You need the gases that get ejected out at high speed. You need them to pass through the building, or else a dynamic pressure will build up on one side of the tower, and believe it or not, it could knock it over. That's why if you go all the way back to like the Saturn V with its red launch umbilical tower, it's hollow because they want the gases to pass through, because you don't want dynamic pressure to build up on the side of the tower during the launch. It'll knock it over. Rocket engines are powerful. Equal and opposite reactions. It will knock it over. Now, if you notice, some of that tower, some of the Pad 2 tower is covered up. Like up at the top and down at the bottom. Down at the bottom, it's covered up for when super heavy comes back into land. It needs to kind of come in at an angle. And when it does, part of the rocket engine is pointed right down at the base of the tower. Don't want to fry that, right? So they only have it on one, they have the tower kind of, it's diagonally to the pad, so it'll deflect the flames away from the tower, right? And then up at the top, you have cladding up there and a roof to prevent the tower from getting roasted when the ship comes in, because the ship is going to come over the tower and come in to get caught. So, yeah, they're hollow for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. That may be hollow, but we are full of information and knowledge here for you guys, and we are about ready to get towards our launch broadcast. Things are about to get really exciting here as we are under 3 hours to go until launch. Of course, I need to thank the people with me right now, at least. EJ, thank you for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was fun. I enjoy doing these a lot.
Don't worry, folks. You can stay right where you are. We will redirect you over to our launch stream in just a moment. But I also need to thank Ryan Weber. Thank you.
Pleasure as always, Sawyer. Hope clear blue skies, smiling in the eve.
Yeah.
Can't wait for this thing to go. We'll see if it goes today. Hopefully, no more issues with the pad.
Max Evans also joining us. Don't know if Max is here for a quick thank you, but thank you, Max.
Of course. Thank you very much, everybody. And it's almost go time.
Oh, I love that. Almost go time. The hype is real. We also had Alice on earlier. We also had Alex on earlier. And then we also had Chris Bergen, NSF NASA spaceflight official, on as well. Ryan Caton was also producing the first part, and Daniel Brock is producing this part of the stream. So, Man, this is wild. We are getting that much closer to the launch. We have our teams out in the field getting everything ready. They will be on camera ready to take more of your questions. I promise you, there were so many questions and so many kind messages of support. We haven't forgotten about you. Those will carry on over as we get ready to go into that launch broadcast here in just a couple minutes, if that. But I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host for this portion of things here. Oh man, that is a beautiful rocket. Starship V3. Hopefully today is the day that we see it finally take off. We've been waiting 7 months for another Starship flight already. It has been quite the wait. We finally have a new rocket. We finally have a new launch pad. We have everything just about ready to go here. And we are that much closer to launch. So we have been staking out this vehicle all this time. Now we are ready to count down to the launch itself. Again, well, it's not so much called countdown to launch, but to the launch stream coming up here in just a moment. So we are.
And here we go. There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Doubling up. Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equalize.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my god.
Yikes, you bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before.
Version 3 is what I like to call the foundational design of Starship booster in the pad.
We've never built a ship V3 before and gotten it to this state of production.
Booster 19 is actually the second of the version 3 boosters that we've built.
This is the final go no-go poll for today's operations. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,